Selah Shalom stopping in on the ones and twos. You know how we do. It survived. Yes, family. Where say that? Peace to the righteous gods and Naravinian goddess. Shout out Creator Gang Gang. Let the people chime in. You know how we do. You know how we do. We got a great show for y'all. We got a great show for y'all tonight. You know what I mean? I got a legendary brother in the building. You know what I mean? Go by the name of LEX VORTEX. We're going to bring him on in a second. I mean, I got a sneak peek just now. You know what I mean? For the God. We got a title. The title of the show is Who Are the Gods? We. You know, that's my topic all day right there. Exposing these false gods. You know what I mean? Bringing to light who these gods are. And LEX VORTEX is one to bring that fire when it comes to this particular topic. You know what I mean? It survived. Who we got in the chat chiming in so far? Keila, I see you. Stephen, I see you. Kenneth, I see you. Christopher, where's it, big man? High priest, where's it? Sharice, I see you. Priest to the queen. Global Purpose, Elijah BC, Dreadful, Cosmon, Messiah, Prince in the building, Israel in the building, Matthew, I see you, the family chiming in, you know what I mean? Angelica, I see you. Authentically, I see you, everybody chiming in, the family chiming in, you know what I mean? It survives, make sure to press them likes as you come in and into the building before we get this show started, you know what I mean? It survives as we vibe out. We about to bring the brother on in about a minute or so. Let me give it some more time. More people chime in. Let me let the people chime in. Survives. Shout out to the building. Shout out Chicago. Shout out my South Side niggas. West Side, North Side niggas. However that run. Got LEX VORTEX in the building. Yes, family. And for those who don't know that LEX VORTEX YouTube is Dark Side Official TV Drama. This is the brother right here. So if you want to subscribe,
TV2.
Huh?
It's Dark Side Official TV 2.
There you go. Got it right there on the screen. So let's go ahead and bring in the none other, the legendary, the godfather of this thing, Lex Vortex in the building. I need to get some hand claps going and shit like that. So peace to the God. We got the God Lex Vortex in the building. You know what I mean?
Say that's my backup channel. You should see my other is my official page is Dark Side Official TV 2.
Oh, you got two channels. Okay.
I just
Yeah.
you should
Oh,
see
that's
it.
it in the link right there. Okay, you just posted it. Bam. So go ahead and subscribe to the God's channel right there.
Yeah, that's where we do the mature stuff, the scholarship stuff. If you want the banging and the drama, I had to create a channel just for that. That's Dark Side TV drama.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. Big facts. Big facts. You know how these things can get. So now, you know what I mean? We got Lex Vortex. For those who don't know, and for those who do know, this is a brother who's definitely heavy on the information. You know what I mean? He's been around for a minute. Me and his brother known each other for some years now.
Yes, indeed.
You know, we cross paths, you know, every now and then, but now it's full throttle. You know what I mean? We link back up. So before you get started, why don't you give a little quick explanation of who you are, background, and things of that nature. You know what I mean? What's your standpoint, your spirituality, your belief, and all that. So floor is yours on that.
Yeah, well, in terms of spirituality today, I would consider myself somewhat of a Gnostic. You know what I'm saying? You know, of course, I've been through all the religions. I've not only, you know what I'm saying, I'm not only the president, but I'm also a client of all the religions. You know what I'm saying? So people talk about the religions, but I actually been there and practiced them all. You know what I'm saying? So I practiced Islam, you know what I mean? Practiced Christianity, you know, Judaism. I was a Black Hebrew Israelite, a Christian, you know what I mean? And so and I took on the study of, you know, religion and spirituality, you know, basically since I was 7 years old. You know, so but today I consider myself a free man from all doctrines and dogma. The only religion we need is the one within, and you know that's where the true God is found, is within the heart and within. And I believe we all have the spark of divinity, and we are all God in action.
That's right.
You know, when people talk about God, you know what I mean. We are the spark of divinity is in every atom in the universe. Okay, so there's no such thing as separation from the divine. You know, so when people think of the divine, I believe you got it wrong. If you're looking for the divine in the sky and under the ground anywhere or in another dimension or whatever it is, you know what I mean, you still haven't found where the closest place is, and that's your very being.
Facts.
So we would not exist unless we was God, because that's existence itself. Facts. And so you know, that's where I'm at today. And I believe that the problems in the world is because of the miseducation of what so-called, I don't even like the word God, but what God is, what the creator is, and the attributes that people give to what we call the creator. I believe the creator is the force behind everything in existence. And it is that a force, not a personality. If you make God a personality, you have problems, because then he takes on human attributes, the higher and the lower attributes of human. So how can you take a force that you say is responsible for the entire universe, maybe even multiverses, other dimensions, things that is beyond our measure, and say, and just place it here at this tiny speck on earth and say it's doing this and doing that, and you know, doing things in the name of, you know what I'm saying? We turn God into a real estate agent. You know, he's concerned about plots of land. We turn him into a racist. He has chosen people and he doesn't like other people. He has, what's his favorite ice cream? Is it chocolate or vanilla? It gets ridiculous when we take the divine force that permeates the universe and we reduce it to a personality. But I know why we do it. It's because we're looking at it from our own limited, so-called human perspectives. And so we think because we operate in a certain way that the divine operates in the, so we get jealous, so we think that God is jealous.
Right.
That's stupid. You know what I'm saying? Like, and like we have these emotions where we go in fits of anger and kill people. So God must be doing the same thing. Just like, you know, you'll read in certain the gets angry and kills somebody. Like that's some low level human emotional. Can you imagine if the force behind the universe was emotional? The whole universe would be, there would be no order. Or you just, what if it just gets mad and decides to destroy a whole solar system in a fit of anger? You know what I'm saying? Like, so like we definitely got to give the divine um way more credit than having our lower human emotions that stem from, you know, chemical chemical brain releases. Because emotions are linked to chemicals in the brain. So when you get angry, that releases a chemical. When you feel depression, that's a chemical. These are chemical reactions. So how is God getting angry unless he has a brain that's releasing chemicals for anger or depression or jealousy, or, you know, and then what kind of sense does it make for all powerful divine creator to have favorites?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So the basis of racism and colonization and all the, you know, the trouble in the world is the Abrahamic view of God. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
Because, you know, that's the basis of colonization. That's why colonization happened. You know, a lot of people talk about well, you know, what the so-called European did, you know, to indigenous people and Africans throughout the world. All they did was follow the Israelite narrative.
Yep.
God told them to do it. When the Europeans came here, what was it? They wasn't just doing it on a whim. They called it manifest destiny.
That's right.
And what destiny they was talking about? They the same. They view themselves as the Israelites conquering the land of.
Now go ahead. Let's put on a low vibration.
Yeah,
Go ahead. You good?
that's even what they said. The Israelites were conquering the land of Canaan, and they said that the native people were like Canaanite savages, and Jesus was, you know, they had to, either they was going to be saved and brought to the light of Jesus, or they would remain pagans and go to hell. So
Right.
they actually thought it was better to, you know, and that's why they sent out the, you know, the decree saying it was okay to enslave anyone that wasn't Christian,
Right.
because they were savages anyway. And how and people, it's funny that our people who are still caught up in these religions, they will complain about what happened in terms of, you know, colonization and the genocide of indigenous people, but at the same time say they follow the same God that it was sanctioned by, and claim that it was righteous. So if you got a problem, if you don't have a problem with what the Israelites did in the Bible, then you should not have a problem with Europeans did in Africa or the Americas. What's the difference? The Israelites were told you had a promised land, go and kill the people in order to get the land. It always, and no one ever thought, well, why couldn't the all-powerful God just make the Canaanites walk off the land? Why couldn't he create a whole nother planet for his people? Why would he have to engage in conflict to give somebody something that was his in the first place and he had total control over? Why'd you need to go to war to get the land? That don't even make no goddamn sense when you really think about it.
Right.
That's like me, you in my, you know, country, I got the most powerful military. It's my country. You know what I'm saying? I don't got to send the military off this. You just get out of here. I just expedite you, bro. You just deport you out of my land. Like, I don't have to go through starting a whole bloody war and all that. I'm in control. I got power. And so what it is that a dogma indoctrination, people, it stops you from being able to think and you know, really use logic and reason. And it's like, yo, people never thought about these things. And when you bring it to these people, they have terrible conclusions and excuses to make for what God does. Like they'll say things like, well, your thoughts are not his thoughts. Yeah, his thoughts are higher than your thoughts. So who are you to question God? Well, if his thoughts are higher than mine, then I would expect him to at least be better than me.
Facts.
And not resolve his problems with violence. Like, that's childish. I tell you what, we're in big trouble if the creator, so-called, of the universe has to resolve his problems with violence. Then we're hopeless. That means that violence is just the way then. So we shouldn't complain about wars. We shouldn't complain about people getting killed, because it's the nature of God to kill. Think about how crazy that is. And so what's happening is people literally, especially the people claim they worship God, they literally worship Satan. And don't.
All right, so you know what? Excellent introduction going in. Now we're going to raise the question. Who are the gods? Now I want you to go in on that. Who are the gods? Now when you say who are the gods, that's kind of vast to a degree. But being that we Westerners, and most of us come up out of a Islamic background, a Christian background, the Hebrew Israelite movement kind of new, you know what I mean? But we really engraved in that Bible and Christianity. So from your viewpoint and your research, your studies, because I know you're an analytical cat, you deal with logic and common sense, who are the gods?
All right. There's two ways I like to approach this: in the practical way, and then the far out in terms of, what the text is saying. Some people can't get with the stuff that's really far out. According to the text and the study, the gods are alien invaders. I'm just going by what the text. Now, a lot of people will say, well, if you believe in aliens, you're pseudo, or, that's fantasy, right? This is what kills me about the religious people, but yet they believe that God and the angels don't come from the earth. That's literally an alien, bro. If you tell me, they tell, oh, I don't believe in aliens, but you believe in the angel Michael, though. Where does the angel?
When you say alien, most people will think of, the little gray with the big eyes and things of that nature. So when you say alien, elaborate on that, just for those who may think about the little green men. So we,
right.
People be thinking of shit. You know what I mean? So
extraterrestrial. It means outside the earth. Yeah, they give you that's what they do. People have the vision because of the movies, and they think it has to be some weird looking creature. It could be something that looks exactly like a human, or whatever. Right. It's just not from the earth. So by definition, angels and gods are extraterrestrials. By definition. So it's not no big thing. And so when you read into the text in religion, it's telling you that these are beings from another place who's claiming authority over the earth. It's literally an alien invasion takeover. It's Independence Day. And what do they do when you don't cooperate with them? Destroy you. Who has they even, how like in the movies, in the alien movies and shit, right? They be had like Independence Day. The aliens come in like, yo, we about to wipe the whole planet out.
Facts.
Because they have the technology. And what did they tell you that the gods do in their religions? What did Yahweh do? Said he caused the whole flood to come upon the earth. What did they do in the Sumerian text? The same thing. They say, yo, we don't like what's going on, and we're going to punish you. We're going to let you know who's in power and who's God. Now, one thing I want y'all to know about the force that I like to call the source, I don't even like to call it God or the creator. I just like to call it the source, is that when you have enough power, it humbles you. I always talk about, what I'm saying? I studied martial arts for a while, and the most dangerous men I know are the nicest people you will ever meet. You meet a real martial artist who's really disciplined. You probably know from his physical, but you wouldn't even probably know. You probably think it was a herb or something. He's just a nice, humble guy, like the Buddhist monks. Nice, humble people all sitting around, bowing to you, whatever. because the more power you get in a divine way, the humbler it makes you. Now, and that's an attribute of divinity. So when we're talking about the force behind everything in creation, it doesn't need to scream nothing. Worship me, do what I say. You gonna do it. It's in the design. It's operating everything. It ain't gotta say nothing. It ain't gotta say, praise me,
Facts.
worship me, sacrifice to me. Nigga, the very air you breathe, it's in control of. It ain't got to say nothing to you. It's in the air, the oxygen. You know what I'm saying? The nature and trees, the sun, moon, and stars, all of that you're looking at is source emanating, you know what I'm saying, manifesting into the physical.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? So one thing, how you know that all these gods are aliens and it's false, any god, so-called, asking you to worship, sacrifice, and be under complete obedience is an alien. And here's the thing, why do you even, where did the need to worship even come from? Nothing in nature does worship out, and only way things worship is by honoring nature. There's you don't ever see no elephants going through no ritual to bow down to some god. What in human beings, why is it something in us genetically that drives us, that says we have to be in obedience and worship something? And by the way, if you look up the worship, you'll see that the word literally means work. People think worship is going into, raising your hands and saying, worship means a worker. And even and that's why when you go into the Sumerian text, it says that the Adamu was created, and we got to get into that, the whole Adam story of why man was created. Even in the Bible, why was man created? What was the purpose? You remember?
You asking me a question, or you just?
I'm just.
Oh no! What? Say it again. No, you said why was man created?
Why was man created?
Oh yeah, most definitely. The man was created to be worker bees for the gods.
To till the ground.
Right.
To be a slave. It literally says that in the Bible. There was no man to till the ground. So you have two things going on here, because let's do this. We can wipe out the whole alien thing, right? And let's just bring it down to earthly understanding. Either way, it's a slave-making psychological process. If you don't want to believe in the gods or the aliens and the extraterrestrials and interdimensional beings, if we just bring it down to, if it was just men who wrote this, then it's still a slave-making process. The reason for creating Adam was for him to till the ground. Now, in terms of these gods, they run a reverse psychology. All right, they are the fallen ones. So this is what people don't understand when I talk about. You got to understand these beings are psychologically more advanced than you, and they study humans just like we study other animals. They are ascending. Some of them ascend, just like in the Owaspy, it says they ascend, right? But they can still have a choice to be good or evil or whatever. Right. You know what I'm saying? So these beings are a little bit more advanced and intelligent. So they know the psychology of human beings. So here's the big secret about what was written in the Bible, in the book of Enoch, about these fallen angels. Now they'll tell you, they make it look like these fallen angels is a totally different group from God. But then they tell you this is the sons of God. And they try to make it look like, oh, they rebelled against Yahweh. And it's no, they're all the same beings. That's why they call Elohim. Yahweh is just a part of the Elohim. They play the same. And so they play this game as if these are the bad guys, but these are the guys you're worshiping. The Christians, Muslims, and Jews will say other people in the world are worshiping the religions of the fallen angels, as if they're not all connected. So when you study the Sumerian text, you see that all these gods that people were worshiping and why they was warring with each other is because this was a family fight. So that means just like Enlil and Enki, that was a family feud. And in the Sumerian text, what happens is when the gods come, and you can also see this in the book of Deuteronomy, the earth was split up, just kind of how they split up Africa during the Berlin conference and said, okay, this is your territory. This is your territory. This is your territory. This belongs to the French. This belongs to the Germans. This belongs to the Dutch. You see the same thing happen in the Sumerian text. So when these gods, these Yahwehs, these Elohims, these Netaru, these all those names are fallen deities. Oh, for lack of a better term, they like to lay them fallen, but whatever, they're all family. And they are not the source. That's why they have some of the lower tendencies, and you see them doing the same things. We see these same gods in the Hindu text, in the Vedas. They're going to war with each other over territory, and humans are their pawns. You see what I'm saying? Just like today, right? When you go and you look at the wars that's happening, we know that the same forces behind all of them. Like today, we know that the Rothschilds funded the World War II. They funded both sides of the war. We know when America goes to war with Iraq, they both getting loans from the same bankers to go to war, because war costs money. So it's one power that's pulling the strings of both sides, making you think they're in opposition. The same thing, like when you look at the story of Egypt and the so-called Exodus, right? Who's pulling the strings on both parties' hearts? One party says, I'm gonna send you to say, go tell him to let my people go. On the other end, he says, I'm gonna harden Pharaoh's heart. So who's the one at war, and who's really behind it? It's not a war between the Egyptians and the Israelites. It's the God that's using both of them as pawns for his own purpose. So we see the same thing today. Who's when 9/11 happened, and they don't say it, but they seen it as Islam attacking America. What did they do? George Bush and them boys got together, prayed to Jesus, and dropped bombs on Afghanistan in the name of Jesus. But who's behind it? The same force is controlling all sides of the fence. So these gods, and that includes the God of your Bible, the people you call the Most High or whatever, that's ain't nothing but the head gangster. It ain't no different from saying Al Capone, You see what I'm saying? But y'all attribute that to the Most High, and what they have done is psychologically made us servants. Because I do believe in genetic experimentation, and I believe that Adam was a new type of Adam is a new type of man in the planet that was to be their mediators. That's why it tells you when they created Adam, it said we gave him dominion over all the earth and everything, and even over other people and over the heathen. And Israel becomes the battle axe of these gods. It literally says Israel is my battle axe.
Right.
So they become the mediators between these extraterrestrials and man, right? And so you see that. And even then, you see that sometimes it takes the other side. Like, for instance, when it says Israel, when you're not being a good little servant like you're supposed to be, what am I going to do? I'm going to send the Babylonians. Well, how the hell are you sending the Babylonians? Why? Because the Babylonian God is his brother. So when you look at all the different nations and the gods they worship, it's all, it's always a pantheon, whether it be in Egypt. And I'm going to say this too. The Egyptian God, let me tell y'all something about these gods. Every pantheon is the same gods. The Egyptian gods is the same ones in the Bible. The Elohim. In Egypt, they call them Netaru.
Let me interject right there. Now that we're going to Kemet, because it seems like everybody else in the world got deities except Kemet. Because when we deal with the Kemetic community, it's like all the deities are aspects of nature. Now, I respect that, but when we come to Osiris now, Osiris plays out a little different, because Osiris, when the judgment hall of Ma'at, he's sitting on the throne, and you see Hanifa coming through, got to get judged and all that. That's not an aspect of nature. That's something different. That's a court system. So go ahead and elaborate on the so-called gods of Egypt, because you have some people who don't believe that there are deities in Egypt. Those are just aspects of nature. No. But then when we look across the planet, we see deified deities all over the world, but not in Egypt. So elaborate on that, King.
What happened was our people used to deify nature. So yes, it was true. Like when you look at the original, all these systems have been corrupted, including the voodoo system. Voodoo system is one of the oldest systems alive, and it goes by many different names, but it basically has to do with nature worship or whether admiring nature. So yes, we deified the water, we deified the trees, we deified the air and certain stuff like that. We things that an earthling would do. Anybody who was on the earth would worship the sun. See, people, and what I mean by worship, I mean, you know how like in today's religions, they say, oh, you worship the sun, you're a pagan and whatever. If you are on earth, how can you not reverence the source of all life?
Thanks.
So by nature, when people seen the sun, yeah, they did, but it wasn't like they worshiped it as the almighty creator. So what happened when these deities came, they tricked the indigenous people because one day you're out and you're honoring Oshun, right? Who might be the goddess of the river. But what happened? What happened is a deity showed up and said, I am Oshun. A deity showed up and said, I am, you know, when you was reverencing the air or whatever, and then it appeared and said, yeah, I am the, you know, and so they infiltrated the indigenous systems by showing up, and the people not having enough knowledge, knowing where they came from, took these deities as their original deities. This is how the outside worship of gods came about. Before, on regular earthlings, we had no concept of gods outside of earth. We wouldn't even be concerned about what was really going on in the whole universe because you deal with your environment. So the trees were divine because it provided us the oxygen. The water was divine because it's your substance. And of course, the sun, you take the sun away, you're in the darkness all day. There's nothing. So these are the things we honor. But then these deities showed up and said, I'm the sun. And it was a dude named Ra. You see what I'm saying? Ra is a real interdimensional deity. Ra is Yahweh. So these are the same deities. And when you look at their pantheons, oh, this is what I want to say. All these pantheon are the same. Whether you go into the Netaru is the same as the Elohim, as the same as the Chitauri, is the same as Quetzalcoatl. You notice there's always this 7 to 9 major deities. Egypt.
So let me interject real quick when you said that. That's a good point to bring out. So you do not agree that these are separate deities or all one deity on some old what's the dude Funkadelic type of cat? Different one god playing different roles, different personalities, or the gods of Egypt Egyptian, or the gods of Suma, or the gods of India, or the gods of America. Just what's your take on that?
No, that's all family.
Okay.
It's a family indeed. Just like if me, you, and Cosmo and Cal, a couple of cats, got in our spaceship and went to some planet. You know what I'm saying? You found some primitive planet. You like, yo, you got this area, yo. These niggas is dope. You know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I had all the honeys bringing me goats and sheep and fruit. Nigga, I'm chilling over here. And then, you know what I'm saying? So, but we see, here's the consciousness. They do have what's called the unified consciousness because they're elevated beings. So they are one in a state where they operate as one. That's a consciousness. That's the higher consciousness. When you deal with higher beings, they don't deal with themselves as individuals like that. They see themselves as one conscious group in the unified consciousness field. So when you see them saying the Lord our God is one, that's what they mean. You know who says that? Listen, that's called a plural of majesty. If you ever go looking at the queen or anyone in the throne, when they speak, they say we. They don't just say I. It's called a plural of majesty. So the oneness people get, oh, there's only one God. That's called a plural. That's because they operate as one. But no, the gods of Egypt, the god of Sumeria, the gods of India, the gods of they're all the same gods. They're all just going under different names and languages. And like I say, in the Sumerian text, I forget what text that it is, they actually break up the earth. Enki had Abzu, which is Africa.
Right.
I forgot, you know, you had Enki, you had Niti, you had Murdoch. They actually split the planet up. And so, but within this family, just like today, you have what they call the royal families. They still beef. They ain't warring. Yo, when George Bush and Saddam Hussein went to war, they wasn't on the battlefield. George Bush was mad at Saddam Hussein for what he did to his father. He was avenging his father. But they're family, they're related. But they're not going to get on the battlefield. So they see humans as chess pieces and pawns. So it's just like me and you, we get into an argument, right? We're two high beings. We're not going to get out. What the hell? You know what I'm saying? I remember there was a Tupac movie. I forgot what it was. A Tupac was, what was the name of that movie? But anyway, he was on a basketball court and dude was like, yo, mama, and all this, you know, like trying to get. It wasn't Above the Rim. It was one of these down low movies that never really got big. It was Tupac was real close. He was like this gangster in the movie. Who was in that movie? There was a white boy in that movie.
That was the one close to one before he died, right?
Yeah. It wasn't Above the Rim, but it was another one. But anyway, they was on a basketball court. And dude was like trying to provoke, and Tupac was like, "What I look like fighting you? I have my man, go beat him up." You know what I'm saying? And that's what these gods do. That's why, in Israel is their number one tool. The people that you call the so-called Jews today are the mediators between these extraterrestrials and humanity. That's why they're their battle axe. That's why they own the banks. That's why they do this and this and that. You do not want to be Israel. Israel is the commanding army to keep humans in check on earth for Yahweh. Or should I say Yahwehs? Because this is a plural deity. And so if you think about what we're doing, people, think about it. Even if you look at Christianity, right?
Oh, Gridlock. That was the movie Gridlock, right? Because
Gridlock. Yeah, thanks, Cosmo and Cal. Gridlock. Think about this.
Q said it too. Q said it too. He said it first.
Oh, Q, yeah. What's up, Q? My favorite atheist in the building. We're gonna help that boy. That boy need Jesus. He need Jesus. That boy need Jesus. But if you look at what Christians and Muslims are saying, we have lost so much confidence as human beings because religion taught us that we was born in sin and we need God and all this. We're literally hoping and praying for Independence Day. Think about it. Aliens, Christians and Muslims and Jews believe, some of them, not all of them, believe the same. They're waiting for the day of an alien invasion where some aliens are going to crack the sky and take over the planet Earth. That's literally Independence Day.
Let me interject right there. Now, the Christian viewpoint may be a little different because the Christians believe that Jesus is coming back. Now, would you classify Jesus coming back as an alien extraterrestrial?
That's the alien invasion. That's an alien. Where's he coming back from? Where does he live? On a planet called heaven somewhere? Why is he in Earth affairs? And why? Think about this. This is why we got to have a big view of the universe. The Earth is a speck in the universe. Why is Jesus and the heavens and all the angels of heaven so? I mean, are they returning to other planets too to take over? Why Earth? Earth is a small. I don't think we can't perceive how big the universe is. Now, that's why you got some people in the flat Earth community that want to deny that there's solar systems and stars, but that's because in the Milky Way alone, there's millions of suns.
Right.
So why is all this drama around the Earth? This is some bullies. Y'all want to know who the gods are? They're higher consciousness bullies. And the reason they're in violation of universal law, where you're not supposed to intervene, and they show you this in the movies. You're not supposed to intervene with the evolution of a planet. When they go, you see on Star Trek, they tell them when they visit a planet, they're not supposed to intervene with the evolution or political affairs of that planet because they might not, they're still evolving and didn't get there. So you're talking about.
Let me interject real quick. So these gods, are these All right, like, who are these guys? Like, what are they? Are they light beings, spiritual beings? Are they tangible beings like us? Can they die? Like, elaborate. Like, are they from the earth, or if
I
they come
believe.
from somewhere else? Where what I mean? What about those type of answers?
Yeah, I couldn't tell you exactly where they come from because I think we're dealing with different levels. Because I think you're dealing with many type of entities in the universe. You have beings that come from other planets, and then you have beings that are higher than that are interdimensional, right? But these gods we're talking about, they might be immortal. If they're not immortal, they're damn near close to it. When you check this Sumerian kings list, it goes back over 300,000 years. You have gods that was ruling for 30,000 years. You have gods that ruled for 40, 50. How did they do this? So I believe that I don't know if these specific ones are immortal, but they definitely live long enough where you can call them immortal. And I believe we were once even immortal, and they manipulated our genetics. You see in the when the first so-called flood came, after the flood, God says, my spirit shall no longer dwell with man, and his days on the earth should be 120 days. Well, how do you do that? I mean, did the creator just wave his hand or whatever? And then when you look later on in Psalms, it said they reduced it to 70. And now you see that these people, that these gods are they're master geneticists. So I don't know. I think that they did things and they tweak our DNA, or they tweak the food on the earth. They corrupted the food. When you read the book of Enoch, it said they violated the plants and the animals. So when we go back in time, it seemed like they was manipulating genetics, and it's the same thing there. You see this obsession with genetics today. You know what I'm saying? And they're talking about that, death, right? Death is a disease. You know what I'm saying? So when they look at what death is, they know today that this is done through telomeres. It's almost like a clock on your cells that's programmed cell death. So they know if they could change the telomeres to stop, fading, then we would live much longer. Every biologist will tell you, if you look at the human body, it looks like it should go on and on and on. They don't understand why we exactly begin to die in age. At some point, the cells on the telomeres just say, oh, it's time to die. You know what I'm saying? And also, it's a psychology, because the human consciousness is a big electromagnetic field that's controlled by belief and perceptions. So if a newscaster got on the news today and said, new scientific discovery, we found out that the human body was meant to live 5,000 years, and you don't have to die at 80 or 100 and something. We're going to live 5. You would see people's lifespans expanding just from the belief. It's just like they used to say that that no man can run faster than a horse. I think it was the 100-yard dash. They say it's impossible to run it in less than, I don't know, it was like 8 point something seconds. And then I think it was either Jesse Owens who broke that record. They said was humanly impossible.
Right,
and after he did that, what happened? Everybody started doing it. What they said was impossible, after the first man broke that barrier, everyone started doing it. So they run genetic, not necessarily going in your genetics to manipulate you, but they run psychological programs that change your genetics. Your genetics are programmable by your beliefs. That's the programming language of your genetics. So this is why religion became so important, and why you got a Bible in every hotel, in the Qurans and the Bible, because that is the psychological prison of the earth. That's the alien control program. Think about it. If you want to go to another planet or somewhere and take over, you need a serious psychological program. The same way governments do it on their people now. You have to control what they think and believe about themselves. So they convinced us that they was our creators. They convinced us that we was born in sin and no good and couldn't live without them. You know what I'm saying? And so we've been passing down this belief that we have to have a God, and we got to rely on these gods and these extraterrestrials because humans are just not reliable, right? And what do people say when they talk about their imperfections? I'm only what? Human. Meaning there's not a lot of faith in humanity. And when you talk to Chris, that's what they say. The people say, "Oh, I don't believe that. That's something man invented." And it tells you, the Bible tells you, every man is a liar. Your life is nothing but a vapor. My thoughts are higher than yours. Don't lean not on your own understanding. All these things is to convince you that being human is not enough. So you have to rely on what they call gods, and they made it kind of spooky. So the psychological program could be more effective. So everybody that's in religion, you'll ask them, they'll say, I never trust a man, never trust a human being. I only trust God. Think about the psychology of that. Well, I will never trust another human.
Now, let me ask you this. You exposing the gods on the bondage, imprisonment of the mind aspect. What about, are there any good ones that, give you some good advice the same way you got these guys in bondage, putting the nations in bondage, or mentally enslaving the people, I should say? Are there any good ones that's talking righteous or something that could be beneficial to us as a god?
Yeah, me and you. You know what I'm saying? Nah, but I know what you mean. Like,
or I should say,
in that group,
are all the gods deceptive, or are there any ones that's like, all right, let's go help these niggas down here, whatever the case may be?
yeah, I do believe that, of course, because there wouldn't be no use of universal law, universal justice if things are able to run random in the universe.
Okay.
So I believe that, certain incidents that took place would probably, there's definitely a good side of other beings. I don't know exactly, what I'm saying, who they are. Because one thing I know, if it's telling you it's a god, it's evil. If it comes to you and asks for blood, if it asks for a sacrifice, and if it's asks you to bow down to it, that's not the one you want to take advice from.
Right. We clear that though. We clear that. But what
Right.
happens on the opposition? What would be like the words of somebody, or one of the gods that's coming in righteousness? Like, how will we be able to because we could distinguish, like brothers like me and you could distinguish the enslavement of the false gods, but you got a lot of people that still thinking that these false gods are created or whatever, or the
They
source.
follow universal law. A real elevated being you'll know they'll never violate your free will. Whether it's for good or bad, they're gonna leave the choice up to you because that's universal law.
Give me an
So,
example of that from a God's perspective coming to a human,
right.
just as we speak.
So let's just say I'm a good God or elevated being and I come to you. I'm going to just basically, in a sense, I can either telepathically give you information, or if there is some type of direct contact, it's going to be very gentle and give you the choice. And it'll just give you some information or enlightenment, but it won't be any conditions with it. Like, okay, you want some information? All right, well, go outside, grab a chicken and 2 ropes and tie that shit around a tree and do some ritual and all of that. So I believe that, and mostly, I think beings on the highest level, they're able to relate telepathically and through your heart. But at the end of the day, when you become enlightened, you won't talk to no other beings. You won't really need to.
No, I'm clear on that part, but
No,
I just
I know. Hold on.
yeah,
What I'm gonna say is that even those beings are gonna tell you to follow the source in your heart.
all right, that's what I want to hear. That's
You
what's
see
up.
what I'm saying?
Right.
Those beings ain't gonna try to just guide you and be your leader and like become great. Like they're gonna tell you that really they're gonna tell you the same thing, that the source is in your heart, the source of love is in your heart. Because as corny as it sounds, I believe and I come to know that the only true source behind everything is the spirit of love. That's what the source is. And that's why it encompasses all. And
Fact.
You know, and even in the teachings of Jesus, what I believe, I don't believe that I believe Jesus is the one that's supposed to come back as an extraterrestrial demon. But they took teachings, you know what I'm saying? Um, there are great teachings in the teachings of Jesus, and even in the Bible and Quran and all that. So what they do is they give you 99% truth. All you need is 1% poison. I always tell people rat poison is 99% food. 99%, it's only 1% poison. That's why rats eat it. So when we read these spiritual texts, they touch us in the heart because there's a lot of truth to what they're saying. But it only takes 1% poison to turn you into a servant and turn you into a worshiper. And today, think about it. You got more, I don't know, I think it's like more than half the world is in the Abrahamic faith. And you wonder why the world is crazy. It's because they're all worshiping the enemy of humanity. And that's Yahweh and his angels. And the proof is in the pudding. The Bible, Quran, and all that needs to be burned. I burn one every 3 days just to remind myself, because what we believe, I know what the religious people believe. They believe that man is just innately a wild, wicked character, and without the Bible, Quran, and Torah, and the belief in some spooky God, that man will just turn into hell overnight. And I believe it's the opposite. I believe that by nature, if we get rid of the toxicity, that we will return to our natural state. Even in the Bible, it says that they fell from a state. You know what I'm saying? And ultimately, too, another thing we got to realize is some of us are manifestations of these gods and demons. Like we believe it's just outside of humanity, but like, you know, some of us, you know what I'm saying, have a spiritual history, because this is not the first time I first go around. You know what I'm saying? We know that what makes us obviously is eternal. We are eternal beings too, because we come from the creator. So that's why it says that, you know, we was there in the beginning with the creator, but we're just the physical manifestations of that force. And we've been given the gift of individuality, though. So in a sense, the creator allowed us to have individual personalities, even though we are not separate from the creator. There can be nothing separate from the creator, but the gift is to allow you, just as the son has life in him, the father has life in, so the son has life in him. So we have the same attributes to be to make decisions. But some of the people walking around are these demons and gods manifested in the flesh. You know what I'm saying? So, but getting back real quick to what I was saying about we are their avatars. You know what I'm saying? Every physical body is an avatar for a spirit.
Right.
So some of these spirits live in human beings.
That's
You
true.
see what I'm saying? But I believe that when these beings came to the planet, that I always tell people about the movie Species. I believe that's exactly what's going on.
You talking about Species from back in the day?
Species. They had Species 1, 2, and 3. Remember, they sent.
I remember that.
Yeah, they sent some DNA to Earth, right? And the scientists are all giggly. Oh man, what is this? And they wanted to find out. And what did they do? They mixed that DNA with human to see what it would form, and it formed a human hybrid. And come to find out that the reason why they formed a human hybrid is because they wanted to kill all the goddamn humans on the earth and take over the earth. And they was obsessed with genetics and mating. And that white woman went around looking to mate and reproduce with a certain type of genetic, because in order to be on a planet, you got to have the genetic code, some of the genetic code to exist in the physical form on that planet. You see what I'm saying? And so to exist in that environment, you need some of the indigenous genetics. Why they're obsessed with indigenous women and all this genetics today. So now you got these hybrids walking around. You know what I'm saying? Sounds spooky. I believe it. I can't prove it, but from the ancient texts and what I see, matter of fact, the Israelites are hybrids. That's
When
why
you say hybrids, elaborate on that. What you mean when you say hybrids?
I mean that they have genetics that are not of the earth, that don't originate in the earth. When you look at the story of Adam, he's literally a genetic experiment. I believe that's where a lot of Eurasians come from.
So when
And
you say like, all right, so when you say like genetics, genetics is basically DNA.
Mhm.
DNA is basically 5 minerals: carbon, phosphorus, oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen. So if it's a hybrid or extraterrestrial, I'm thinking the mineral structure, it should be some hybridization there on the DNA level. So what do you think on that? Like, is there any manipulation on the DNA level? Maybe the arrangements and the codes of the DNA that could be
Absolutely.
hybridized?
Absolutely. Why you think there's certain families on this earth that will not mix?
Mm.
Why do you think a lot of the what you first? Let's do this. The origin of kings and queens has to do with hybridization. There's no such thing as a king or a queen before these beings came here. What makes you a king or a queen? You have something they call the right of kings. And what did the Egyptian pharaoh say? Said they was descended from the gods. What did the Chinese emperors say? That they were descended from the dragon gods. What did they say in India? That they was descended from the what did they say in the Americas? They was descended from the serpent gods. What did they say in the Dogon in Africa? These gods came down and showed them information and even slept with some of their women. In the book of Enoch, they talk about these angels sleeping with women. So
Even in the
indeed,
Waspi.
and this is what they call the right of kings. Other than that, what makes you a blue blood if we got the same exact genetics? And why, you know what I'm saying? You go back to Egypt, you see they would marry their half sisters, and they still do that today. They keep it in the family because there's some type of genetic vibration that they want to keep that allows them to be accessed by these other interdimensional beings or to be under more mind control. And so, because what's the big thing, right? When you look at the whole thing, like even in the Bible, why was it such a big thing to mix their seed? If we all come from one man, if everybody comes from Adam, and people will tell you, "Oh, that was the Nephilim." You know what I'm saying? They did the sons of God slept with these women and they created them, but they're not telling you that that's the reverse psychology, because it would be them who would not want to mix their genes because they want to keep their alien genes. A human is sleep with any human, it don't matter. And then when you read even in the book of Enoch and the book of Jubilees, Noah was a goddamn, his father didn't even believe it was his child.
He was white as snow.
White as snow, and he said he had the nature unlike any human, and he reminded him of the fallen ones. This is the father of the Israelites. Now, what I believe happened, I can't prove that.
Hold on. We got to pause right there.
Okay.
That's a powerful point, because I believe any Orthodox Hebrew who really studies, the reason why they avoid the book of Enoch, because it describes Enoch. I mean, not Enoch. It describes Noah as basically as well as put it in real terms as we could see and identify today, an albino.
Pale vampire.
Classifies an albino. So
when they try to say he was an albino, but that's true. It doesn't say anything about that, because how could he be an albino and perfect in his genes?
In the sense of appearance, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But what I'm saying is they try to say he was just a black man that had albinoism to still try to make him black. What I'm saying, the Bible said he was perfect in his genes, so there's no way he would have been used as the tool to start up humanity, so-called, if he was imperfect and if he had a disease. Albinoism is a disease.
Right.
So how is he perfect in his generations, and why would God use a man, an albino, to restart the earth? The fact is that they were starting a bloodline of these hybrids. And that was Noah. And that's why his father was like, yo, what's that? And I'm going to tell you something. When you look throughout the Bible, these women that are getting pregnant, it's because it's their husbands and not the fathers. That's why when you read do y'all know that in the Bible, Cain and Abel are twins? I can prove it right now if you don't believe me.
Pull
But
it up.
Cain
Nah, go
supposedly
ahead.
has a different father. He has a different nature, and he's not. You know what I'm saying?
So
So
since you brought that up right there, because I went through many school of thought. So when you bring up certain topics, it bring back certain school of thoughts. Now, one school of thought we ran with is when Cain and Abel, the way we used to differentiate that Abel was of Adam, but Cain was of the serpent. And then when you read the genealogy of Cain, you don't see he's listed with Adam. It's a separate genealogy.
right.
So, but now coming back to the serpent, like, all right, well, we know ain't no goddamn walking animals doing that. So who would be the serpent in if this serpent created, because she slept with the woman or whatever, produced Cain, and Cain got his own genealogy, and then the names is damn near like the names of Adam. You got an Enoch over here, you got an Enos over here.
Your bloodline is almost, if you look at the lineage, right? They got the exact same names almost.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
They're like giving you this war between these bloodlines. You know what I'm saying? I believe that they reverse everything though. So it's no coincidence that you have Cain, right, who's supposed to be the father, the son of the devil, supposedly, and the devil's really the good guy, by the way. But and then you have the Canaanites, who end up being the enemies of Israel and the God and people you're supposed to stay away from, and all of that. And when you look at Cain and the Canaanites, is basically referring to the people who are human.
So hold up, before you go there, would you classify the Canaanites of the land of Cain, the descendants of Cain and Abel Cain?
No, I won't say that, because like if you read the Bible, no. But we know the Bible is not a literal.
Yeah, just on a theological level.
Yeah, I connect. I definitely connect Cain and the Canaanites. And if you look at what your enemy tells you, what do they tell you? The Mormons tell you that Cain was the seed, was black, and he was representation of Satan on earth. The Mormons tell you that. The British Israelites tell you that. You know what I'm saying? The Mormons say that there was a war in heaven, and that there were certain angels who sided with Jesus, and there was other angels who sided with Satan, and the ones who sided with Satan or didn't make a decision was turned. Yes, albinism is a disease. Cosmon Cal, yes. It's a disease, bro. It's a lack of melanin. It's a disease.
Started.
Yeah, it's an actual disease. Look it up, bro.
It's a recessive gene.
Yeah, it's a disease. It's like you can look. It's almost a form of leprosy. But anyway,
it's really just a deficiency of carbon.
Yeah, but there's a gene related to it that's mutated, that's causing a problem. That's a disease.
Right.
And
On a genetic level, the deficiency will come in the carbon cell. But go ahead, though.
Right. So they say that they didn't make a decision, and so all of this played out on Earth, and the ones who chose with Satan, they became the black people on Earth. And then that was all related to the curse of Ham and all that type of stuff. So I believe it's all a little bit convoluted, but I know that they connect Cain and the Canaanites to indigenous people. And you notice they say, when you look at who did all this attacking, who did all this killing and colonizing, it was always Eurasians. Because I believe that something happened up in the mountains with the Eurasians cut a deal with these extraterrestrial beings for power. Or
all right. So when you say the Eurasians, are you talking about like what land, man? What area you referring to? Like
I'm talking about Eurasia, Turkey, where the boat landed. Eurasia,
okay.
in the Black Sea. There's a lot of information surrounding that area. Like you got Gobek Tepe over there, what they said is a city that goes back 12,000 years. And why in the hell? Listen to this, y'all. For y'all that want to be Israel, man, I know the psychology. I want y'all to listen close. You are identifying with your controllers and killers. Why did the boat land in Turkey? Is it a big coincidence? But when we look at where all these people attack from and where they come from, it's the same area. When you look at the Turks, when you look at the Hittites, where they come from, Turkey. You look at the Amorites, they come from the mountains of Syria. When you look at the so-called Khazars, they're coming from this area. When you look at when they attack Egypt, these people are coming from this, what's called the Eurasian steppe. And this is connected to why the Nazis, you know, the British Israelites, they identify as the true Israelites, and they have more of a way better argument than black people. But when you look at where they originate from, that they call it an Aryan invasion. You have an Aryan invasion in 1500 BC, which is around the same time as Abraham, by the way. And then before that, you have another one where these same people, they invade India and they set up the caste system. This is when they took over the black Dravidians, and they're all coming through the Eurasian steppe. Get a map, please, and look up Eurasian. Matter of fact, let's just do this.
Yeah, throw it on there and I'll share it. We got Lex Vortex in the building. Give me a word in the chat if y'all getting this understanding from my brother Lex Vortex.
Let me see if I can.
That's going. We could run the rhythm.
Get it.
Let me grab some drink real quick.
Yeah. Peace to the people, man. Glad to see y'all in the building. Dark Side Official TV too. Also, make sure you go subscribe and welcome to the dark side of the force. I'm gonna tell you why we say dark side, but I'm trying to find a
Leave your link in the chat, yo. Leave your link in the chat.
Yeah. Here it is right here. Let me open this up.
It's a vibes.
Yeah, it's the vibes. Peace out to my man, to the people, man. Peace out to even you, my old Waspy brothers. I know y'all sitting there like, yeah, nigga, all of that's no Waspy, nigga. Yeah, y'all better stop
over here, man.
Oh,
I'm gonna
yeah,
open up the lines too for the people who want to, come in and raise some questions for a hot minute.
I hate
you know
to
what
tell y'all, but Jehovah's the devil. But let's look at this.
So let me know when you share your screen. I'll share it for you.
I got it shared.
All right, let's get into this. Now we get into the illustrations. This is the fun part. All right.
Especially Cosmo Cal. I can hear him now. Nigga, everything you saying is in the Owaspy.
Kanye. Oh, y'all about if he come on, it's going down.
It's gonna be some fight. He gonna get this work too.
I'm just narrating tonight
with that Indian crap he be talking. But anyway,
you can spread that and make it bigger.
Yeah. Hold on. Let me go to. All right. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, it's still a little small, but I can see it though.
Yeah, I'll try to blow it up a little bit more. It's yeah. So when you look at these lands, this is the Eurasian steppe up here. You see where it says Western steppe and then the Eastern steppe. They call this the Eurasian steppe. You see Kazakhstan, Ukraine, Turkey right here. This is the entering. This is where all these people attack from. You see where Arabia is? How do you get into Arabia in Africa? You come down through this Eurasian steppe right here, through Turkey. That's why Turkey has always been one of the number one spots, man. Turkey, what they call, what's the name for it today? Anatolia. They try to hide it with that name now, Anatolia. These people see the Black Sea right here in Caspian Sea, the Caucasus Mountains. This is the area where your beloved Hebrews come from, bruh. Okay, they come down through here, and then it's linked to the Aryan invasion. The Aryan invasion, these are the same people that came into India and hijacked the Ethiopian civilization there. You see what I'm saying? And they set up the caste system, and that's why that when you look at Abraham is another word for Brahmin. If you look at the story of Brahmin in India, Brahmin's wife is named Sarah Shakti. It's also a river in India. Did y'all ever hear this? How is that possible? Abraham, because there's a link between the Aryans and these Brahmins. That's why the British Israelites and Germans were linking all this stuff to the Aryan race. They came in India, they set up the caste system, and Indra is the same God as Jehovah and Yahweh and all them. If you look up in the Vedas, the god is Indra. The god Indra hated the Sudras. Sudras is just like the Canaanites. And you'll see they have prayers saying that Indra is going to wipe out these black, nasty Sudras. And who were the Sudras when they got there? Those were the Kushite people in India. This is in the Vedas, y'all. So when they come into India, where do they go after that? They come right over and migrate. And the Bible even gives you the migration pattern. They tell you Abraham. See, what one thing you got to realize about what the Bible does, it's not real history, but it's loosely based on some hidden history, but it's showing you the migration patterns of these people. Abraham comes in from where they say he came from. I forgot the word in the Bible, but basically he coming from Turkey into Arabia. If you look up that word, it's called what is it? Hebron? No, I forgot. But it's when you look it up, it's another word from Turkey where it said when he left Mesopotamia and he went into another place, he enters into Turkey.
You talking about Haran? You talking about that?
Haran. Haran is Turkey, people. So it's showing you the migrate. How is it that history lines up with the migration patterns of these invading aliens? That's right. Thank you, Chris. You're in Haran. This is Turkey. So when these Aryans come in and they go under these different names, y'all, Amorites, the Amorites and Hittites are not the ones in the Bible. They don't descend from Canaan. That whole bloodline is garbage. That's just the political view of the priest that day that they're using to take people's lands. The Amorites and Hittites, the Hyksos, which are the Hebrew, these are all the same stock of people from Eurasia. How do you know? If you look up the common thing, what do they come with? The horse and the carriage. They tell you the Hyksos came into Egypt with it. The Hittites came with it. These people that
didn't they say that came from the Mesopotamians, the chariot or whatever?
Well, yeah,
you heard that before?
Yeah, but you'll see it comes from what they call the Yamna culture. And this is one of the early cultures in the Eurasian steppe that ends up taking over India. And from India, they move into these lands. That's why Iran is what? Iran is another word for Aryan. When you talk about, then you look at these people that they call the Persians, that these are the same stock of people.
But hold up now. When you look at the ancient icons of the Persians, you see them with real brown skin. What's your take on that? Like, are those the same people, or did the Eurasians come and mix with those Persians, producing what we see today?
It's both. Eurasians have brown skin. That's why we got to stop this black. See, another thing that a lot of Hebrew Israelites do is they say the Israelites were black, and then they'll show some pictures of some so-called Semites and say, look, they look black. No, Eurasians come in black, red, and brown. They wasn't just white. East Indians are Eurasians. They're darker than Africans.
Okay.
They're some of the darkest people on the planet, but the main way you can tell is that hair, baby. That hair.
All right, well, pause right there. What about the Assyrian relief where it shows the captivity of the Hebrews going in and it shows them with the cornrows or the naughty beards and all that? What's your take on that? You ever seen that relief before?
Yeah, I see. You talking about the
Black Assyria obelisk?
Yeah, they call it.
What's your take on that?
It don't mean nothing. You had a lot of those people on there are not even really Israelites.
I heard that too.
Those are Nubians. Because the Nubians went up in that area, and remember, it was Taharka that went in there to help the Israelites against the so-called Assyrians. So,
but what about the picture they had of I don't know if he was a prophet or what it was, but Jehu the one bowing down, kissing the feet of the Assyrians. You know the Israelites like to make niggas kiss their feet, but their prophet was over there kissing feet, and they got it printed thousands of years for the whole world to see that y'all niggas was kissing boot.
Yeah, I think that they mix up these pictures a lot.
Mm-hmm.
Now, we got to understand that the religion of Judaism comes out of the Cushitic people that they like to label Canaanites, not the Canaanites in the Bible, y'all. You got to understand that the historians are playing games with that word. All right. Who would be the original people in the Levant? Who was there before the invaders came? Cushitic people. The Kushite Empire spread all the way from Africa into India. These are the people who will be in that land. Now they try to convolute you and trick you and say, oh, now what happened later on, anybody in that area, they label Canaanites. But so when these Aryans came and Eurasians came in, yes, they mixed with the people. And therefore you got all types of people looking. So there's no one look to these people. You got Eurasians with locks in their hair. Matter of fact, the locks were brought to Jamaica by Indians.
Goddamn right. The Sadu boys, they bought that shit.
You see what I'm saying? So when people try to, that's why these arguments for blackness is ridiculous, bro. If like, let me do this real quick because I always do this. Let me go back for a second.
Because if you look at the Sadu culture in India, you can see a lot of similarities with the Rastafarian culture.
Yeah. How did Corey get
the garments, the smoke, the ganja, you know what I mean? They brought that shit to the Caribbean. Because I remember my mother told me them stories. She told me them stories how, you know what I mean? They
Let me share my screen real quick, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, Ken.
Let's show you how ridiculous Israelites are with their arguments. They was talking about they were people of color. They were black. This is images of people in East India. These are not white people. They're Eurasians. Look at this woman right here and her boy. There's some Negroes in America that look like this, but you can see they always got that straight hair. If you look up, if we go down, you can go from Turkey to the Ukraine to Afghanistan. These are the same.
Put a Sadu real quick. Put a Sadu.
A what?
Sadu. Put in that SADHU. Sadu Indian. SADHU.
Okay. My H is right there. All right. H. Oh yeah, the Sahu.
See, that's where the Rastafarians mimicked the culture from, because they came to the East Indians. They came like in the 1800s, and they brought that culture. They brought the ganja, they brought the curry, they brought the goddamn the roti, and they brought the locks. My mother used to tell me the story.
Like, you look at this dude right here. This is not a white man. You know what I'm saying? And so when people get into seeing that the Israelites are black, like, what are you really saying? We know they're not niggas. None of them niggas. Why they never look like Wesley Snipes? Nowhere. So, you know what I'm saying? When you look at, and then when you look at the pictures of them depicted on the walls of Egypt, they're clearly Eurasians, yo. You can see they call them the Habaru, the Shasu. You know what I'm saying? These people are invaders, y'all, of indigenous people. But we were so beat down, and since we were indoctrinated into the Abrahamic religions, that we think it's cool, that we really believe that they're the chosen people of God. The question is, they're chosen of what God? They're the chosen people of Satan, nigga. Why you want to be that?
Well, hold up. I just got them. It's funny you say that, because it just hit me now. You remember your brother was on, and he was saying that Satan is the real God.
Yeah. That's my man. Yeah, my man from the House of Monroe. Yo,
yeah. Peace to the God, man. He a cool cat. But so I remember when
they associate us with Satan. We are the people of Satan. We are the people of darkness.
That's right. Now let's speak on that. Let's speak on that real quick. So I remember when he was talking, you was in agreement with what he was saying, and his approach was that Satan is a true God, and the Canaanites was what now? We are the Canaanites, is what you were saying. Did you
Yeah,
say that?
if we were to identify with anybody in the Bible, we should be proud Canaanites.
Now, why is that, according to you?
Because that's what history says, and that's what your enemies know. When they attacked you, they told you these people were Canaanites, they were destined to be slaves. They did it in the Americas, they did it in Africa. When the Islamists came, the reason why Arabs was treating Africans so bad is because they said these people were destined to be slaves. They are descendants of the Canaanites. When they came to the Americas, they actually said the same thing. And then when you look at the Bible, who is being invaded? The Canaanites ain't causing no smoke. They're there first, bruh. Y'all are looking for a place to roam. What people are the wandering people of the earth? It wasn't us, bruh. What makes you think niggas is roaming around in the desert looking for somewhere to live, bruh? That's we're a tropical people, bro. We come from Africa, and yes, some of us was in the Americas, all over the earth. We wasn't these people. Let me tell y'all a book y'all gotta read. It's called Black Spark, White Fire. Everybody should put that on their on their book list, so you can see the difference, the cultural difference between what was going on in Eurasia and the difference what's going on with people in the islands and in tropical places, bro. We not roaming around. Like, I'm not saying none of us was, you know what I'm saying? But these people, we know who the people who were roaming around, wandering, looking for food and all that, bro. It wasn't no people in Jamaica. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I mean? Like, come on. So, like, how do people relate to that story? I don't know. You know what I'm saying? And so it's crazy. So, yes, we are the Canaanites, bro. We're like, if you want to have any identity in the Bible, you're a Canaanite. That's the only position you could play in there. Because let me tell you right now, niggas is not conquerors, bro. It's not even in your nature. You want to party but when the last time you seen a really Negro people try to invade somebody? You got little tribal wars. We just like the Bloods and the Crips or whatever, tribal wars in Africa. We had tribal wars here, but you never see any indigenous people going to someone's land saying you can't have your religion. You got to give us all power. We're taking over this because we already have a place to live, bro.
So let me ask you this. All right, so you got some people who don't, the biblical characters are all fictional or whatever. You know what I mean? But what about like places like Baalbek in the land of Canaan, like Lebanon over there? That big ass, it's like a big ass monument the niggas was working on and was laying on its side. You know what I mean? You seen that picture before, Baalbek?
What about it though?
Like, as far as the culture, the cultural history, or evidence of Canaanite civilization, because we see a little bit of Mesopotamia. We see, like, if you're familiar with the Ebla tablets.
Yeah.
They got Ebla mean white stone, so they got the little village or whatever. It shows you, like, what I mean?
Yeah. I think it's going to be hard because you have these people that came in and became that we intermarried with them, and so it's a convolution of code. We can't. It depends on what time period. Like when you look at the Hittites, Hittite is the oldest. Now, answer this: how could Heth produce the Hittites that come from Cain, which supposedly came from Ham? And Ham was supposed to be the father of black people, according to their narrative. But the Hittites are a group of Indo-Europeans that speak the oldest Indo-European language on the earth. Hittite is it's the oldest European language on the earth. And this is how you know these people, they didn't even have a name. We can't even identify them. If you look up the history of the Hittites, there was a people there that they called the Hatti people. Remember, I talked about that last time and how the Hatti and Haiti. I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I think there's a connection there. But the Hatti people, they usurp these people called the Hatti people, which I believe are just Cushites, obviously, and they become the Hittites. They take on their name and they speak an Indo-European language. So the Bible lineage is garbage, son. They're confusing people with that. So we know that the people that they're saying come from Cain and all that is nonsense. They're talking, they're tricking you. It's the Hittites and the Israelites are the same people. The sea peoples, the people they call the sea people, the same people. It's these Eurasians that's invading our people, yo. There's no, listen, when you look at the original pre-dynastic Egypt, they have the same problems with these people. The
All
people.
right, let's pause right there. I'm glad you said that. All right, so when you say pre-dynastic, that brings me to Narmer Palette. And then the whole purpose of Narmer, he was battling these niggas to unify the upper and lower. But the thing is this, the people he was in conflict with, them niggas got afros. And well, some of them, they repainted or whatever, but
yeah.
Some people, I heard some.
The Nubians were hooking up with the Hyksos, man. Listen, you see our people, we've been dealing with sellouts for a long, it ain't nothing changed. The Nubians were hooking up with the Hyksos. But
so them niggas was, if Narmer came and battling them niggas, that means they was there already.
I believe that. We was all over. I mean, we was all over the planet. I ain't gonna say.
No, I'm talking about. No, this is what I was getting at. I
okay.
heard some. I think I heard. I don't know if it was Ashar Kwesi or one of them niggas. They were saying that those were Asiatics.
Yeah.
So I said, if those were Asiatics, then you saying that those Asiatics was occupying. What would that be? Lower Kemet, Lower Egypt, 3100 BC. You just admitted that basically. Because if Narmer's coming there to kill these cats off to get them out the land so he can unify the land, that let us know that how long these people was occupying that land prior to Narmer being there. We're talking about pre-dynastic times. And then when you look at some of the pre-dynastic reliefs, you see a lot of Mesopotamia artifacts over there in pre-dynastic time. Like you see the little lines with the two head woven in.
Right.
You find that, you see that, it's a couple Mesopotamian reliefs with that artifact on there.
Yeah, yeah.
And then it's another.
You know why too?
Go ahead.
Because a lot of what we call Mesopotamia is convoluted. Because the real Mesopotamians are Cushites. You see what I'm saying?
Because you see the niggas with the lofty beds.
Yeah.
On the Arab, not the Garab. I forgot the name of it, how to pronounce it, but it's a little like a little artifact, and it shows the guy with the two lights pushing the two lions back. He got a big lofty bed.
Right.
So now go ahead.
No, finish up, bro.
No, I was just about to say we talking pre-dynastic times. That's all.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. I believe a lot of the history is convoluted because the original people in those areas are obviously African Kushite people. And then when these other people comes in, art changes. And then let me tell you something. Our priesthoods were wicked. The priesthood became corrupted, just like the Amun-Ra priesthood became corrupted, the Levitical priesthood, the Melchizedekian priesthood.
Okay, so you're talking about the New Kingdom then?
Yeah, I'm talking. And even in the
kingdom, I guess the priesthood was like from the Old Kingdom to the Middle Kingdom to the New Kingdom. It's probably a different priesthood system or different.
Now, I believe they kept the line. I believe they kept the blood. Like the priest stayed in power.
Okay.
And so when you look at when these people come in, the priests are corrupt and they cut deals with these people and they initiated a lot of them into the priesthood for a couple of reasons. One reason is the Assyrians, and like that's why when you read in the Bible, Moses goes into Midian. Those Midianites are Cushites, bro. They trick you with these names. So Moses goes into Midian, and Moses represents these people. Moses is initiated by Jethro. That's the secret doctrine. So, but it's telling you that when we was dealing with a lot of these people, you had corrupt priesthood, but also the priests were trying to civilize these people. They said, how are we going to deal with these people? If you read about the Amorites, which is really who the Hebrews are, the Israelites, they're a group of Amorites and Hittites. It's the Israelite, the 12 tribes of Israel become a confederation of these Eurasian tribes. There's nobody who had 12 sons and they all became a tribe. They basically different groups that came together and formed a confederation. They're a group of Hittites, Amorites, Gudians, all these Eurasian people. But when they come in, the Assyrians say these people are so barbaric. They say they don't bury their dead. They eat raw meat and all this. But they're here. How are we going to deal with them? So they thought, a lot of the Cushitic Egyptian priesthood thought that they could deal with them by initiating them into the mystery systems, and it was a form of civilizing. The Torah, let me give y'all a secret about this. It's not really a secret. The Torah, that's why Paul tells you in the New Testament, the law is not for the righteous, but for the wicked. The Torah was an attempt by the Cushitic priesthoods to civilize these people. That's why they was giving these basic laws, bro. Like, yo, I tell you what, y'all don't eat raw. Y'all eat raw meat now. Okay, let's run some guidelines. If you're gonna be trying to marry our daughters, we gotta deal with y'all. We know, listen, man, we gotta clean these dudes up. That's why you start seeing all these laws against leprosy and what foods to eat, and you can't sleep with your mama and all that. Because if you read what was going on in Eurasia, people sleeping with their mothers and all that was common practice. This was not no laws for our people. This was to civilize these people. And so, but this is where we messed up, because once you initiated them into some of the mysteries, they said, but what we're going to hit them over the head so they can forget what they taught us. And this is the birth of European Freemasonry. Freemasonry is not evil. Freemasonry comes from the priesthood of our ancient ancestors. European Freemasonry is trying, and the Moors did this when they went into Europe too. When they was ruling Europe, they initiated these people into the mysteries and the rites, and they turned around and hit them over the head and said, thank you very much. And we're never going to try to keep this information from you forever. So they know. And this is where Elijah Muhammad comes and talk about how they tried to civilize these people. That story, the whole Yaqub story, and how they was trying to civilize these people. The Israelites are savages who needed to be civilized. They cut a deal with extraterrestrials for power and became the middlemen. And why would you want to be that? The reason why you want to be that is because you were raised in Christianity and told that these were God's chosen people and they have all the blessings, and you were nothing, and you were these lowly cursed Hamites and Canaanites. So nobody wants to be the Hamites and Canaanites, but true history says it's the Canaanites and according to the Bible, these are the true people of the land, the original people of the land. Now you got people walking around talking about they indigenous, like your man Cosmo Cat. And that's fine, because we are. But if you're indigenous, why would you want to be the invader without a land? Remember, Israel had no homeland. That's why you can see them today. That's why they created Israel in the modern day, because they had no homeland. The Jews is going to make goddamn Ghana Israel at one point in time. They was looking at Zimbabwe. They was just trying to find a place to say this is ours. And they finally got it done in 1948. And then they made up these bullshit scriptures called the Dead Sea Scrolls. Those are all fakes. The Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1948, I believe. Do y'all know what year Israel was established as a state? 1947. It was to legitimize them in history and to legitimize Judaism so they can partly justify taking those people's lands over there. The Dead Sea Scrolls are fake, brothers. If you look up Dead Sea Scrolls, you'll see that they had these Dead Sea Scrolls in a museum for years. They paid millions of dollars for these so-called Dead Sea Scrolls. And guess what happened? They found out that they was fakes and they removed them from the museum. So if they can fake it like that, what else? They faked it all. These, because they know, because this is what I believe. I can't necessarily prove this, but when you go look back into what happened in Egypt with the Greeks, they give you the story about how so-called you had these Israelites. The Ptolemy wanted a translation of the Hebrew scriptures, and so he commissioned 72 elders to write, and this becomes the Septuagint in 285 BC. Right. Bull crap. We know the story was a lie. They got it from the pseudo letter of Aristeas. Right. So the question becomes, where did it come from? And we notice around the same time, they're burning down libraries and burning all the books up. And I believe that they took a combination of the stuff they found in Egypt and they encoded it in the Septuagint. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Because we don't have.
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie. When I read that story of how the Septuagint came about, I was like, nah, this shit don't even sound right. This shit ain't hitting. Like when I first read that shit about, I was like, this shit just ain't clicking, yo. This shit just, my spirit was just like, nah, it's there. I'm reading it, it's documented, but it's just like, nah, this shit just ain't hitting right.
No, they lied. So Israel is a confederation of Eurasian groups that decided, yo, this is how we gonna get these people, man. This is how, you know what I'm saying? We gonna get this gold, this land, all this fruits and vegetables and sunlight. Man, y'all been over here living good for a long time. And I'm gonna tell you though, some of it is karma. Because we had some wicked priests back in the day. And this goes back to the Yacubian story.
Well,
and
before you go to the Yacubian story, I'm glad you brought that priesthood. Now, you got the priesthood of Aaron. It says Moses learned all the wisdom of the Egyptians. You know what I mean? Almost the first is the only time period in history we have a mass migration coming out. So the priesthood of Aaron, would you classify those priesthoods as an extension of the Egyptian priesthoods or something totally separate? Like, because the Israelites are trying to say, well, the priesthood of Aaron and the law of sacrifice, as if they didn't borrow none of that shit out of Egypt. It's like them niggas got a fresh start or some shit, when you can see all that shit practice basically going on in Egypt.
Yeah.
The sacrificing of the animals and all that type of stuff, the honoring of the gods and all that.
Yeah, I think I connect that to Akhenaten. And
okay.
A lot of people don't believe it, but when we look at Moses and what he's done, we can clearly see this is connected to Akhenaten. Akhenaten was an Egyptian, but his and you can see the story, and I can make the connections for you, just like Amarna, you know what I'm saying, is connected to what was the name of the Israelite kingdom?
You talking about the Amarna letters?
Well, what the name of his city was Amarna, Akhenaten, where they lived. That's why they call it Amarna letters. And you have in the Bible, Amarna is called the kingdom of Omri. Go look up the word Omri that they translated in the Bible, and you'll see it's very similar to Amarna and what it goes back to. And you'll see that when they tell the story of Omri, you're gonna see something. You know what I'm saying? But I believe that a lot of this stuff is misconstrued and convoluted, but I don't think we see that 18th dynasty, and like you said, in almost most of the Bible stories is surrounded around the 18th dynasty of Egypt. So, like you said,
and what? I'm glad you brought that up, because to me, that'll be a good way to see what was going on in Canaan, because a lot of the campaigns was going on in Canaan during the New Kingdom.
Exactly.
So with that'll give you a glimpse of how the Canaanites was living. You know what I mean? Because there was a lot of wars, a lot of stuff got destroyed. Because that's like a highway, like you say, that route coming in from Eurasia or Turkey and them, or Asia coming into, that's a highway damn there. So it's always wars in that area. So the stability of keeping, civilization intact is going to be rare. But if you could catch them in the documents of like Kemet, who had these campaigns in the New Kingdom, now we can get a glimpse. Even in the papyrus of the Tale of Senihu, and that's in the second millennium BC.
Right.
It's a tale called Senihu, and he takes a trip to the land of Canaan, and he described the land of Canaan like milk and honey.
Right.
And that's documented during the shit. That's damn near the middle. That's the beginning of the Middle Kingdom, if I'm not mistaken, or during the Middle Kingdom.
Yeah, and he also did something with some magic where he turned blood into the river or something like that.
Right.
There's some people who say Moses was Sinahu. They try to say that because of the similarity of the stories. It's a compilation, but it's built around Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty. Now, here's the thing with Akhenaten. Akhenaten was a goddamn hybrid weirdo. But the problem with the priesthood in Akhenaten is Akhenaten's bloodline was said to be from a marriage with a non-Egyptian woman. It was a Hebrew, his mama.
Who talking about Akhenaten?
Yeah. I forgot who his mama was, but she was said to be like a foreigner, a Libyan, or one of them Hyksos or something. But so according to Egypt, which Egypt is a bunch of hybrid motherfuckers too on the low, late, especially dynastic Egypt. They were black, but they had that alien seed in them, because that's the only way people start talking about royalty.
Would you classify the Egyptians separate from the Nubians? Because like when
No.
you look at some of the documents, it's like there was war like the
Egyptians. If you read, that's why it's important to read the elders' work. If you read The Destruction of Black Civilization by Chancellor Williams, he lays out why the Nubians. You know how some people try to say, "Oh, the Egyptians enslaved the Nubians," and they was going. No, that's not what happened. The Nubians are actually the original Egyptians, bro.
Okay.
So, but Upper Egypt, Lower Egypt becomes the mixing spot. This is where the Hebrews infiltrate the bloodline. And so when you look at a lot of dynastic Egypt, they're mixed blood with Hebrews. And so the Nubians are like, yo, what's up with this? Y'all are putting these people on the throne. So there's the Nubian Egyptian conflict is a conflict, a bloodline conflict. And Chancellor Williams lays this out nice. But if you look at who the original Egyptian was, they are Nubians.
So when you say that, like, so that'll be basically Narmer lineage in a sense. Because they say Narmer came up from from the south,
Libya,
or the north, or whatever,
something like that. I'm not really that. I have to really look more into Narmer. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, because they said Narmer came from the south or whatever, which would be like Nubia, and he came up.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was like.
Okay, yeah. Narmer and Taharqa did the same thing.
Right.
Right. So the Egyptians become this mixed breed royal family, and that's why they have conflict with the Nubians to some degree. And so Akhenaten was said. So when you look at like Amos and them, these are Nubians. They're called the what do they call them? I forgot, but they're Amos and Kamos and all them.
Yeah.
This is why they rebelled, and eventually the ones that kicked the Hyksos out.
Right.
Because it becomes a thing. Now, remember, the Hyksos was sitting on the throne just like regular Egyptians. They have a bloodline in Egypt. This is why this is the connection between the 18th dynasty and the Israelites. When Akhenaten leaves out of Egypt, some say he got kicked out. Some say he was crucified on the low. There's a lot of stuff going on esoterically, but Akhenaten, he's going. Now, remember, when you read the Bible, they're talking about destroying images, don't do as the Egyptians do all this stuff that was going on in Egypt. Akhenaten was doing the exact same thing. And he's the one that so-called brought about this worship of Aten, the one light power or whatever. Same thing as Moses. And he's shutting down all the temples of the Amorite priesthood. That's a major problem. Now, the Amorite priesthood is corrupt anyway, because the reason Akhenaten wasn't totally wrong, because Akhenaten seen y'all just extracting money. Y'all got 100 different gods. Y'all got people paying, you know what I'm saying? Anyway, but either way, he's messing up traditions of thousands of years. And just when you look in the work of Manito, he talks about it. He talks about this.
I'm gonna let you finish.
Okay,
but to interject, even the book of Leviticus gives you a detailed account of the priesthood and what they do, and it's just, you can see the savagery going on there. But go ahead though.
Right, and so that is linked to the 18th dynasty. When you look at David, the story of David is nothing but the story of Thutmoses the third and Thutmoses the second. These were the people that was fighting the Philistines. The Philistines didn't even exist during the time of a David. There was never a David. There's never been a kingdom of Israel found. There's never been a great temple found. Only temples you found close to what they even describe in Israel is the temple of Dendera. When you talk about the ark, that's also the Ark of the Covenant. That's Egyptian. That's how you know there's this link to Akhenaten in the 18th dynasty in Egypt. When you look at the characters, I can take the major characters in the Bible like David, Solomon, and all that, and I can link them up with
I remember.
different real history of the Egyptian pharaohs.
I remember it was a video years ago, back when, like, before 2012. It was a video, like a European lady, like with an English accent, and she put that shit together with the characters of the Bible and the Egyptian pharaohs and shit.
Yeah, yeah. I forgot which one it was, but the one who went and conquered Jerusalem, was it Amenhotep II? He's the one that put the Ark of Ra in Jerusalem, bruh. That's documented history. And so what I'm saying, when it comes to Moses and these characters in the Bible, these people concocted a combination of Egyptian history. Then you got some Sumerian text, you got Persian stuff in there, you got Indian stuff in there. Because like I said, Abraham is a Brahmin. He's an Aryan. Go look up when it said he left from his house and he went into Haran. Haran is in Turkey. From Haran, they go and invade Canaan. Now, you know how you know they're telling you a secret history? Abraham goes to war with what was it, 7 kings? You remember that in the Bible?
Yeah. Nigga went to Babylon, go get a lot of some shit like that back or something.
It was like 12 kings or something that Abraham. How is Abraham and his son, a couple of sheep, and his kids going to war with kings? Because they're not, it's Abraham's. Brom, they're giving you a migration pattern. How the hell is Abraham fighting with kings?
And being victorious at that.
Right. So exactly. And so they say he had like 300 servants. He had 300 soldiers, if anything. It was probably 3,000 of them goddamn nomadic Amorites. Now, what's important is you got to know this. During the time of Abraham, this is called the third, just a coincidence. If you look at the time period, who's ruling Mesopotamia at the time of Abraham? It is not the Sumerians. It's the Amorites. Let me pull it up for y'all. Look up. Let me show you. So it's called the third Amorite period. The Amorites are Israelites. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Oh, I got to show this on this show today. When you look up and it said, what did the Bible call Moses? He said, my father was a wandering Syrian, right? Anybody remember that? Let me show y'all this real quick. Hold on. All right, so if you look up the Amorite period, let me see if I can find this. And let's just go here to the Encyclopedia Britannica real quick. And there were scholars that did the work on this. I'm gonna share my screen real quick.
I'll pull it up
because we got to get the identity of these people right, so we can break the chains of our people wanting to be God's chosen people.
Right, facts.
You do not want to be an Israelite unless you want to be a wandering savage that wants to kill and rape people. Now look at this. Amorite.
Hold on.
What was the name of the Amorite city? I'm gonna show y'all. What were they called? Hebrews. That's what the Amorite, the name of their city is, literally the land of the Hebrews. So listen, Amorite member of the ancient Semitic. Are we sharing?
Yeah, it's on the screen.
Okay. People who dominated the history of Mesopotamia and Syria and Palestine from 2000 to 1600 BC. Abraham is listed between, some people say 1700 and 1900 BC. Some put him at 21. But this is the Amorite period. The Amorites were equated with the West. Through their true place of origin was most likely Arabia, not Syria. They don't even know where these people actually come from. They were troublesome nomads and were believed to be one of the causes of the downfall of the third dynasty of Ur. Now listen to this. This is the time of Abraham. Now remember, also you have the Hammurabi law, which also influenced the Torah a lot. That comes from these Amorites, the law of Hammurabi. It's almost let's see if I can get rid of this, but I want to show y'all something. What it says here. Now listen to this. In the dark age between 1600 and 1100 BC, the language of the Amorites disappeared from Babylonia and the mid-Euphrates in Syria and Palestine. However, it became dominant. Now, people don't know, a lot of times when they talk about Babylonia, they talk about Amorites. these are the Israelites. In the Syrian inscriptions from about 1100 BC, the term Amaru designated a part of Syria and all of Phoenicia and Palestine, but no longer referred to any specific kingdom or language. Now, hold on. Did they change this? Because I want to show where it shows the third Amorite period, what they call the third Amorite period on here. Where's it at? Man, they didn't switch this thing up on me. Hold on.
You good? Go ahead.
But anyway, the point I wanted to make is during the time of Abraham, this is called the Amorite period, right? So when people are talking about, when they're talking about, oh, the Israelite Abraham came out of Sumeria, no, he didn't. No, he didn't. Well, he came out of that region, but it was under the rulership of the Amorites. That's how we know Abraham is an Amorite, and that's why Ezekiel 3:16 says, "Thy father is an Amorite, and thy mother is a Hittite." Y'all with me? Now check this out. I want to show people where it says, my father was a wandering Syrian, right? For those who don't know that scripture, let me bring this up real quick.
You better pull up a Bible verse.
I don't know. Yeah. But I don't remember what it was. Hold on. It's wandering.
Yeah, sometimes you can type half of that shit, it'll pop up in using that method
I think it was Deuteronomy. And check out this. Y'all really gonna be bugged out by this when you look up what that means.
Now you know you ain't sharing your screen right now, right?
Yeah, I know that. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right.
Pull up. Can you put? I'll pull it up because I got it right here. Now look. All right, I'm gonna share this. Yeah, I'm pulling up. It's Deuteronomy 26:5. Check it out. And I went over this a few times on my channel, and they can't answer it, but they'll deny what it says. Now, Abraham is called a Syrian. But why is it translated?
It ain't pull up yet. Hold on, let me put it up. Let me pull it up on my side.
I didn't share it. Okay.
Okay.
It's
all right.
I didn't share it yet. 26:25. Now look, I'm gonna share it now.
Louis Lux in the building.
Right. Here it is. All right. Check it out.
All right.
Now here, if we go down to 26:5, I believe it is. And the priest shall take the basket of thy hand and set it down before the altar of the Lord thy God, and thou shalt speak and say before the Lord thy God, a Syrian ready to perish was my father, and he went down into Egypt and sojourned there with a few and became there a nation, great, mighty, and populous. Now we know this is the goddamn Hyksos Amorites. Now, how can we prove that? The word Syrian there, that's not what it says in the so-called Hebrew. So let's pull up Syrian.
Playing my game, yeah. Put up the goddamn etymology of that word.
Exactly. Watch this. Watch this.
What was that? Deuteronomy 20 Deuteronomy what? 26:5?
26:5. Yeah. Now, there Abraham is a Syrian who went down into Egypt and became a mighty nation. So obviously they're talking about the Israelites, right? That's the whole story. Now check this out. So let's look up Syrian and see what it goes back to real quick.
I got the screen
and
up.
I'm gonna show you
the blue lead up there.
Oh, you got it up? Okay,
yeah, you
cool.
See it?
I can use. All right, yeah. Now click on Siri and watch this. H761. What does it say there?
Armami.
Arami. So the translated it Syrian because the Amorite city in modern times was known as Syria. Now look, you see why it says that Syrian or Aramean?
Yep, facts.
A thing, a person from Syria or Aram. Go down a little more.
Look,
Aram,
it says the Aramite.
Aramite. It's an Amorite, bro. Aramean, Syrian, Amorias, right? So then people try to say, when you go to Ezekiel 3:16, when it says your father was an Amorite, they say, oh, no, that was just metaphorically speaking. No, it's encoded. Because
Yo,
right
these
here,
niggas ain't Israelites no more. They Armanite. They're Armites.
they're Amorites. When you go into Aramean,
That's
you'll
crazy.
see that they say these people become Amorites. Now, because we don't have time to go through it today, but I'm telling y'all, do the information, look up Syria. Now, where's Syria? That's where they found the Ebla tablets in an Amorite
That's right.
city.
That's right. Facts.
In an Amorite city. Israelites are Amorites. The Amorites are a group of people that attack from the Syrian mountains. Now, this is how they try to confuse you. They use the word Aramean, but you see right there that the word is Arame, and it's related to the Arameans from where you get Aramaic, which is really what the language of the Bible is. And this is from the Amorites. If you look up what it says about the Arameans, they'll say that they eventually became amalgamated with the Amorites and they just became one people. They're the same people. How do we know that? When you look up the Amorite, like I said, the Ebla tablets and these people that so-called speak a Semitic language, you look up their
they got
customs.
pictures of the people at Ebla. We could pull that up. Let me show you real quick.
Yeah.
I remember I did videos on them years ago.
So if you want to be a so-called Israelite, then I guess you're a cursed Canaanite, because they see, and this is how they trick you. They say the Amorites are Canaanites that descend from Canaan. That's a goddamn lie. See, if you believe in the false bloodline of the Bible, you'll be confused totally by history. Israel is a made-up place, bro. Made-up people.
They go your Armenians right there. These are people of Syria right here.
Yeah, pull up ancient Amorite bus. You'll see there's one dude that look like the dude from Willy Wonka and the Chocolate Factory. Dude look like what's that dude's name that played like
look, archaeological site, Ebla, Syria. These are the people.
Exactly.
Look.
Exactly.
And we talking, look, first millennium BC.
Hold up. Are those on fringes?
Yeah, I bought this shit out years ago, my nigga. I bought this shit over a decade ago. You feel me?
Yeah, look at those.
I bought this shit out when niggas wasn't even on YouTube. That's how I went to it. But look at the people, though. It showed you, coming back what you were saying, as far as the people, the Eurasians. Because look at these people. Look at the beds.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Those are the same people that they call the Jews today, bro. People try to say they're not the real people. Yes, they are.
Look at this. Look at that. Look at the guard. Look at that. Look at the row. Look at the swing of the fringes.
Right. So Amorites have nothing to do with the original people in the land of Canaan. See, and people get confused because they say, oh, these are all Canaanites becomes a general term for anybody in the land. What I be trying to talk about.
Look, you're right. Look, it separates Ebla from Canaan right here.
Right. No doubt.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah. So when you take the Bible for history, like literal history, you'll get a twist. There's hidden history in there. But the Amorites, so even when you look at where did his name Israel come from? They say an angel gave him his name. So there was no Israel. It's a name that they gave to these people.
Right.
But it goes back to Amorites and Hittites. They end up hooking up and all these other Eurasians, and they could form a confederation that they call Israel. And they get mixed up because they marry indigenous women. So they become a mixed bag of nuts. Some black, white, brown, red, all different colors, looking weird. Like if you look up what the Amorites look like in these people, they were not Negroes, y'all. And who are they? The Hyksos. They'll tell you, if you look up Hyksos now, what will they tell you? They'll say they're a Amoritish people.
Wow. Matter of fact, let's look that up real quick.
Yeah, pull it up. It'll tell you. It'll tell you they're Amorites. And anyone
You
knows.
said Hyksos?
Yeah, Hyksos. HYKSOS. Go to all. And if you read about them, it'll tell you that they're Amoritish people as you go down.
Origins. Would you classify the Armenians as Phoenicians as too? Or you classify the Phoenicians as Canaanites?
I think the Phoenician were Canaanites, but they were mixed.
Okay.
I believe they at this point they're a little bit amalgamated, but I believe that they still were connected to the original people. But these people came in, man, and think about the story. Even the stories tell you they're killing off the men and marrying the women. Look at them goddamn Shasu right there. A group of Western Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites, labeled the Amo. That's just where you get Amorite from, bro. Like,
Yeah.
So you have all these different names for these people: the Shasu, the Habaru,
the Amorites, right?
Right.
Yeah, it got it in the reference. So
identical with the Canaanites or the Amorites.
Right.
The Amorites. So you telling me it's just a coincidence? And look at these people, bro. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop. Come on. So when you look at the people, who these people are, they are not nowhere near no goddamn Wesley Snipe Negroes, bro. They ain't nowhere near Selah Shalom, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? So this is the big mystery. And why I'm saying that the psychological bonds of these gods, I believe these people cut a deal with these extraterrestrials called Yahweh and the Elohim and Netzeru, whatever you want to call them. The gods are manipulating everybody. And I believe there's some it was genetic manipulation. Oh, yeah. There's one thing I want to show y'all about the Garden of Eden, because religious people, right, they always talk about the occult. You're involved in the occult. That the occult is from Satan and all this stuff, right? Let's go. And when so-called Adam and Eve
if you was, what would be the problem? I'm like, nigga, we street niggas, nigga. The fucking hood is Satanism, nigga. Niggas get murdered and brain splattered right beside you and shootouts and guns. That's Satan all fucking day. You just read knowledge and information.
Is not Satanism. And the funny thing about it though is when I show people this in the Garden of Eden thing, they never have an answer. When it said that when Adam and Eve was so-called kicked out of the garden, and the angel had a flaming sword, that's a crazy mistranslation. It literally says the angel was using occult magic to keep them out of the garden. And this is what they do today. They use the occult that you don't know about, tell you not to get into it, stay away from that stuff, but they're performing ritual spells and magic on you every day, all day, to keep you from the tree of life. I can prove that. Let me pull it up, bro. If you just pull up Flaming Sword in the Strong's Concordance.
Okay.
Cosmic Cal says that the Hyksos predate the Israelites. The Hyksos are the Israelites. The name Israel isn't used till later. They become.
We about to open the lines up in a minute.
Yeah.
Let the people get some, get some. You said flaming swords.
Flame. When it said in the Lord placed the angel around the garden.
You talking about in Genesis?
Genesis with a flaming sword.
Okay. All right. Hold on. Let me look for that verse real quick.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to the people out there, man. What's going down, man? I hope we breaking the chains right here on Selah Shalom TV, baby.
Yeah, give a one in the chat if y'all feeling in Zion Lex right now. Go ahead and put y'all ones in the chat.
Lex Vortex.
What'd I say?
Zion Lex. Everyone says that. You always get us confused because he got.
You know what? It's funny. I said that shit every time I get ready to say your name. I say Zion Lex, and I gotta remind myself.
Zion Lex is a pseudo that's been running for me for years.
Nah, man, that's a good brother, man.
He's a good brother. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I have a problem with him personally.
Okay.
I love Zion as a person. I mean, I think he, but his information and that damn Judaism he be trying to teach our people is garbage. Bro. Stop it. He be trying to say that these people are black too. They're not Negroes, bro. Stop it.
Yeah, you just made a valid point. We just showed and proved with evidence, so it's like,
Yeah,
that's a good
that's
one.
what I'm saying.
But then I hold up.
Did you pull up Flaming Sword?
Yeah, I got it. Hold up, Hold on. Let me just put this in real quick.
And what I'm saying to the Israelite brothers and sisters out there, I know this, y'all don't want to hear this, it upsets you. You invested so much time. It's all right. It's a part of your growth, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't have to let go of the keeping righteous laws and nothing, but the identity of Israel, my people, it is not you. I'm sorry. You can believe it all you want. You can try to go to Deuteronomy 28. That is, it says that all those curses would happen in your own land.
I just got to show you something real quick.
So peace out.
This is supposed to be the Israelite. I don't know if he was a prophet or a king. He may be in the king. I don't want to say prophet, but I give him king. This is supposed to be the Israelite prophet. I mean, King Jehu, and he's mentioned in the Bible. This is off the obelisk. This is off the black obelisk of Assyria. This is what I was talking about earlier when talking about
like Papa Smurf out this piece too. Look at just like Papa Smurf out this piece, man.
Look though,
bro. He looks like a Jew.
That's how. Like now, coming back to them Ebla people. You know what I mean?
How much longer, Papa Smurf? Looking like Gargamel out this piece, bro.
Hold up, bro. You crazy. You ain't lying, yo.
Yo, how y'all gonna
look like Gargamel, yo?
Dude looking like Papa Smurf and Gargamel out this. Look at the little hat that Papa Smurf used to wear. Come on, y'all.
You know them niggas who try to wear the turban, they ain't got with too much locks in their hair and shit?
Yeah. Yo, this is a straight Amorite. Yo, y'all better stop playing with me, bro. Y'all better stop playing. This nigga you talk about.
And this is the and this is how the relief look.
Yeah, man. These people are hybrids, bro. Y'all got me, man. Y'all got it messed up out here, bro. Yeah, I forgot about that Jehu joint. You shouldn't have shown. That's gonna be one of my daggers for a while now. Like, okay,
Gargamel ass niggas and shit. Gargamelites. Niggas Gargamelites, yo.
Right, nigga. And you know
it was Genesis chapter 3, verse 24 that you was referencing.
Right. Now you see where it says, "And a flaming sword." Click on flaming.
All right.
Lahat is the word. It's a masculine noun. Go down, flaming. Hold on. Enchantment. Now, if we go down, look, what is it? Also, from the idea of enwrapping magic as covert, flaming, enchantment. Keep going down. I want to get to the Chaldean. What does it say there, sir?
Compared to hide, to use occult and magical arts.
To use occult and magical arts. See, what the hell is that doing there? Why is the angel? Why they use the word flaming? And you know how that that's right.
Enchantment right there.
Now hold on. Go look down and see where that word is used. If you look down, it'll show you where it's only used one other place. Keep scrolling down and show you the other. Two other places, and that's the one I'm talking. Exodus 7:11, right there. What does it say?
The Pharaoh also called the wise men and the sorcerers. Now the magicians of Egypt, they also did in like manner with their enchantments.
With their enchantments.
Let's click on that.
So that is when so-called
brings it back to Laha. Okay.
That's when so-called Moses had his magical battle with the Egyptian priests. They said they're using enchantment. This is the same thing that the so-called angel is using to keep you out of the garden of the so-called Garden of Eden, or what they call the tree of life, which is related to the Kabbalah tree of life, which is where a lot of mysteries are wrapped up in. They're using magic, occult hitting magic. Why is that? But you're supposed to be a Christian and a Muslim, a Jew, and the occult and magic is so dark and evil. Power to the dark side, man. See, these are things that they won't be able to explain, bro, or they'll come up with some silly ass reason.
Would you tie that? Would you? I pressed the wrong shit. Would you tie that with this Babylonian tree of life? You know how they got this? You familiar with
Which
this?
one are you talking about?
You know, like in Samaria, this is supposed to be the Babylonian tree of life right here.
Yeah, it's all connected. When they
Coming
are
back to what you were saying, as far as, you know what I mean, like just the higher echelon of the shit,
right, and that's why, you know, people should study the
like,
Kabbalah.
this is a symbol of the tree of life in Sumer or Mesopotamia, where, you know, that region over there, whatever.
Yeah, that's
it's
part.
coinciding with what you're saying, though. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's
because these are supposed to be the gods among the tree of life, and what we just read in Genesis is that, you know, the tree of life was, you know, this flaming sword, but these supposed to be the gods with the tree of life, and, you know, man getting kicked out or whatever.
The and what I'm saying is the tree of life is Kabbalah, bro. And people always talk about, oh, I don't study that Jewish Kabbalah. They didn't.
Look, they go to Kabbalah right there. Symbolically. You can see some of that shit right in this symbol.
The Kabbalah was given to them. That's when I told you we had the corrupt priesthood, and they initiated some of these people like Moses into the mysteries, and it backfired on them. Plus, they're dealing with, you know, all type of entities and all that. All this so-called magic occult stuff was originally ours, bro. A lot of it is Cushitic. A lot of the stuff in India is Cushitic. It's African. And then these people come in and we, like dummies, initiate them into some of these secret orders. And then they create their own secret orders and try to hit you over the head and make you forget. So when people be talking about the Freemasons, Freemasonry is indigenous. And the reason why secret orders were formed is to protect information. For instance, if you look at, I always use the examples of nuclear power. The ancients knew about that, but that's not a power you want to get in people's hands, because what are they going to do? Create a nuclear bomb. So in order to get certain information, the reason why the priesthood was set up into an initiation system is because you had to prove that you were selfless and worthy to hold information and not use it to manipulate others.
Facts.
So you had to go through an initiation system to prove that you were selfless. Because we can't show you how to split atoms, or you'll do what the European did. You go create a nuclear bomb instead of just supplying free energy for everyone. So I want to get rid of this thing, because there's a lot of stuff going on about secret societies and free. We are the originators of secret societies, but it wasn't to rule people. It was to create people who would serve humanity. Then another secret society formed after we initiated these devils. They wanted the information to itself. So then two factors. This is the whole story of Star Wars, or why we say power to the dark side. Star Wars is the story of the two priesthoods that have the same information. One is using it for selfless purposes, and one is using it for their own, for selfless purposes, and other one is using it for selfish purposes. But they switch it around in Star Wars because the Sith represent black people. But they make them evil and all that, when the darkness is where all the peace is. The worship of light has been one of the biggest problems on the planet. And then light is associated with white. And so now we have the whole psychology of self-hate, is why nobody wants to be the dark Canaanites or be the dark people, because the psychologically association with light and divinity. Light is not divinity. Light is just the part of the electromagnetic spectrum that you can see. But it's all the same thing. Right. Just like temperature. You don't know where cold ends and hot begins. But it's all the measurement of temperature. Same thing with light. But they have people worshiping light so much, and light is associated with white, and white is associated with God, and God is divine, and darkness is associated with Satan. And when you look in the mirror, what do you see? Darkness. So the game, this is a form of occult psychology, to have you hating darkness and dark people.
That's deep, yo.
Darkness is beautiful, my brothers and sisters. You are the princes and princesses of darkness. We are the primordial people that come out of the chaotic waters of darkness.
That's right. Bring it out.
We come out of the darkness, bro. It all starts in the darkness.
That's right.
But they turn dark, you know what I'm saying? So the symbolism of light and dark and good and evil becomes embedded in the collective psychology of humanity. And this is why people have a disdain for dark-skinned people and why dark-skinned people have a disdain for themselves.
Right. That's deep.
How is dark going to be evil, but I got dark skin?
Right.
And then you don't think that's going to affect your children?
Right. The psyche. Facts.
Remember they ran the doll experiment and all little black kids chose, they said they had the exact same doll, one dark, one light. And the kids chose the light dog and said the little dark-skinned baby was evil and nasty. That's a serious psychology.
Yeah, how they know that at that age? You feel me?
It's epigenetic. It's epigenetic, man. So we're passing along a lot of things we don't know, man. And the reason why I tell people you got to burn these books, you ever notice, like, you ever watch your horror movies, right? Like, and somebody, they go into some country and they get some medallion. Next thing you know, they come home, they're possessed. And then they'll go to like some shrink and they'll say, "What's wrong? How did I get this?" And the shrink will tell them, "What is that medallion on your neck?" And they'll tell them, "Go throw that shit in the fire if you want to break that spell." And when I'm telling people with the Bible, Quran, and these books and religions, burn that shit. That's the only way you're going to break the fear of these gods. I told people when I burnt the Bible years ago, I was scared for a couple of days. I was waiting for lightning to strike me and all that and all.
Oh shit! You just did a service for the creator, nigga, throwing away them false gods, and the false you do a service to the false gods because they trying to give redemption. So shit, anything to goddamn clean up their past, what better? Exactly. But yo, let's go ahead and open up the lines, man. Let's go ahead and
let's get it in,
man.
Let's get it in.
Hey, I got to throw the link in the chat, man. Whoever want to come on, ask your boy Lex Vortex some questions.
Yeah, man.
He got that vortex in his name. You know what I mean? First cause of creation is the vortex.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You can't have creation without the vortex.
You know it. You better know it. Come on in here. Let's get some questions and let's build.
Let's get some questions. Don't be scared. Hop in here.
A lot of times, like, yo, bro, I've been studying just like my man Selah, man. I've been doing this for a long time. And some of the conclusions I come to, the average person might think is strange or weird, but I'm telling you, man, like, I've been through all your schools of thought. I know the Hebrew Israelite doctrine better than the Hebrews. I know the Christian doctrine better than the Christians. I lived as a Muslim. I did my salat 5 times a day and did all that. I know these religions, bro. I know this history. I've been doing this since I was 7 years old. So you better be prepared. I mean, I'm not saying everything I say is 100% right. But brothers and sisters, wake up. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing this out of love. Oh, shit.
My Cal in the building, created gang in the building.
If you don't get this ass Negro out of here.
Hey, peace to y'all brothers, man. Peace to y'all brothers. This is actually a good build. And I would like to say this. Shout out to the boy Lex Vortex, man. Everything is Vortex, and that's a big up to you, brother. What Lex Vortex don't know is he really a faithist, and if he ever took the time just to
read the Bible, boy, what's coming, bro?
Boy, hey, listen, Lex. I don't know why you want to deny all this nigga stuff.
I ran into Owaspy through Selah Shalom like 10
years. He been on it. He been on it, King.
Yeah, he ain't read it, though.
I ain't read it. No, I ain't read it. Like, I have read some of it, but I have not studied it like you say. But brother, there's no book that I need to confirm the information I done got directly through source. So what I read in the book though, I was surprised. Like when it talks, the Owaspy is a bad book, but it's still from the devil, bro.
All right, hold up. You know what? Let me interject real quick. Yo, Cosmo, ask him a question concerning who is the God, the topic of the show. And then, of course, whatever question you got. But I just want to, with your, because you came in kind of late,
right?
You didn't get a chance to see what he actually explained on the actual topic of who are the gods. So
I was watching it. I was watching it.
Okay.
No, I was watching.
Somebody in the chat says, can he expand more on Jehovah being the devil? Let me just talk about that real quick. Now, this is the only problem I have with the OWASP, where I think there's a little bit of leaving in that, because why would the source use the same name that the devil used? Now, people might say, well, the devil hijacked the name. No, I mean, like, you do that. First of all, the creator doesn't have a name. And I know it probably says that in the OWASP too, but at the same time, it calls it the Book of Jehovah. So that's my only problem, that name. When it comes to names, these names carry energy. And Jehovah means, you ever looked up what Hova means? It means like abandoned, ruin, to fall, all that stuff. You know what I'm saying? So
we looked it up last time, and it came to be, remember, to be, to become, to exist.
Yeah,
So I know what you're saying too, though. I know the other.
Yeah, if you go into more of the root, it gets into ruin and all type of stuff. And what I'm saying is, this deity is the same deity. That's all I'm saying. So, you know, and so just like the Bible has, even the Bible has eternal truths that are crazy. There's so much information in the Bible, but to me, that's the trap, and that's with any book. The real book is your DNA. That's the book of life. That's what it says in Psalms. Behold, I come in the volume of the book. You have millions of years of information in your DNA. Why would you need a book? The problem why we need these revelations, and a lot of times when people are writing and they're saying that they're channeling their ancestors or some spirit, it's just their cells. It's their DNA just coming in to get all these entities. Every cell in your body is an ancestor. And they have information, bro. They have memory. That's why they call it membrane, a memory brain. So, like, you have your grandmother's wisdom, all your ancestors going back thousands of years. The problem is that they didn't gave us so much crap and so much beliefs and perception that we don't know how to tap into it no more. So that's really what I'm saying, the only book we need. But I respect the OWASP, though.
Well, OWASP explained to us that we are the book, and actually the words are written on our spirit and soul. And
how do I know that? How did I
also tell us don't quibble over names? Because we look at
how did I? You said the OWASP says that, but I just said it, and I didn't read that. And how did I know that?
How did you know what?
That the real book is in our DNA.
No, I mean, because you dig what I'm saying? Anybody who logically think or believe in the spirit understands that it runs the flesh. So there must be if there is a light side, there's a dark side. If there's a spiritual side, there's a physical side. So we see our physical. So there must be a manifestation for it. And it plays out in creation. It's not a hard stretch to, you dig what I'm talking about? Because before I had OWASP, I had that understanding too.
Okay.
You dig what I'm talking about? It's not a hard stretch. I'm just saying what it do say.
And he got a question on the screen.
Yeah, how did you get your information from source? Also, who is the source?
Okay. Let me see. What's the question again? Where is it at?
He elaborated on some of this.
How did let's get this information source? Also, who's the source? The source is not. First of all, the source is indescribable. It's we're only won't see the question. I'm trying to answer this in a way that, soon as I start to answer this question, let me say this: I'm already about to be wrong.
Nah, you described creator earlier when you were describing how everything is the aspect of nature and creator.
Right. I'm just
earlier. Just bring back what you, because they came on later. Bring back when we first started talking and you started describing the essence of creator.
All right. So what I was saying is that the spark of divinity is in every atom in the universe. That's why it's called omnipresent. Now, what it is, as soon as what I still want to say is, but as soon as I try to tell you what it is, I've already went wrong. And I know that seems kind of like a contradiction, because it's like, well, you can't tell me what it is, but you're trying to tell me what it is. But that it's a difficult thing. Like it's only something that can be experienced, and it's just a knowing that comes from in the heart. You know what I'm saying? No one can say, well, the creator is this, this, and this, and this, and that.
Nah, yo, you were describing it perfectly earlier.
Yeah,
When we
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm gonna get into that, but I just want to.
and you break it down from your understanding.
I
We
ain't
not,
nobody judging you here. You know,
I know
yeah,
that.
we not asking you to come from our understanding. You break. I think what you're saying is falsehood and truthhood strangely mixed. You dig
Okay.
what I'm talking about? But you know what you know. But I understand that a man's consciousness is his level of knowledge, and his knowledge is his consciousness. So you gonna pull from what you know, and it makes sense. Like I was gonna say though,
Hold on. Let me.
when Lex get done reading this, so watch. That boy is a faithist. I don't care what he say. He don't know he a faith. And the watch me tell you, these niggas don't even know. But when you are able to see the creator, oh man, Lex,
I
you gonna
see
be
him
a
right
bad
now.
boy.
I see him right now as I'm looking at you.
He was
Exactly.
describing when we first came on the show. Before y'all got on, he was describing creator breaking the shit down and dealing with nature, the breath, how when you breathe, nigga, that's creator. He was describing it earlier. That's all.
Yeah,
Like, rehash that what you was talking
all
about.
right, the creator, the so-called, I call it the source, is
The source. Yeah, you know,
the
just
source
different
from which everything emanates from. Everything you see is the creator. The sun, moon, stars, atoms. Every atom have the spark of life. The trees, the nature, the bugs, the animals, humans. Everything you see is an emanation from the creator. Is coming from the source. That's what I'm saying. But we don't know what that is. I believe it's outside of what we call existence.
I keep telling you, you a faithist, bro.
Because the creator does not.
Hey, Selah, he's saying the same thing. Hey,
The creator does not. The creator does
you
not
faithist,
exist.
bro. You don't even know it, Lex.
All right. Well, listen.
Don't even know her, Cosmo.
Keep trying to fight that book. You gonna come to the dark side, Vortex.
Hey, that vortex starting to dark. Just know that before that light comes.
Keep telling me, listen, he got the perfect name.
Yeah. Hey, First Talk Radio, what's good?
You don't even know it.
Hey, what's good with you kings? What's going on?
All is well. You got a question for Vortex?
Yeah, definitely, man. It's probably like my second, third encounter listening to the brother Lex Vortex, man. Deep brother, man, got a lot of information. Knowledge. You guys, excuse me, I'm at work right now, but hey, I want to get on the breadcrumbs that you was talking about, how the historical information has been misconstrued and mixed up, right? So when you speak about the Bible, because I know that you're not a very big proponent of the Bible, so to say, it seems like, we do know, like in Genesis, it's a lot of allegorical stories. So would you say that when it first speaks of Eve and the serpent, is this talking about two castes of wisdom systems, two schools of thoughts? Would you say that?
Yeah. Well, all these Bible stories in the Bible were written by priests, and they're multi-layered. But yes, in one instance, Eve represents this. All right. In one instance, what you see with Eve, the female priesthood is being usurped on the earth, and there's an attack by these aliens on the female because they know the importance. Whenever you look at a species or any group of people, it's well known if you control the female, you control their production, you control their children, you control what they produce. So when you look what's going on with Eve, you see that they use this, and it was the way that these Eurasians demonized the woman also. This is one layer of it, because the woman is blamed for the downfall of man. And they're saying they make her, but you see, it's a usurping, it's the switching. I do believe it's some switching of a priesthood also involved in that. But there's other layers to these stories. In initiation systems, there's usually 3 levels to their stories. There's the childlike level where they give you the mythos, and then they give you some of the meaning, and you get the science and real meaning behind it. So we can go to at least 3 or 4 labels on all of these stories, because these are priestly doctrines. But yeah, I do believe there's something in terms of the switching or the usurping of the female in the priesthood in the story of Genesis.
Okay, because the reason I say that, I was watching this brother YouTube channel, the Children of the Four Corners. I like to note where I get this information, because it's not my research as of right now, but I'm researching as I listen to you brothers. I'll go back and research the info, right? So he was explaining that like the serpent was that, I guess, that wisdom school of antiquity, because we know in most ancient civilizations, most of them worship the serpent, whether it's the horned serpent, you know, the various different serpents throughout the world. And when you go into the blue letter for serpent, H5175 is serpent, but it trails all the way back to H5172, which is Nahas. And then it's like a play on words. You were saying like the Nagas. When you look at the Nagas or the Black Dravidians or Indians, they have the seven-headed serpent, which stood for the wisdom and understanding within those sectors of areas at that time. So back to my original point was, when we look at the breadcrumbs, like the language tree, the serpent worship and all that, do you see a clear migration of civilization throughout time? And with that being said, do you believe that that started here in the Americas and moved eastward, or do you think it started westward and moved, eastward and moved westward?
That's a good question. I do believe that the trampling of the serpent represents the usurping of what we would call the ancient Black civilizations. You ever notice when you go to church and they be talking about step on the head of the serpent and all this type of stuff, right? And you know, like in Ireland, you know what St. Patrick's Day is about, right?
Right.
St. Patrick's Day is they drove out all the serpents out of Ireland, and that's why they say no, those were people.
Yeah, they're called Saracens.
Yeah, those are people, right? And so, yeah, the Nagas, we are the ancient Nagas. There's no question about it. I believe that. So that's one layer of the story. Like, that's what I'm saying when I say when people embrace this book in a certain way and don't understand that it's all scrambled up. It's not a novel. It's not chapter. Like the oldest book in the Bible is the book of Job, but it's like the 8th book in the book. Genesis is not the first book. Deuteronomy is older than Genesis. So it's not in order. You see what I'm saying? It's scrambled up into all these pieces. So when you see this stuff like the Nagas and all that, and even Nimrod, because I channel the spirit of Nimrod. Nimrod is representative of the ancient Cushitic Empire that they usurped, and they turned him into a demon. And he said, and you can see that correlation with Nimrod and Nama also. But Nimrod, they say, oh, he's the first to oppose God and make him this evil person. But if you look up Nimrod in the area there, and that's the area that the Cushites are ruling, man. This is when the Cushites are ruling the world, bro. So we can see that every civilization that was great and indigenous is demonized in the Bible. Egypt, Cush, ancient India, and then all their gods are demons. Your ancestors are demons. Your practices are demonic. And they even say kill the people who practice this stuff. Why? Because they're wiping out an ancient wisdom. That's why they say kill the witches and the sorcerers and don't look at the stars. And like, what? These are all natural sciences. Astrology and stuff like that. Why wouldn't, like, you live on Earth, why wouldn't you study the stars and the effects on you and the way you come into the earth? You know what I'm saying? Numerology, and then contacting your ancestors. They say that's mediumship, that's evil. That's an indigenous practice all over the world, because we never believe our ancestors never died. Not only did they go into the spirit realm, but their genes went in us. We are living, breathing ancestors. So you'll see in any indigenous culture, they're going to be dealing with ancestral veneration. And when you read the Bible, that is a no-no. And then the serpent. I mean, how you going to take one of the most ancient symbols of wisdom and turn it into the devil? And that's why I got to, there's a lecture I want y'all to look up. It's by these Aryan British Israelites. His name is Dr. Wesley Swift. You know what I'm saying? And in that lecture, this is what these people teach. And what I'm saying is they have access to history. They teach that the serpent is a sign of Satan in Black people, that Satan was the ruler of this earth at one point in time, and that Black people came as a warrior race out of space with Satan here when he ruled the earth.
Well, hey, You see that the biggest statue over there in India is of the black Buddha, the black man sitting with wisdom.
Now that sounds crazy, but there's a truth to that, because when you look in the Hindu texts, they talk about these gods that come from outer space and they had this serpent shit on it. But what I'm saying, whether you believe that or not, it sounds crazy. There's truth to the psychology. You know what I'm saying? They got that serpent, and that serpent worship represents ancient indigenous kingdoms. No, you can't go nowhere on the planet and find indigenous people not having reverence for the serpent. Why? Because the serpent regenerates itself. In voodoo, the serpent is called Damballa, and Damballa is actually the creator god. He's the one that fashions the universe. So they'll show like the universe with a coiled snake around it.
Just like Dragon Ball Z, when you know in Dragon Ball Z, when they make the wishes, when they get the 7 Dragon Balls, and the dragon come out.
So when you look at a serpent spiritually, look at what it does. It is adaptable, and it was looked at as immortal because it can regenerate itself, and it is adaptable to any climate. So if you go what the voodoo priestess Dr. Bello taught me is the when you look at the serpent, you can go in any environment on earth and find the serpent because it represents flexibility and adaptation. You can go to the desert, you'll find that snake. You can go in the winter somewhere. You go to Africa, anywhere. There's no environment. They're in the water. They're swimming. They're in the trees. They're in the mountains. There's nowhere you can go where the serpent cannot adapt. And that's also dealing with the consciousness. As the consciousness evolves, it adapts and it grows, and we keep expanding it. So it becomes a representation of the wisdom and expansion of God. That's why when Moses held the serpent and the staff, and he said he turned into a serpent, it represented the power, the creative power of God, and he was scared of it. Why is God turning the staff into a serpent? Why is it a serpent that's healing the people in the desert? That's stupid if it's so evil. And so all of these things are psychologically connected to these Eurasians taking over the world and the psychological impact that it has on our people, in my opinion. We got to look at all the stuff they say is evil and look at it again and say, why are you trying to tell me it's evil and to stay away from it? You know what I'm saying?
Hey, Lex, can I ask 2 more questions, brother, before I get up over here?
Yeah, absolutely, bro.
Real quick, with the Bible, because I'm an Israelite brother, so a lot of my things I base or have my foundation on that, but I'm not biased to the information, right? So that's how I was building with Cosman and Selah and others, because I like to hear this information so I can go back and fact check it, because I find that a lot of the information ties in some way, form, or fashion. So when you look at the names in the scriptures, right? What is your thoughts on the onomatology of the names? Because from what I'm seeing, especially in the early books of the Bible, a lot of people doesn't believe that the patriarchs actually existed as real people, but these names might actually be locations, events, and history that's being told, but in a sentient name as a person, but really it's a time frame or event that took place. And my last question to answer, I want to just get off. You think you're ready for Zion Lex, bro?
Man, Zion Lex is terrible. Like, yeah, I'm definitely ready for Zion Lex. I mean, I won't say that. The brother's very scholarly, but the problem is that he has a dogma and he's already indoctrinated. So when you're indoctrinated, bro, and you already believe in something, your vision is tainted. Period. Like if you're a Christian, no matter what I say to you, what information, you're gonna squeeze that through the lens of Jesus. Zion Lex is squeezing everything through the lens of the Bible and Israel, as brilliant as he is. And therefore, there's no way he could ever defeat anyone with straight logic and reason. You know what I'm saying? Because number one, like, to even claim to be an Israelite is illogical with history, because we know who the people are. There's no way, like, you can't change these people into Negroes. We know where they come from. How you gonna make some dude from the mountains of Turkey a Negro, bro? Like, we know who the Amorites are, the Hittites, the Gudians, the people that came into. We know where they come from. We know who they are. We have their pictures. We have their depictions. So you just don't want to face it because you want to be special. You want to be chosen. That's
See, that opens up a whole nother can of worms. I don't even want to go that route, but hey, if you could just, you know, do me that one and just speak on the mythology of the names and stuff. What's your thoughts on that? I appreciate it. And I'll listen as you you know, break it down. Hey y'all, shalom. Hey, y'all have a good night, great build, and I'll be listening.
What
I was earlier, I told people that to me, Abram is really plural. It's really another play on Brahmins. You know what I'm saying? Like you look at that history of those people that came from India, and you can see like how is it Brahmin is a father. Abraham means the like father of this and that. His wife is named Sarah. Brahma's wife is named Sarah Shakti, and there's a lake. There's literally a lake still there that called Sarah Shakti that's connected with Brahmin. And when you look at the Brahmin priesthood, this is where you get this Aryan bullshit from and all this chosen shit from. The Brahmins are the highest class in India. They started that class. That was started by the Aryan invaders that came into India. It's related to the same history. So yeah, I believe when you look at a lot of names in the Bible, it's telling you loosely based history. You know what I'm saying? Just like the Israelite history is nothing but the Amorite, Hittite in history of the Eurasians, so-called Shemitic people. Now, you know how, you know, what's interesting. I always tell people, right? They got this term Afro-Asiatic. And a lot of people self-hating Africans like to use this term. I'm an Afro-Asiatic. These are Asiatic. First of all, Afro-Asiatic is a fake ass term created by Europeans and other scientists to hide the truth. The word they used to use before Afro-Asiatic was Hamito-Semitic and was based off the Christian paradigm of people. What the hell is Hamito-Semitic? There's never been a dude named Ham and there's never been a dude named Shem, not individuals. So when they realized that and they couldn't use Hamito-Semitic, they turned it into Afro-Asiatic.
Hey, so right there. That's a good point. That brings up something, Lex. Give us your viewpoint on the story of Noah, Ham, Shem, and Japheth. What's your viewpoint? What was the understanding? Why was the story being told?
The story's being told because it's talking about the destruction of a prior civilization, indigenous civilization, with these beings, with their newly created genetically modified hybrid Noah, who's to take over and rule the planet. When you look at Genesis, it tells you that in the beginning there was this whole civilization. Everyone knows there's two stories in Genesis, but whose Genesis are you talking about? So it's a psychological beginning of the destruction and taking over of a past civilization.
So the story of Noah is a real event, right? Told in allegory, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
I don't know. No flood happened in 3.
Okay. Where did you get this information from? And put it on the timeline for us. Make it make sense for us.
All right. There was no Noah's flood. The last disaster that scientists somewhat confirm and we could see is when they say the ending of the ice age, and there was supposedly some cataclysm like maybe 10 to 12,000 years ago, which I think moved into a lot of legends of a flood. But Noah's time, I believe, was like 3,300 BC or something. Anyway, from 3 to 4,000 BC, there's no flood and there's no worldwide flood in that time. You know how we know that? Because we got Chinese history, Egyptian history, and Japanese history that runs unbroken through that timeline. So there was no worldwide flood of Noah in 3,300 BC. Now they could be talking about the legend of a past, destruction that happened, and they just put it in that timeline. That's what I'm saying about the Bible, because some people say, well, it's referring to the the legend of a past thing that happened, like tragedy happened. But we know for a fact, historically, there was no flood in 3,300 BC.
Facts. So when was it? This is what I'm asking. Put it on a timeline.
If it happened like it was 10 to 12,000 years ago, the ending of the ice.
You basically placing it at the Younger Dryas.
You could say that. I don't remember all the terms. I know you the younger dry. It could, yeah, you could put it around that time if that's where it is. That where 12,000 years ends up?
It leads us to the younger Dryas.
Okay.
Yep.
The
Right
ending
now,
of the ice age, right? Somewhere
well,
near the end of what they call the ice age.
Well, it was a glacial maximum because the tail of a comet was brought into the planet, dropped the temperatures on the sky, and we had like a temperature drop, a freeze, and this is a smaller one, and it only lasted well, for ice age, it's a very short time, like 1,000 years. You know what I mean? Around 9,600, we came right up out of it because it wasn't natural. You know what I mean? It happened because, well, it's natural, but it happened because
I don't, I question, these catastrophes. And the reason why, because I asked myself if, like, how they talk about an asteroid might hit the earth or that, but that shows me that you're saying that the creator doesn't have order. Like, like this event happened where it caused a mass extinction. Well, how does that order? How did the creator just, like allow an asteroid that's just randomly traveling through the universe to just hit random planets? And to me, I'm just saying I question these catastrophe, these especially on like planetary levels, because I don't believe the creator is allowing. I believe there's straight order in the universe. I don't believe the Earth is ever going to spin out of orbit and hit Venus. And they talk about the Sumerian tablets and Nibiru and all of that. Why would the creator do that? Why would he? Why would you have planets that come in another planet's orbit and bring it out of? That's chaos. That's not order. So I question the catastrophe doctrines. You know what I'm saying?
No, I do too. You dig what I'm talking about? I do too. And I don't see them as necessarily catastrophes, but great
flood.
I'm saying great calamities have happened. That's just a fact. You know what I mean? It's just about being able to prove it. You know what I mean? And win. And you dig what I'm talking about. So I was just trying to get your point of view on the whole Noah thing. So in your eyes, what is Noah?
Noah is just like Adam. He's the beginning of a new people, these genetically modified hybrid people.
You get that out of the Sumerian, Assyrian mythology.
Sumerian mythology. I get it out of the Olmec mythology. I get it out of the Yakubian mythology. I get it off the tombs of Seti I, where they talk about there's this created man. So there's definitely evidence in recorded history of genetic modification of people. And when you look up Adam, it literally means white man.
You got a question on the screen too.
And I can pull that up if you want. You can look at the strong concordance. It means red. It'll say to show blood, the red in the face. Then it'll say that it'll go down and say in Arabic that man was classified in two ways: red, black, and whatever. And red was symbolized of
copper, right?
Asian people. Adam wouldn't have been Adam. And then when you look up genetically, they tell you that blonde hair and blue eyes popped up on the earth 8,000 years ago from a common ancestor. It's no coincidence that so-called Adam pops up 6, 7.
We got Sarnetta in the building, yo.
You know what I'm saying? Adam, peace to Sarnetta. That Adam pops up around, they say 6,000 years ago. Some say from 6,000 to 8,000 years ago. And genetically, they tell us that blonde hair and blue eyes popped up around the same time. It didn't exist on the earth before 8,000 years, and they can trace all people with blue eyes back to a common ancestor 8,000 years ago. Now, what is the, so why all these correlations happening with this new man coming on the earth? And we see that they're actually talking about splicing genetics, because it says Eve was taken out of his rib. And you know what I'm saying, when you look at the word rib, you'll see that it's referring to building blocks, which refer to DNA, and Eve is a literal clone. So we're talking about genetic manipulation right in your book. But if you say this is genetic manipulation, people will say, oh, you're talking about science fiction. Well, how did he, I mean, do you really believe that a magical hand just grabbed Adam's rib and pulled it out and just formed the person? This is
Shit,
literally
they believe the snake talk. They believe the donkey talk.
right.
So shit, why wouldn't they believe that? You dig what I'm talking about? So it's not far-fetched for me to believe how dumb man can actually be sometimes. I've seen the best of the dumbest of the dumb. You dig what I'm talking about? So no, that ain't a far stretch for me to believe. Shit, they've been saying the nigga been walking on water for more than 2,000 years, and he was gonna save him. I ain't seen him come back yet. So you know what I mean? It is what it is.
When you look at
so I'm just that's an interesting take on
Adam is a
Adam
new
and Eve. Well, if y'all look it up though, just to add to some different information on what the brother is speaking on, Adam in the Vedic or Asu, the word is Asu in the Vedic tongue, means holy from earth. Just so happens Adam, which is the Hebraic tongue or the ancient Phoenician Canaan, you dig what I'm talking about? It's Adam. It means holy from earth and does akin to red or copper or ochre. You dig what I'm talking about? And I believe that does have something to do with the blood itself. Or
let me interject. Bam, bam, throw some blows and interject. Yo, we got Selah TV in the building. Peace to the God.
Peace to the panel. Peace to Selah Shalom, Cosmic Kyle, and of course Lex Vortex. I'm just here to say one thing, man. I would love to see Lex Vortex and Cosmic Kyle get it in, because Cosmic, you still believe in a God, a creator in the sky. We could make this thing happen if you up for that smoke. Lex is a bad brother, and he's underrated. And I'm going to tell you that. But see, what makes a lot of people oversee my brother Lex is because of some of the crazy stuff that he get into. Other than that, he is one to be reckoned with. He is a force to be reckoned with. I love the brother information. I would never shit on him like that. We had our problems back in the day. But the brother is definitely a force to be reckoned with. I would never take that from him, But I think, Cosmic Kyle, you believe in a spook in the sky, don't you, brother?
No, actually, there's a song that says, "A fool in his heart says there is no God." You dig what I'm talking about? But I do have a different understanding of what a God is than what most people commonly do. Yeah, but and see, the thing is, I would be able to prove what my God is. My brother Lex wouldn't be able to prove what a God is.
So tell me, what is your God then? What is a God that you're talking about?
First of all, what a God is a one-time living, breathing man on a planet who dies and raises up into what I know, or Lex calls source, or I call creators, heavenly realms, to he reach a rank, a title, a position called God. Right? And then he comes back and helps man raise him on up. And he keeps rising up. So God is a man. Let that sink in.
Okay,
so guess
let me get this right.
So guess
if
what?
I'm wrong, you could correct me.
Dig this, Sonetta. So if God ain't outside you, guess where Satan is? He ain't outside you either.
Okay, all right. That's what I'm talking about. So you're saying
From
God is a...
Satan literally means...
Oh, yo, Cosmo, hold up. He wanted to ask you something. Real quick.
Yeah.
So you're saying God is a man who died and came back as a God, you saying?
Yeah, man. The man has a physical part and a spiritual part.
This is where the confusion comes in. He's saying this is his understanding of what a God is. Now, God and source are two different things.
Right, correct.
He's saying what a God is. And
I'm saying what a God is.
Right.
I'm saying God is different than Lord, is different than Lord God, is different than the source or creator.
Yeah, I would agree.
I'm also saying that.
But yo, you know what, Cosmo? I think what he's really saying, because you know, God is synopsis with creator sometimes. So I really think what he's trying to address to you is like how you see creator, or what is your view on creator?
Right.
There you go. There you go. There you go.
Okay, what my
so really give him creator.
Where is the creator? What is
give
that?
Him creator with vortex and all that. So you know what I mean?
Okay. Creator, first of all, is beyond creation. You can only look at creation to attempt to perceive him. That is called science.
And when you say him, you don't mean that, right? That's just the way.
Well, him, not him as
right.
As they say him because he's positive or going forth. You dig what I'm talking about? So it's he and him, and in his negative or or is
don't complicate it, simplify it. Keep it simple, Ken. Keep it simple. Don't complicate it. Keep it
no,
simple.
Listen, I'm saying what I'm saying. Listen, he is male and female. He is positive and he
correct. Like when he said the he, just let him know that's not referring to a man.
Yeah, that's not referring to a man.
All right,
no, that's as in refers to energy and
Cosman, when I first started talking with you, brother, you was talking about how your God and how your Bible is better than the King James Bible. Remember? And so you was really talking about you have a creator within your book that is way better than the other book, the King James. That's why I said you believe in something outside of yourself. Now, I don't know, I probably mistaken your information wrong.
Yeah, I believe in something outside of myself.
No, I mean you believe that there's a God that exists outside of yourself. Like, you know.
Okay.
That's why I said a spook or something.
Okay, you don't believe in spirits, right?
I don't believe in anything.
Right. See, that's
I don't deal with belief.
You dig what I'm talking about? It's hard to explain something to a person who doesn't believe anything beyond their nose.
All right. Well, let me explain to you. Let me explain to you what I mean. It is better to know than to believe. Now, I know that there are spirits that exist. I know that.
Okay.
I don't believe in those spirits. I know that spirits exist.
Oh, right. So you know.
So I'm telling you, I don't believe in anything on the planet. Anything I don't know, I'll just say I don't know.
Okay. So this is what I'm saying. So you know that there are spirits, right?
There's one right there on the screen. Okay. That's an actual real photo right there, taken up the street. Right there. But my man caught that on the camera coming out his uncle.
Okay, you dig what I'm talking about. Now, I would just say this to my brother Sarnett. Your physical death is your spiritual birth. When your physical body dies, that spark, that source keeps going on after you. We call that, or that is commonly called, spirit. You dig what I'm talking about? And just like in a school, and when you die, depending on your level of how you lived your life and how you advance spiritually is good works done to others. So let's say you die doing 50% good works for other people and 50% selfishly. When you die, you're gonna go to a heaven for the 50s. So once you get to 50, right, you're going to go to school. Just like you lived your life and you went to elementary and middle school and high school and then graduated on to the higher heavens. It's going to do the same thing. And it just like the saying goes, as above, so below, you're going to spiritually keep going on. And the proof of that is that unlike the animals who do whatever they do perfectly, man is started at zero with no knowledge. So our creator tell us, because I started you at zero, I'm going to progress you forever. So you are the man, you are what is called man, and hence the top animal on the planet, and is the only animal that on the planet that is affected or can learn from its environment hence top.
I disagree with you on that.
Okay.
I straight up disagree with you. I believe that the animal nature is way more advanced and way more smarter than we could ever be.
I didn't say that. I said, first of animals.
You said that we are the best. Go ahead. Say what you were saying.
Animals are made perfect. When every time a lion roars, that's its call to its creator. Every time it eat a deer, that's exactly what it was made to do. You don't
There's
never
no such
have to
thing
kill
as
a bird.
any living creature being made perfect. No such thing as that, brother. No
Listen,
living creature on the planet is made perfect.
And animals are. And this is why once they die, they just go back to source. They don't advance.
When you say they go back to source, what you mean?
Man is made like a cup, empty. Animals are made like a cup already full.
So you saying once we die as human beings, where do we go?
We go to heavens.
And where's that at?
The first three are right here on earth.
Yo, you funny, bro. So when we die, we go to heaven. The first one is right here on
Don't
earth.
they say we go? Don't they say we go to the doo-wop?
Yeah.
Well then, where is that at?
But because they say that, don't mean it's real or true, brother.
Don't mean it ain't real either.
I believe once you're dead, you're done, brother. You're done.
I would offer to you, there is more proof of people who coming back and saying that they seen something on the other side than it is people like you who are pure deniers.
I would love to see that. I would love to see that, brother.
All you got, hey, Sonetta, all you got to do is when you get off the show, type in on YouTube near-death experiences. That's all you got.
Near-death experience.
And hold on, watch this. Watch the millions of people come on there and give you these experiences of real stuff that happened. They heart died. They was dead for 10 minutes on the gurney.
Oh yeah, I know about that. I know.
Okay,
I know
this
that.
is what I'm saying. So everybody ain't lying.
No, I agree with you on that. I'm quite sure there's people out there that said, "Damn, I died
all the time." If everybody ain't lying.
But I'm talking about dying for like a week, a month, or a year, or something like that. That's what I'm talking about.
I don't agree with that.
Okay.
I don't agree with that.
If you was to debate Lex Vortex, what would that discussion be about? Because or have a discussion. Because I know y'all two don't agree with the same things.
Well, let me hold on real quick. Let me say this about the creator itself and outside of self. I think we can easily break this down like this. The body is made of cells, of 2 trillion cells. The cells are made of smaller organisms, you know what I'm saying, enzymes, salts, and sugars. Those are made of chemicals and then it'll break down to carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen. Our carbon, hydrogen, nitrogen, and oxygen are made of atoms, right? Atoms are made of subatomic particles. Subatomic particles exist in 2 states, the wave state and the definite state. If we go all the way back and we start breaking down what we're made of, it'll go all the way back to what we call subatomic particles. Now, these particles that make up the physical universe that we are made of, in science and physics, they go in and out of existence. They only exist as probabilities. When they disappear, they don't know exactly what they go, but they say they go back into what we call the field or the wave, right? So what I'm telling you is that field or that wave is the source. And if we break down your molecular structure, I can take you all the way back to the source. It's simple as that.
The crazy part is Owaski explain all that.
Okay, well, that's cool. So what I'm saying is
explain it on a step-by-step level. Exactly what you're saying.
So when we talk about what the creators and we are and the creators, that's why I said nothing can be separate from the creator, because everything in the physical universe is emanating. So we say the source of creator, but people, we agree
that nothing is without creator.
They think of it as a personality, though, and I think we should see it more as a plane of force that's emanating. We are the personality of the creator. Like without you, source cannot experience the taste of chocolate. Without, like, you are an avatar, literally put together. You are artificial intelligence of God. Just like, you know how they create a probe and they'll send that probe to the moon to take pictures and all that. We are the experience of God. Without us, God has no experience, because the five senses that go to the brain that are connected to the experience, the awareness that's experience is the awareness and the experience are two different things. So you right now are like an avatar on Earth for God. And it's like if we send a probe to the moon, and you know how they send all the pictures back, and this is what's going on in the moon, you are God's avatar. So there can be no separation between the manifestation of man as God and and God itself.
I agree with that 100%. Do you agree with that, Cosmo?
So does Zawadi.
Okay. All right.
That
We are the ones. We are the ones that
we don't fight you.
Right. That's what's up. So y'all probably don't need to debate each other then. I got to find somebody else.
Lex already on my team, Sonetta.
Yeah.
Say that again.
You don't know it.
Nah, me and Cosmon are pretty much on the same. Only way we did. Only place where I really disagree with the Osby is they use the name Jehovah. And of course, Cosmo Cal thinks he's a goddamn Indian. Now we can debate that all. He's a goddamn goddamn Lakota Indian and shit. So
okay, I'm gonna put it like
no, he don't, man. No, he don't, man.
Listen. Hold on, I'm gonna tell you like this.
He's an abo.
I'm gonna tell you like this. I don't hate on the African, none of that. I don't hate on that or what of that. But I'm gonna tell you exactly like this. My family. Hold on. My family has told me that we Aboriginal. Hold on. Wait a minute. The census has told me that my family's Aboriginal. And when I did my history, which is traced back all the way to 1680, proven. This is proven. I got three different sixth grandmama, and on my eighth grandmama, all the way back in 1680, proven. Not first of all, not one person off of. Listen, not one person off a boat, not one person from Africa, and not one person since 1680 proven been a slave. So, brother, you dig what I'm talking about? If I'm African, I have been free over here in these Americas for a long time.
All right,
and
brother.
I ain't been African for no long time and can't prove I'm African.
For those who don't know, I have to apologize. I'm the one, because I was once a part of the Aboriginal community, and I'm the one who actually sparked a lot of this Indian stuff.
Stop it. Stop that.
Hold on, brother. No, it's the truth. Ask Sonetta, he'll tell you. But what I gotta say is the elders already said Africans were here. So 1680 ain't old enough, bro. We have information that when you talk about Africa and the Americas, that there was a relationship going back thousands and thousands of years. The people, hold on, brother, hold on. There were black people here. No one ever disputes whether there were black people here before Columbus, sir. Your genetics come from Africa, though. I don't care how you want to.
That is yet to be proven.
How you want to? No, it's definitely it's not.
Hold on, let me interject real quick. You know where that'll be kind of dangerous in the debate, Cosmo, for you right at that point. Where they will trap you up at will be the haplogroups. When you trace the haplogroups,
exactly,
you trace it all the way to the root haplogroup is going to bring you back to 8000, and that's where they're going to get you at.
Yeah, but
that's African Bushman. That's the Kohen.
Oldest people on the planet, bro. So
first of all, that deals with mitochondrial Eve. And that Y DNA. There's an older Y DNA, a AOO that's older. That's
you're talking about. Listen, bro. This is why I'm a pretty dangerous person, because that's why they call me the master flip flopper. I done been in all these stores. So 800 from William Perry, yes, they found it in the Americas. His DNA went back, and then they later on found that it was also linked to
in a living man in Cameroon,
brother, in a whole tribe in Cameroon, bro.
a living
So
people.
look, right, but so look, this is what I'm saying.
That don't,
So when you look at Perry, he was one man, and they don't have all that DNA over here. You got a whole tribe of people that had the A00 in Africa. So, and it fits the narrative of our people coming here. Why is he linking back to a people in Cameroon, bro? Where's the whole, why all his family didn't even have A00. So, brother, you cannot use that as an American marker because it is not dominant in America. It
don't have to be dominant in America because this is why DNA. This is why DNA.
Genetics come, the oldest genetics come from Africa, bro.
There you go. Look right there on the map. It says A00. That's the oldest haplogroup, and it's coming out of here. But then when you get to the Americas, it's giving us these haplogroups, Q3. You know what I mean?
Right, and most black people in America, E1, B1.
I'm not even debating that. I'm not even debating that. But this is already, this is more recent than this haplogroup map right here. The Perry work is more recent than this. They found it a while ago. They found the because what and it's slipping my mind right this second because it's not A00. It's older.
I'm just referencing the fact that it's out of Africa still. Although you may find some indigenous blacks in America, the origin of the Y chromosome is still coming out of Africa.
You can't. First of all, you can't use DNA to prove nationality, culture, heritage, or skin color. So stop it.
Right, no one is doing that.
So what I'm trying to tell you is the oldest one was found in America. And first of all, they brought people from the Americas to colonize that whole western and southern.
No, it wasn't no whole western, man. It was only a couple of cities, a couple of towns in Africa. Bro, let me ask you this:
a couple of towns. They got a whole country named after the people who went over there.
Liberia. That's
one of 6. You don't know that they moved them people to Cameroon too?
They moved them to Cameroon, bro. It wasn't that. It was only, how many people was it? I can tell you. I believe it was.
Hold on. On the first trip, on the very first trip in the 1800s, it was 25,000.
Okay, 25,000, bro. But listen,
but that's just in Liberia. That's just in my.
Now you're trying to say that they went over there and they spread their genetics all through Africa. No, bro. They would have amalgamated with the dominant people there. But let me ask you this, bro. Listen,
I'm just saying they've been moving people back since 1830. Am I lying,
brother? Where was all of you Indians during the civil rights movement?
We was called niggas. We was right there.
Well, hold on.
We've been called niggas the whole time.
No, hold up, calm down. But you missing the point. During the history, when we look at all our struggles here,
right?
When we coming out of so-called slavery, right? You got Jim Crow, you got us fighting all type of stuff. You got the Reconstruction. You got then it leads into all our leaders in 1960s. You're Indian. If we had all this knowledge about being Indian, where were they at? Where was the Indian that stepped up doing the civil rights movement?
Well, you know what? Hey, yo, Lex, I would love for y'all to have that conversation, man, if y'all want to do that.
They wasn't
yeah. We can have this conversation.
It ain't got to be a debate. It could be a conversation.
Yeah. Because, hold on, it's not hard. It's not hard.
Where were they at?
Who fought the civil rights? What are you talking about?
Hey, real quick, because I gotta go. I want to drop some information real quick. I gotta go, y'all. Selah, brother Selah, are you familiar with oh man, what was the name of that? The Gospel of Thomas.
That's a Gnostic.
You know what? I got a brother named Malachi Maccabee. That's up his lane right there.
You familiar with that, Lex? The Gospel of Thomas?
The Nag Hammadi scriptures. Those are Gnostic texts. That's my text. That's what I deal with.
Are you familiar with Jesus said in the text, brother?
Things, yeah.
The Gospel of Thomas 14. Jesus said they asked him. One of his disciples was asking him a question about fasting, and he told them. Jesus said to them, I'm reading it right now. Jesus said to them, fasting, you will acquire a sin. And if you pray, you will be condemned. So in this scripture, this is why they tore it out. They had to get rid of this scripture. This is right here. And then in another scripture, right? Do y'all know that in the Cold War, right, of America, in the Cold War of America, America sent 20,000 Bibles to the Romanians, to the Romania. Did y'all know that?
Yeah.
What did the Romanians did to them Bibles?
Kept their houses warm.
No. They used it as toilet paper, brother. Go and look it up. Hey, yo, you need to get this. This is crazy. Because, I got a sound bite. Hold on. I got a sound bite with Zion Lex saying, yo, man, the King James Bible ain't worth shit. I wipe my ass on it. And so now I found this today because I was doing a little research and shit like that. And I was like, what the fuck? And so I typed it all up. I Googled it. And sure enough, go and look it up. In the Cold War, Lex, America sent 20,000 Bibles to Romania. And the Romanians turned it all into toilet tissue. Like, nigga, get that shit out of here. We ain't with that. That's crazy.
We need some tissue.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about right there.
The Chinese banned it at one point.
Say that again?
The Chinese banned the Bible with the death penalty at one point, I believe.
Oh, damn.
In other words, you come over here with that bullshit, dog. We ain't have, because we know what y'all trying to do.
Right.
And
hey, yo, stop.
Yeah.
Is Garfield and Jabari still gonna have a debate?
No, that's done. Garfield, he came up with some shit, and that's done.
Oh man, right.
Yeah, that's done. But the next debates I do, it will be for free for that. I
ain't even tripping on that. I just wanted to see if it was still gonna go down or not.
Nah, we done with that because for 3 years, nah.
Damn.
That's good though, Shot, that you gonna give him some free hot stuff.
Yeah, I already did. I gave him Jabari and Reggie. Remember?
Yeah.
They was going in. I gave that. I'm gonna give him about 3 or 4 of them for free for the people. I don't care who it is. It could be the top dogs. They getting it for free.
Hey, Tazariak still running?
Yeah, Tazariak running from Chris Harris. He's running from you. He's running.
I done told Black Jesus Minister, any JJ, any of them niggas can get it.
Well, Black Jesus Minister is going up against Elder Yara. Them two of them fell out and they beefing.
Okay,
yeah. Them two of them fell out. So
Yara up here somewhere by me.
Debating. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous with that. Like that, those matters have been settled. Everyone knows Christianity stole from Egypt and other places. I don't even know why we would even. Them niggas hate Jabari so much.
Yo, man. So Lex, I tell you what. I mean, shit. I could probably get you to take on somebody like Reggie or somebody. Shit, and you do the same topic.
The crazy part is they don't really stand on shit. They don't even believe none of that shit real.
Only people I'm willing that's worth edification for the people would be Ankh and his atheism and evolution, Zion Lex and Divine Prospect, because those are the two Hebrews that's holding up this faith. They rely on like these dudes.
Man, I could get you Zion Lex, bro. What would be the topic, bro?
That'll be hard right there.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
Israelites, Negroes, and is God evil?
Oh man, you know God is evil, brother. God is evil and God is good. He's one and the same. You got a higher self and a lower self.
Are the Israelites?
Hey, don't give it away, Sonetta.
The origin of these people is that because he's out here emphatically saying that these people are our people and they're Negroes, and these people are Eurasians, and y'all be legitimizing these dudes by even calling them Israelites. Like, bro, that's why when I refer to these dudes, I say so-called, because even acknowledging them, like, yeah, we're battling the Israelites. No, we're battling a bunch of self-hating Africans. Ain't no goddamn Negro Israelites, and the ones that are over in Africa, they're converts. That's been proven. But when we search the origin of these people, they come from Eurasia. And Zion Lex be lying his ass off about and using this their black card showing pictures. Look, they got melanin.
I'm gonna call Zion tomorrow and see if he want that smoke with you.
Yo, Side, did you see earlier when we brought out the reliefs and the images about the people that Abraham came from?
Nah, I didn't see it. I'm gonna go back over it. I'll go over the video.
Evidence. Yeah, he pulled out the evidence, we showed the people, the artifacts, and how the people looked and all that. He proved his point.
Yeah, man. Dudes look like Papa Smurf, man. Dudes look like
Gargamelites.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yehu the King, man. Like he do look just like Papa Smurf, bro.
Yo, before you go, Sanetta, yo, Lux, do you have a question for Sanetta?
Yeah, I was gonna ask Sai real quick. Whatever happened to Divine Prospect on your channel, bro? I haven't seen him in a while. Keep in contact with him?
I don't know. Yeah, Divine, my man. That's my brother. We ain't got no beef. He's just too busy doing what he do. You know, I ain't got no beef with my brother Divine. Whenever he come to New York, he always hit me up and let me know, yo, brother, I'm in your city. You know, so he do call in. You know how the gangsters say, yo, you got to call in, nigga. So he do call in and let me know. You know, he check in.
Hey, this brother was supposed to debate Divine Prospect some years back.
Who that? Oh, this brother here?
Yeah, the one who Lux. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
A few times. Well, not enough, but I've been on there a few times. But yeah, we were supposed to have a little discussion, but ain't really nothing. We were going to talk about the Exodus, but that's
Divine Prospect has been running for me for 3 years. He said he was going to debate me. His information, he's deceptive. He's deceiving the people. He's a good brother. I'm not, in terms of personality, I think he's a very cool brother, but he is lying. Period, bro.
Hey, Sonetta, gone. You did what I'm talking about. Ain't nobody really stepped out of line, said nothing crazy to me. You did what I'm talking about. I don't really think they want that smoke with the Creator gang.
Yeah,
you did what I'm talking about the Milwaukee boys, something different. And if you notice, I haven't disagreed with anything somebody said. I'm just coming with a higher understanding of it. You dig what I'm saying? So I'm ready to beat somebody.
He said we're still looking for them debates, man. We still looking for them debates.
Hold on. Would you take on Lex Vortex?
Man, so I'll be trying to start stuff. Lex is gonna make excuses. No, I ain't do that, dude. So he's not on my level. I'm telling you, like, when it comes to this debate with the Bible and these Hebrews, you don't even have to be a scholar to win a debate. It's common sense.
But that's what I'm saying. Go ahead and take them L's, my nigga. I mean, take them wins, my nigga.
Yeah, like, yo, you ain't got to get deep. All you got to ask them simple. Yo, I was reading today, like, this. Anyone know the story of Judah and his twin sons, Perez and Zara? It's ridiculous. One baby came out. It said the midwife tied a scarlet string on his hand. The baby pushed his hand through the womb. So she tied a scarlet string on that baby's hand and said, this is the firstborn. The baby pulls his hand back into the womb, and then the other baby comes out, and she says, what is this? How have you broke forth in front of your brother? Bro, how the hell is a baby gonna stick his hand through the pussy, pull it back, and then his brother jump over him and come out the pussy?
You want me to tell you how, Lex?
And
because everybody was kung fu fighting. That's the only way, baby.
But on the real, man, like, y'all brothers who on the screen right now, man, I look at y'all like, we get a specific topic, y'all niggas narrowing in. Yo, from Louis to Cosmon to Lex. If y'all niggas get a subject and tune in on it, that's what I want to see in these debates. You know what I mean? Because I know what y'all capable of. You know what I mean? And you know, we want to keep it on Battle of the Holy Books, keep it on a theological level. I know Zion, you know, you can step out the box out of that part, you know what I mean? But for the creative game, we want to beat up the Holy Books. We just want to show we cross comparison the Owaspi with the other Holy Books and show them like it's a new book on the block that could rival the Holy Books that we've been holding up for all these years. You know what I mean? Just good entertainment for the people. You know what I mean?
You know, and we just like to keep our foot on the neck of the gods.
That's right. That's right.
Big facts. What's good, Louis? Talk to me.
What's up? What's that? Luxu? That's his name?
Lushu.
What's going on? Khan up in this piece. What's going on, brother? You done conquered a couple. What's going on, bro? Are you a Israelite?
No, I'm not an Israelite. I used to be. Nah, I'm up there with these guys every the Waspy. You know what I'm saying?
He
I
part of
mean,
Creator Gang. You know what I mean?
Oh,
He part of the
you know,
family.
Osby family. Yeah, the Osby family ain't no joke. I tell you one thing, these other dudes, they can't deal with what y'all bringing. I know that. You know what I'm saying? In terms of just dealing with, there's a lot of common sense and logic in the Osby Bible, and I think the explanations are in alignment with universal law. Some of it, you know what I'm saying? Like, so, and it's not talking crazy. Like the Bible is crazy, bro. They like it's just crazy.
Yo,
Like
that fucking Judges chapter 20, my nigga. I always go through that shit. The wars between the house of Israel and the tribes of Benjamin, because you know one of the arguments is that you know when you hit them with "thou shalt not murder" and kill, they be like, "Oh, that's talking about the house of Israel." That's when Moses was talking about the Israelites, only the Israelites. But then when you go to goddamn Judges 20, and you got Israel and the tribe of Benjamin going to war, you got God consulting against Benjamin.
right.
How can God be consulting against Benjamin if these niggas supposed to be the chosen?
Exactly. That goes back to what I was telling you, how these guys just manipulating everyone is just pawns on the chessboard. What about the Benjamites when they didn't have no wives and they went and basically grabbed these women and took them as wives? The women were doing some dancing and said they gathered in the bushes and then and the priest told them to go do this to get wives. So God ordains it in the
Bushwhacked them sisters.
And I think after that is what happened with the wars between the northern and the tribe of Benjamin and the house of Israel.
The Bible.
I think it was that caused that fight.
That was that. Yeah, I was gonna say that's what caused the fight.
And not only that, the house of Israel was consulting for God on what to do. They said, "Yo, shall we go to war with our brother Benjamin, or shall we stop and cease?" God, like, nigga, go up. Them niggas went up to battle, and 18,000 of them niggas dropped. After God told them niggas to go up.
Right. And what ain't supposed to be like, nah, man, make peace with your brothers. And answer this, y'all. You know how people talk. You know how I told you Israel's a confederation, right? How do you have 12 tribes out of one man?
What happened?
That's one tribe. You know what I'm saying? Like tribes are different. So like you see what I'm saying? Like how you got 12 different tribes and they all like their own nation in themselves. That's how you know I said it's a confederation. If I have a bunch of sons, that's one tribe, bro. They all got the same. They coming from me. How the hell you got 12 different tribes? In tribes, like tribalism, tribes don't even consider themselves the same. That's why you have a war like between these tribes, because obviously they was not the same people. That's why the Benjamites can fight the Judites. If they was actually one tribe, that wouldn't even make any sense.
That's what I said. I said these can't be the
It
same.
wouldn't even make any sense
like that. Who the hell gonna kill 18,000 of their own brother? But go ahead, Luke, what you got to say, King?
And the Owaspi, there's not 12 tribes. I think the 12 tribes comes from Ezra when he was writing the Tanakh for the Persians. The Persians had him write the Tanakh. You know, obviously he had access because the Persians had control of Egypt and all these other regions and anywhere that had libraries. So, or not libraries per se, because the Greeks didn't come in yet, but they did have storehouses of records. So I think Ezra would have had access to these places to, you know, I don't want to use the word appropriate, but I guess appropriate these stories and these myths or what have you. So, you know, astrology, we see 12 a lot. So I think he just took the number 12 for astrology and he just built up, you know, he Hebrewfied a narrative, and you have 12 tribes. Because when you read Owaspi, it doesn't say 12, it says 2 tribes, Iz and Zerl. And that's mainly, you know, Central Asia or West Asia, I should say, like Southwest Asia. So that's what they
right. What he was talking earlier about the Eurasians, in a sense.
Yeah, pretty much the Eurasian people, what you were saying, like Izmir, Azor, and places like that.
Wow, look at
Syria, Iran, all those places. That's what those people in general. That's what ethnically speaking, that's what the Israelite people would have been. And to when you were saying earlier about the Amorites being the Hyksos or whatever, when you said that the Amorites were the Hyksos, I would agree that ethnically they're the same people, but like I was saying, the Cosmic Cow in the chat, that they didn't hold the same values, because according to the Waspi, we know that the Israelites weren't leaders, or they didn't have leaders over them. You know what I'm saying? Or as far as like kings, and they didn't war and things of that nature. So they would have been the same ethnic type as the Hyksos, but they would never been like, they wouldn't have been the people that would have been in control, taking positions of power or what have you.
Fact.
That's not them. You know what I'm saying? They would have been in a as like slaves. They would have been like second class citizens or what have you. You know what I'm saying? Because they didn't serve the gods of Egypt or what have you, and they didn't really honor the pharaoh like that. So they would have been slaves.
Remember, they did rule Egypt for about 200
The Hyksos did, but
Yeah.
not all Asiatics did.
Right. Yeah. No, not all Asiatic. No, they
What I'm
was
trying to say is that the Asiatic Israelites would have been the ones that would have just been slaves. They would have never been the ones that would have been power, like the ones that would have position of employment. Those would have been the Hyksos. My argument is that the Israelites were the same ethnic group, basically two different cults. I don't want to say the Hyksos are a cult because it's not about religion, but they just didn't hold the same values.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't disagree with that totally. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, they kind of morph into different culture over time. Like, you know, even in the Bible, it says Jacob's name was changed to Israel.
Yeah.
Right. And it also said that, remember, it said they didn't have a king, and the God said, well, since you want a king like the other nations, I'm gonna give you an evil king. You know what I'm saying? So they, you know, so there's so much to this, man, that we can get into in terms of history and culturally. You know what I'm saying? Looking at how they were set up. You know what I'm saying? The priesthood was set up, like you said earlier. Selah Shalom was talking about what the Egyptian priest was doing. You can see the Levitical priest doing that. But like I said, you can go further. You can see correlations between, if you look at Amorite history, like Hammurabi was one of the most famous Amorite kings. You got the law of Hammurabi. If you look at the Hammurabi law in the Torah, it's almost identical.
And Owaski also says that Abraham was a slave. So that might help with maybe where you might want to put him historically or what he would have been. Because I did some research on like the Hurrians or what have you. But I understand that the Hurrians are like a ruling class that are over.
Remember, Abraham is a king, though.
What's it again? Say it again.
Abraham is a king.
According to some narratives, but in the Owaski, he's not a king, he's a slave. And he was illiterate.
He's a pretty powerful slave because he warred with 7 kings.
Well, that's in the narrative.
If he really did war with them.
Yeah, that's somebody else's narrative. The cool
somebody else's narrative, because Abraham was illiterate, so he would never wrote it himself. Everybody else is writing about him, so we don't know if they're telling the truth about him. And if they are, well,
I mean, I think he represents a part. Like like I said, it's like a combination of different characters in history. You know what I'm saying?
Of course, probably embellished. You know what I'm saying? That's what myth starts as an experience and evolves into a belief, and then over time evolves into a legend. So obviously, I think he existed, but he didn't write it himself. Because the Owaski makes it clear that he was a slave and he was illiterate, so he couldn't read or write. So he wouldn't have wrote it.
Here's the thing about if he existed.
Hey, yo, let me go. Let me get out of here. Hey, Lex, I was just speaking to Unc. Unc said, man, you was on this channel like about a couple of weeks ago. You got mad at him, cursed him out, talking about I'm gonna kill you, nigga. So Unc said, yeah, he wouldn't mind sitting in the seat and going at you with that. But he said, yeah, but Unc, he said, you're gonna have to take all that shit back, man. He said he'd never threaten you or threaten your life.
He's lying. I'm not even gonna get into it. Whatever.
Yeah. But he said, yeah, he'll sit down and chop it up and do that.
Well, you would have to pay him. He's so scared of me. But
anyway, yo, peace, y'all. Peace to everybody on the panel, man.
Okay, appreciate you coming.
All right, no doubt, y'all. Peace.
All right,
see, that's what they do to me, yo, all the time. All the slander out here about Lex. It's only to avoid the conversation. Oh, Lex said this and did that and this and that. It's to avoid the conversation. Honk is a coward. Most of the Hebrew Israelites, I gotta say, they know because they didn't have conversation, and they're cowards. And they know if Divine Prospect if me and him ever have a formal battle, he's gonna have to come up with another hustle. Same thing with Zion Lex and the rest of these people. The ministers, the preachers, if you have a conversation with Lex and your congregation have any sense, you won't have a congregation after the debate. And that's
why I want to see that, because I don't like Zion Lex, so I would like to see that.
I like him as a person. I don't have a problem.
I don't like him. So
I think I believe Zion Lex and Divine Prospect is the last stronghold of the fake Bible Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Because all them other dudes is clowns. Think about it. Like, make no sense.
You know what though? You know who I respect. I respect a little bit about out of them guys though. That I probably respect the most is Mighty Hebrew.
Mighty Hebrew is cool. He's pseudo as hell too.
He's pseudo as hell, but you know what I will give to him? He do his own thing. He ain't doing what nobody else doing. He over there and he trying to do right by his people. So for that, I give him a little tilt to the hat.
I don't have no problem with what these people personally, what he's doing in Tanzania. I don't know why he's in Tanzania. You should be in Jerusalem somewhere, right? You over in, that's what I'm saying. Like, these dudes is crazy. You over in Tanzania talking about you an Israelite, bro.
Hey,
like,
I asked him that same question. The crazy part is I asked him that same question. He said that they got some type of history that the Israelite people was down there too.
Nigga went home. You's an African. Stop playing, bro. You talking that Israelite shit in Tanzania, nigga. East Africa at that. You ain't even in West Africa. You deep, damn near South Africa. Like you in deep Africa, bro. Talking about you the Israel. Go to the, and my thing is a lot of them be talking about they're going to Ghana because there's Israelites over there. Y'all is faking, bro. Why ain't you trying to get to Jerusalem?
Not even that. Even if they was goddamn Israelites, y'all dealing with that damn God of the Bible though. Y'all still, that's even worse. That's even worse than calling them niggas or following like, oh, I'm an Israelite. I found my nationality. Nigga, you still following that God of that Torah that's telling you to go kill some goddamn children. That's why we still next to them goddamn gods, because it don't get no diabolical in that shit right there.
Yeah.
Kill children, women are nothing but property. And let me tell you something for you sisters out there. If you're following the Black Hebrew Israelite doctrine, you might as well go follow a pimp. You's a fool. Right in the Torah, it tells you do not cover thy neighbor's ass, do not cover your neighbor's this, and do not cover your neighbor's wife, right along with the rest of a man's property. It never says don't cover thy neighbor's husband. Why? Because the husband is not property. You are property in the Bible. That's why you can be sold for 50 shekels after you was grabbed in the field. You sold women, their own daughters, they sold just like cattle. Women were nothing but profit and property in the Torah. Why would a woman follow that? That is insane to me. But I understand.
And also that should let you know, that should let you know in your soul, them ain't your people. Your people didn't do that.
Exactly.
Malachi got a link in the chat. If
someone grabbed your daughter while she was walking through the field and took her and then came to you and said, here's 50 shekels, nigga, you gonna blow his head off. Talking about his shekels for your daughter after that.
50 hectares.
Come on, bro. This is ridiculous, man.
No, you're right.
You know what they do? They're good at explaining this stuff away. Well, it really wasn't. It said grab, but grab just mean he touched her elbow. They do all type of like crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like,
do you know the God in, I want to say, is it Leviticus? It might be Leviticus 21. He literally okays genocidal war rape. You can go in there, kill the father, kill the whole family, take the woman, take her with you. You got to shave her head and file her nails down, and she must sit in your house and cry for 30 days. And then after that, hold on, it get worse. After that, then you can just take it.
Yeah, exactly.
Short after 30 days. But this the cold part. If it ain't good, you don't get to sell her. You just kick her out to the street.
Right, exactly. But not only that, check it out. Remember, it wasn't just a woman, it was virgins. So then it becomes, well, how do you know which women are virgins or not? Well, they had to be talking about young women.
Yes.
They had to be street, because how do you know whether they're virgins or not? How the hell do you know? So you have to assume it's the young ones. And then you cut her hair off, clip her nails. And then one of these you try to tell me, well, after the 30 days when she realized that all her uncles and brothers and all that's dead, she's gonna be with it after that, like, because just the natural protection of a man and all this type of stuff. Like,
ain't that called Stockholm syndrome?
You just murdered her father, her brothers, her uncles, her cousins, her whole family. And after 30 days, after you shave her head, she wants to sleep with you.
Where's that found? In Exodus?
Is it? I want to say it's either Leviticus or Deuteronomy 21.
Okay.
Yeah,
So this
I know
Leviticus,
it's 21. I want to say it might
going
be
into Canaan, so it's definitely after, during when they're going on their campaign.
yeah.
if it's Leviticus, it comes from the priestly source. That's the Aaronites, and if it's from Deuteronomy, it comes from the Levites, which is the Kohathites.
They're giving the laws. They're giving the laws.
And you know what excuse they give me sometimes? They say, well, that was just like during those times, it was just the way it was. So you're judging from this time, and so it might no, bro. It don't matter what time it is. The creator don't change. You telling me the creator was cool with mass genocide then because the people's culture allowed it? The creator don't take on man's culture.
Hey, listen. Hey, man, shout out to the boy Sonetta, man. But I heard him say that it wasn't no rape back 2,000 years ago. You did what I'm talking about. Somebody brought up the fact that it's written down that Heru was a rapist. You dig what I'm talking about? And he was like, no. See, he couldn't have raped because it wasn't no rape in that time. You could just take it.
It's always been rape. Rape's been around since the beginning of time.
Since the beginning of time, you ain't never had to tell nobody rape was wrong.
Right.
But it's bad when God condones it, though.
Come on, man.
Like, what kind of God are you serving, bro? Like,
yeah, when that happens, you got to question that deity. That's what I said. It's not about
right.
the name so much; it's about the actions and the doctrines of that deity. You know what I'm saying? Like when you said Jehovah, I understand what people's gripe when you read their WASP. It says Jehovah, but we understand. And oh my bad, I'm Malachi. But Jehovah or Yahweh, Yud-Heh-Vav-Heh in the Hebrew means he that exists, he that causes things to be. So he is existence. So basically, any name that would signify the creator's existence that you don't see him as you, like I would see you gentlemen, like sitting on a throne or anything like that, that is the creator. You know what I'm saying? But any false deity could take on any name. And the only way you're going to know is through the actions and the doctrines of that deity or the laws. That's the only real way you're going to know. It's not so much about the names. We can argue about names all day. You can name the creator, or you cannot name the creator. At the end of the day, you're going to know by the actions, the doctrines, the spirit of the entity. And that's pretty much it.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We got Lucy breaking it down. And we got our beloved brother, the one and only, the mighty Maccabee, Malachi Maccabee, who is the author of Battle of the Holy Books. What are we talking about, King?
Hey, bless up. Hey, man, look, bless up. Abundant blessings to everybody on the panel. You know what I mean? Much love. Heavy hitters in the building. Lux, hey, salute. Cosmon Cal, salute. Vortex, Lex Vortex. You know what I mean? Hey, you've been around for a minute. Salute. And of course, my brother Selah Shalom, salute. Hey, I know bros probably ain't got too much longer. I just want to shift gears just a little bit. And I want to ask my brother LEX VORTEX a question.
What's up, brother?
Well, not even just one question. It's really like two questions. One leads into another. So I'm gonna get right to it. Spirits of the dead. Do you believe in spirits of the dead?
Yeah.
Okay, man. Excuse me. I used the my bad. I used the wrong word. Do you know there are spirits of the dead? Not belief. That's my bad.
When you say spirits of the dead, you talking about like people lived and now their spirits are still living on?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely. I believe that. I believe it. I can't absolutely prove it. I believe that's my personal belief. I believe in ancestral veneration. I believe that all our, people that were with us, family, and especially the ones that are great and are venerated, I believe that they join the collective consciousness.
Okay.
I believe they join the forces of nature. They become the creator. That's my personal belief.
Okay. And again, because earlier I was hearing not belief, but knowing and absolute certainty. That's what I'm asking about. You know what I mean? So my question is about an absolute certainty of spirits of the dead, not even a belief, because we can believe whatever. An absolute certainty is what I'm asking. You is there an absolute certainty about spirits of the dead?
No, I wouldn't say I had an absolute certainty. For me, no.
Okay. All right. Well, look. My next question, you can still kind of build off of it if you want, even if it's a belief. My next question is this: based off your belief, what is the system and order of the spirits of the dead when they cross over? What is the system and order? What can you point me to?
The system and order of the dead when they cross over.
Yeah. Like, basically, what will we be doing once we expire?
Yeah, no, I couldn't point you to the exact system and order of that. I couldn't tell you that.
Okay. Hey, I salute. Hey, look. Salute. Hey, I salute you. I salute you anyway.
Right?
Hey, you look. I salute you. I salute you for being honest, brother. And that's real. But dealing with the heavy hitters, like the other brothers is on there, they understand. I mean, even longer than I've understood. You understand? And just reading it for myself. Hey, the Owaspy offers.
I think there's no way, brother. I don't think there's no way we can absolutely even still verify that. Even, I'm not in the Owaspy might, in terms of how they talk about the system of order, what happens when we die. I think it sounds pretty logical and it lines up with a lot of things, but I don't think we can verify it. I don't think we can absolutely verify it. That's why I said I don't have no certain.
Not trip off this. Look, and that's respect. Not trip off this. It's two parts to understanding revelation, right? It's two parts to understanding knowledge, should I say. It's either based off what you can observe and measure, which is scientific fact, and what's beyond that comes through direct inspiration. Revelation.
Objective and subjective.
Exactly. That's how all understanding and knowledge comes. It's either I can observe it and measure it, like I lay with my woman and 9-10 months later a baby come out. I can observe that, I can measure that. Or it has to be something that comes from something else that's unseen.
Right. Intuitive knowledge.
Such as our thoughts and all that. You know what I mean? So no, I salute. I'm just saying, even though one would argue that we can never know for certain, what I'm saying is when we read certain things being spiritual or eternal or whatever, certain things when it resonates with you, I'm just saying it offers a peculiar understanding when it comes to the progression of mortals once they cross over. Primary and secondary educations and all that, bro. Shit is mind blowing. I say, dang, nigga, that's tight. You know what I mean? Just keeping it real. When I first read, I was like, nigga, that's tight. Dang. You know what I mean?
It's like
you mean I ain't gonna be stuck? I ain't gonna be stuck just screaming holy all day or you know what I mean? My chestnuts roasting forever. It's really like progression and you know what I mean, which makes sense. That's all I'm saying.
That makes perfect sense. That's why I say I can get with that, Owaspy in the way it describes the different levels that we go to, and it gives you something to look forward to. Like, so now you know what direction. Like, okay, this is where I'm trying to reach. So I think that makes sense, and I think it coincides with what a lot of ancestors taught anyway. I mean, like the higher your vibration, the higher level you ascend to. Now, the Owaspy gets a lot more detail. But the bottom line for me is ascension.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Absolutely.
So reach the highest.
The crazy
thing we talking about. Continual resurrection, onward and upward. You know what I mean? That makes sense. Not being bound to any snake oil salesman, any type of doctrine and none of that. Just knowing to be real and solid, man. It just makes sense. Common sense.
I mean,
most of y'all grew up in the streets
with the Jesus story to some degree. I mean, he died. It aligned somewhat with the Jesus story. What Owaspy saying? Well, the dude died and became a god.
I think you understand. I think Owaspy decodes what's written in other texts like the Bible, like the Mahabharata, like the Bhagavad Gita's, like the Vedas, like the Egyptian text. I think what OWASP does is decipher and decode those texts. Many are written in they're written in allegory. They're not literal. You dig what I'm talking about? So if you're not hip to the understanding, if you're not hip to be square, you will really think a snake talk. You see what I'm saying? Or a man lived in a fish belly for 3 days. You see what I'm saying? Hey, if you don't have the higher understanding, the spiritual knowledge that most of this stuff was even written about, you're lost. You think it's really a story when they really giving you a scientific breakdown on self.
Right, like exactly, like Jacob's ladder is kind of like an ascension process, right? Like the symbol of Jacob's ladder. Paul said he was a man who went to the third heaven. Jesus ascended. Elijah was said taken up in a whirlwind. That's all ascension to me.
Yeah,
you see what I'm saying? Yeah. So I think he's on point with that.
Hey, little Lex, let me say this though. The difference is no true God is worshipped. You know what I mean? The only gods and lords that are worshipped are the false ones.
Fact. I said that earlier.
Yeah, so no true gods are worshipped. Like Jesus died and became a god. Dealing with Christianity, he's a god that's worshipped. You know what I mean? Regardless if you believe he was historical or amalgamated or just plain the hell made up, regardless of the fact, that's a deity and a god that was created. So that's the only thing I would say is the difference. And
I tell people any god that's asking you for worship is a vampire. Period.
I salute. I agree. Because you should be getting your kneecaps dusty. I'm getting your kneecaps dusty, knocking like a naked roasting.
Because what do you
going to pine oil heaven?
What kind of narcissist are you? Like you're a god
on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. You know I gotta play that at least once.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy. To pine oil heaven.
Chestnuts roasting on an open fire.
That's where you headed, boy.
Yeah, so that's what the false gods is headed, man. Pine oil heaven if they don't get it right, Joe.
Yeah, like what kind of narcissist are you? Like if you're a powerful, all-powerful God, what you need me to acknowledge you for? You're just a narcissist, bro. Like you don't need acknowledgement if you know what I'm saying. That's an insecure human. We have a need to feel belonging, want people to praise us. That's part of our narcissistic, you know what I'm saying? But if you a God and you ain't got you haven't overcome little human lower emotions of narcissism.
Hey,
like, crazy.
Would you say he's the unsecure human?
Right. You know what I'm saying? Like, bruh.
But that all start to make sense when you understand that the creator and God are not the same thing.
That's right. That's right, brother.
Yeah.
It all makes sense when you understand what a God is and what creator is and does, and that the creator creates gods.
Mm-hmm.
When you understand that point, it starts to make sense that, and when you understand that he a man, that when he get jealous, or when he tell you that he a man of war, or when he starting mess, you dig what I'm talking about? Because he start mess too. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah. People be chilling, and hey, remember what the Amalek did to you, cuz?
Right.
Remember what Amalek did to you, cuz? Let's go over there, slay the women, the men, the children, the infant, the suckling babies, the oxes, kill everything.
He's a gangster, ain't no doubt about that.
Super gangster.
But then you gotta look at the amount of people of these camps that got these numbers. Look at IUIC. Look at the numbers they got, bruh. And they following the same goddamn infant slaying God.
Yeah.
And that's just why
that's why they ain't never really gonna be able to cause change in the world. Like when you got numbers like that, they should be, building all type of fantastic things, using their genius for technology and really tapping into their divine intelligence. They sitting around waiting for Yahweh Shah to return. It's crazy.
They're waiting for Babylon to be destroyed and
And
to go back.
when he return, they gonna be very disappointed when he come out looking like E.T. from that movie.
Hey, Cosmo, he gonna be goddamn Pollyanna from Tayana coming back looking at
It's gonna be a white dude.
with three heads.
Jesus coming back as a white guy.
Hey, man! I think people in for a very rude awakening.
Very rude awakening, yo. They don't even
Very
know.
rude.
Waspi said that Luamung is gonna be the most hated God that has ever been. That's Christianity, the whole Judaism, the whole nine, and all that.
Listen, that everybody who comes with the religious Bible point of view already duped. Luamung got to pay for that.
That's sad, Joe.
They got whole Christian apologists. You dig what I'm talking about?
I got a question real quick. I got a question for
Texas coming back though. I just think it's gonna be Independence Day. That's all, you know.
Hey, Lex, he got a question for you.
What's up, bro?
So yeah, back to the I would assume, do you agree with the out of Africa theory from how you guys were talking earlier about Africa and genetics?
Yeah, I do. For the most part, I can say I haven't heard any information that is more solid scientifically. All you get is pseudo Indian Israelite bullshit that goes against science. Like, but when it comes to history and science, like you can't. It's all speculation. You know what I'm saying? Like I hear people talking about, no, America is really the oldest land and all that. And what's my proof? Grandma told me. Get the fuck out of here. Grandma was a self-hating coon. Grandma was a Christian, and grandma was putting a hot comb on her daughter's head, bro. Like, come on, dudes be coming with. I be telling these Indian dudes straight up, bro. Y'all coming with straight grandma doctrine, bro. As a grandma was a historian. Black people hated themselves. If you had a little bit of, they was calling it good hair back then, grandma. That's why we got that good hair, because we didn't know you. Some of you was mixed in mulatto and all type of stuff, and any sign of not being African was something good, because remember, being just black was not the shit. We're not just.
I remember that in the 80s.
Yeah, we got Indian, and I'm telling you, most of these dudes in this Indian shit are country bunkins from the back street of Alabama. And they
let me add, matter of fact, no, I think Lucy had a question for you real quick though. I had a question, but go ahead, Lucy.
No, yeah, so I just wanted to ask. Go ahead, my bad, bro. Go ahead, finish up.
I believe in the out of Africa theory, yes.
Okay, so we descend from a common ancestor, you would say, in Africa?
Yeah.
Okay, so I wanted to get that clarity. So if we descended from a common ancestor in Africa that was out of Africa, wouldn't we all have compatible blood types?
No.
Why is that?
Because genes mutate. But you know what? I'm glad you brought up that question, because yes, that is something that I looked into, and no one has been able to really explain at least one blood type, and that's the Rh negative. It can't exist in the evolutionary process. It doesn't fit nowhere in there. It doesn't help survival, because if you have this blood type that can't really mix with other people like that. So if you're a Rh negative mother, and you get pregnant by a Rh positive man, the mother's body will actually try to kill that baby like it's foreign. So that, I will say, I looked into all of that blood, bro. Every stone I unturned, I cannot explain that. And that's why I think there's hybridization and genetic manipulation. Because
hybridization.
Yeah, because there's over really 30. If you really look into it, I think it's like damn near 30 blood type. We only talk about the four major ones, A, B, blah blah, but there's other ones. You got this thing called golden blood. It's even rarer than Rh negative. And Rh negative it doesn't really make no sense on the evolutionary scale, because how will we turn from how did we get the monkey gene? And so when you look at what they talk about in the Sumerian tablets, I think there's some truth to that. They said they found a primitive worker and upgraded its DNA. What's that primitive worker? It's a hominid. You know what I'm saying? Then when these people get on the scene, these atoms, or whatever, they stop mixing with humanity. Remember, he said, "I shall scatter Israel out the whole earth." So they're trying to spread their genetics to take over the earth as a form of terraforming. This is, this is what I personally have gathered, just like an alien takeover. That's why I said people need to go watch the movie Species. It's all about genetics and reproduction.
Well, let me interject real quick. So if you're saying that they took a genetic from the hominin, which was the rhesus monkey.
Well, it wasn't the rhesus monkey, but
That's what the RH factor is, ain't it?
Yeah, it comes. It's. They call it the rhesus because we have the same enzyme as the rhesus monkey, but it's not.
Pause right there. Pause right there. Will that somewhat validate? It may sound funny what Unc is saying about us coming from primates.
Right, yes, it does. Yes, it does. And I don't. That's what I'm saying. There's this big. They act like there's a big line between evolution and creation, and I think it's all in natural order. But what the evolution is missing is the genetic manipulation. Because when you look at when man comes on the scene and what they call Homo sapiens sapien, it pops up fully with with two genes that are happening. So if you look at it's called chromosome 2. If you look at an ape's genetics, right, we have the same. That's why they have 48. They say they have 48 chromosomes. We have 46. Look up Chrome 2 fusion. This is what the so-called gods did. If you look at what separates an ape from a human, it's chrome number 2. These two, what the apes had was fused into one on a human. This is called fusion. Chrome 2 is where the humans differ from the apes, which is why we have 46 and 48. So the scientists can actually see that it was 2 chromosomes that apes had that was fused, and that's what makes the large difference from us and the apes. So now the question becomes, was that done naturally or was it done genetically? But when you look in the way it was fused, if you look at Chrome 2 fusion, you'll see that scientists know it was intentional. It wasn't just some random.
What happens if the infusion came from a time where man was actually exchanging bodily fluids with the animals, basically bestiality, because we know these things exist.
Yeah, but that's not how gene.
I'm just saying, we're talking about primitive man at the time. You see what I'm saying?
But gene fusion is something that's very direct. Like it ain't like you just have sex and like we're talking about chromosome. Like we're talking about the genetic map.
Right.
I can actually pull it up real quick if y'all want to see it.
Yeah, and then Lucy, you could touch on the alleles because I know you was breaking down that some years back.
You talking about the CLO?
Yeah, the CLO.
Yeah. Cosmo know about that too.
You're the one who really brought it out back in the day. You brought that shit out.
Yeah, well, I got that. It was on. Really, it was
the website owaspy.com, I think.
Yeah, James.
Yeah, matter of fact, James. Yeah, he put that.
I was just talking to James through email a few nights ago. I got he got subscriptions for that page now.
I gotta get him on the live. What'd you say?
You got subscriptions for that page now. You got to pay.
Yeah. I'm gonna support the page.
We're just talking.
But yeah, go ahead, Lex. You want to share your screen?
But I will ask why you doing that. I wanted to ask Lex something. I said so. Basically, for what you're basically implying is that it's an earthly mother and a father is from elsewhere. When it comes to the evolution with the genes,
an earthly mother and a father from somewhere else. Well, if you look at what it says in the records, it would actually be a heavenly mother and an earthly father. They took in the Sumerian tablets, they took the hominid and they mixed the genome and then they impregnated Ninti. Ninti would be the mother of humanity, of the Adamites. And she gave birth to him because it had to come through so-called Anunnaki womb. So Ninti actually gave birth to the creature that they created. Enki and this other dudes. Now, whether you believe in the Sumerian story, is irrelevant. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying that narrative is not totally crazy if we because now they're even talking about the genome. I'm gonna show you. Here's what I'm talking about now. Let me share the screen real quick. So when you look at this is called chromosome 2 fusion. Everybody look that up.
The screen ain't showing yet.
Yeah, I know. I'm doing it now.
All right. I guess so. The debate would really be evolution versus genetic engineering.
So this is the picture of what it looks like in terms of the kind of the difference between it's gene 2 that was fused. So if you look at an ape's chromosome, you see over here, this is like 2 chromosomes represented by like this purple and yellow. This right here shows what happens when you link telomeres and genes. So they have to break off the telomeres. That's how scientists know this is done intentionally. These two top right here is information, right? And then over here, this is when it becomes one again. So this is what separates us literally from the apes. Now, the question becomes, now a lot of people in the people like Ankh in the scientific world go, oh, you want to believe in these fairy tales about the Unan, but they can't explain this. And there's been articles that came out that said, yes, we've seen this happen in other ways, right? In terms of genes fusing, but gene 2 happens in a very specific way. In terms of it couldn't be random in terms of the way the telomeres, specific telomeres, which genetic information fuse together. So this is so when we look at the story of the Anunnaki, right, and the Yakubian stories and stuff like that, the funny thing is that the Anunnaki story goes back about 250 to 300,000 years. This is the same time when they say Homo sapiens sapiens shows up during the time when the according to the records, the Anunnaki are on, they ruling over 300,000 years ago, or they first showed up like 300,000 years. I mean, I'm sure the numbers differ, but the Homo sapien, not only does Homo sapiens shows up with these genes fused that makes us different from the apes, which is we have 46 and they have 48, but we also have the SP2 gene, which is the gene that gives us the ability to speak. Now, how did these things happen at exactly the same time? We're the only creatures that developed this gene, and you don't see no development of what they call the SP2 gene, the FOXP2 gene, which is allow us to talk. So these things happen at the same time. How? Because when you look at evolution, things are supposed to take millions of years to develop and all that. But the difference between the Homo sapien and the hominids, it doesn't line up with the rest of the evolutionary scale that took millions of years. So when we look at the story of genetic manipulation, we're like, wow, it lines up, because they be talking about where's the missing link. Well, the missing link is the intervention from the gods. That's the missing link. And I remember even in OASP, when I read, it talks about how hold on one second. The angels help evolve a planet, and even said the angels take and upgrade human genetics.
Yeah, that's why we ain't tripping.
That's why we
the only difference from that perspective is just that actually came through mating, but the Anunnaki tale is actually genetic engineering, but nonetheless it's still crossbred with these hybrids or these.
I think it was both.
Yeah, either way, intelligent design.
I think it happened both ways. I think the earliest, when you read in the Book of Satantes, I'm thinking that was the product of them just being because remember, it was inexperienced angels and experienced angels. And for those of you that don't know what inexperience is, for anybody in the chat and Lex or anybody, is that inexperience means these are people that died on other worlds. They died in either infancy, like through a miscarriage or an abortion.
Right.
So it's the idea that people live in other worlds. They died. They never got a chance to live a physical life, so they don't know things like relationships or like sex or things of that nature. So when they, they continue on in spirit as an angel, an experienced angel, and they came to this planet, like you read in the Owaspy, they were inexperienced to, mating and things of that nature. So when they seen these primitive hominids running around naked and mating, they probably got tempted. They probably got touched, and through that, that's how we started, hybridizing. But I also believe after that, with the experienced, after they understood what Jehovah said, that, oh no, you're not wrong or whatever. You know, you actually did me a good deed. You populated the earth with people who have spirit, and now they can continue forever. I think after the angels found that out and they actually built their kingdom, then you started having the genetic manipulation. So I think it was a little bit of both. I think it was genetic engineering, and with the inexperience, it was them mating with these mortals, because you have this story of divine beings mating with mortals all over the world, whether it be genetic engineering with the Anunnaki, whether it be Zeus coming down and mating with a mortal, or Indian sun gods coming down and mating with maidens and creating this, or even down to Mary being impregnated by the Holy Spirit and giving birth to Christ. You know what I'm saying? It's the same.
Yeah, it's the same
thread.
thing.
Right.
Same thing.
So that would go to prove my statement that man has a spirit, and the spirit must be a man to impregnate a woman, because ain't no horses getting women pregnant. And you dig what I'm talking about? None of these anthropomorphic beings with hawk heads, and you know what I mean? That's not happening. So whoever got who pregnant was a man, and since they saying it was a spirit, that proves that all spirits are men.
Mm-hmm.
Hence God. You dig what I'm saying?
Man, he's getting a little chauvinistic up in here, but I mean, because a woman can artificially inseminate another woman too, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but I hear what you're saying, but I think the important thing of that is that a lot of this history in these ancient texts are, you know, little remnants of what took place. I personally believe that if you have a planet, there should only be one race and one phenotype. And I believe there was different beings that created different races. I believe some of the races on the planet Earth, this is my personal belief, are not from Earth. I don't believe Chinese people are from Earth. They're too different. I don't believe, you know, like, how did y'all be so, how are y'all so, why do you look so different? So that's one problem I have with evolution. I don't, you know, I don't believe in it totally like that. I don't deny evolution because I know things develop over time.
So let me ask you something. So you said what's like you classify them as extraterrestrials, like they came here?
Yeah, I think different people came. I think different beings brought, like, created their own children on the planet. Like,
listen, he's half right. He's half right on what he's saying.
You had the Anunnaki gods. You had the ones in India. They was doing. I think it was some people that are, and even in the Sumerian text, they talk about how they produced these different beings trying to get to the one that was just perfect to be the perfect slave. That was like one that was not too intelligent to rebel, but intelligent enough to accept,
do the work,
and they created different beings until they got there. So you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, I think altogether genetic manipulation is a big part of human history. And because evolution, the way they want to teach evolution, like man was stupid, like we just got this technology. No, I don't believe that. I believe that we had high civilizations with technology. There was flying machines, all type of shit, genetic manipulation, wickedness, and you know, you had evil scientists and shit back then. That was, you know what I'm saying? You had beings. So like when you look at like look how different people are. I think that some people don't even belong, and to some degree, I believe that there's something distinct. Now, I don't believe in the whole chosen people thing, but there's something very distinct about the Negro that other people just can't stand. It's almost like a smell. They can't stand, like we're just something different. Like, why does everybody have a problem with the Negro? Like everybody, even other black people. There's something about us that's different. They can smell it, bro. We smell, like, you know what I'm saying? So like, you know, but I think there's a lot of more information we're gonna find out, because we might not be from here. Like I said, the Aryans teach that we came here with Satan from a different solar system. So when I hear stuff like that, it sounds crazy, but I have to say, consider it, like, because when you look around us, you say, damn, nobody, like everyone has a problem with the Negro, especially the ones in America, even our African brothers and sisters, that even other colored people, even some of the people from the islands, even, you know, Everyone has a problem with Negroes in America. Y'all don't agree with that to some degree? Like, you know what I'm saying? Whether it be white, black, Indians, Chinese, Japanese, like they do business with Africans.
But I mean, everybody got a stereotype, though, if you think about it. But I hear
Yeah,
what you're saying,
like,
and I agree. I hear what he's saying, though, and I agree with him. My bad. What were you saying, Selah?
No, I said it's always going to be tribal differences when it comes to that shit. But go ahead,
Yeah,
though.
that's all tribalism.
Y'all don't think that there's, like, when you look around the earth, everybody would like to see the disappearance of the Negro. Everybody would be a lot happier.
I don't really think so. You got the people over there on Sentinel Island. They're actually protected by the Indians over there, and they're actually like a hunter-gatherer. They're not supposed to be bothered by nobody. They allow those people.
Yeah, not everybody, but in general, there's
no. I agree. You know, I hear what you're saying, bro, and I would like to say something. It's going to be controversial. This is according to the Owaspy. You know what I'm saying? I'm pretty sure Cosmon and Selah will kind of know where I'm coming from. I think a little bit, because if you read the Owaspy, there is evolution in the Owaspy, and they talk about the races and the races mixing. So when I look at evolution, I look at hybridization. I don't look at how Ankh looks at evolution. He looks at evolution through natural selection. That's obviously mutations that happen over millions and millions of years because of, you know, what is it, geographic pressures or what have you, by the weather, you know, sun, cold, or what. I don't believe that.
Rays, yeah.
So I don't believe that. I believe that constitutes microevolution, but not like macroevolution. So for me, macroevolution is through hybridization. So I feel like in the Owaspy, when you read, one of the main contentions a person of color when they read the Owaspy is when they read about the Drooks, because every time you read about the Drooks in the Owaspy, it tells you that it makes it a point to let you know when it's talking about these early races that the Drooks are the most primitive. They're essentially the children of Cain, if you're going to compare it to the Bible. And they were dark, they were brown, and it makes it clear that they were dumb or they were stupid. They were not intelligent. So modern day blacks, when they read that, they tend to think that that's talking about modern day Negroes, but it's not. It's talking about primitive, archaic humans, which are like Homo erectus, Neanderthal, Homo habilis, which actually been found to be GG in their genotype, knowing G being the allele for dark skin tone, and actually it being the the dominant gene. So Neanderthals are found to be GG. Homo erectus, all these were found to be GG, so they're dark skinned. What I'm basically trying to say is the Ions were white and yellow. These were like a chosen race, but primarily they were white and yellow. The Ions of Ham, the ones that came into Africa, Northeast Africa, they were of all colors. They came in different colors. I think what the disconnect is, human beings have been mixing with different hominids, which gave rise to these modern day phenotypes. I'm thinking, since, you know, we know that these archaic humans were brutish and they were dark skinned, they got a bad rap for that. When that carries over into more modern people, they kind of still see that. So there's kind of like an intimidation factor when a person who's lighter sees a person who's darker for that fact, just from the past of coming in contact with.
I mean, the first Homo sapiens are dark skinned too, though. So how?
Well, they're dark. Well, Cro-Magnon, yeah, they were dark skinned. They started being lighter when they became Homo sapiens.
Humans are dark skinned too.
Yeah, well, Homo sapiens come in all colors because we're all Homo sapiens.
Yeah, but the first Homo sapiens are
Cro-Magnon. You're talking about that. That's the first Homo sapiens. We're Homo sapiens.
Cro-Magnons are not Homo sapiens sapiens. The first
not Homo sapiens sapien. They're Homo sapien. We're Homo sapiens sapiens.
Homo sapiens are Africans. The first ones. They're dark skinned.
According to the model of the paradigm of the out of Africa theory.
We have the Khoisan people and the Twa people are the first Homo sapiens sapiens.
You could say that they're first, or you could say that they're one of the oldest. They survived from a previous calamity. You could say that.
Well,
there's different ways you can say that.
I'm only going by what it. I'm only going by what it.
Khoisan, the ones who got the 800, they light skinned too. The South African Bushmen, them niggas look like some Asian.
Yeah, but people. They come in red though too. Sometimes they come darker, but they have that Asiatic phenotype, and they also have
meaning to say that Asiatic phenotype that you see coming out of the South African Bushmen is the oldest phenotype because it predates.
Yeah, all of them. All of them. I mean, they do have like the eye. Like some of them do have like the
Matter of fact, I'm gonna pull up a picture of them real quick.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just gonna say like this. According to Owaspy, Homo sapiens, they call them Awan or Ahuan or what have you in the Owaspy. These are more likely like they're not all Cro-Magnon, but when you read the Owaspy, Homo sapiens, according to Owaspy, they came into the scene 3 times because they retrobred twice. This is where we get like Neanderthals and stuff like that, because Neanderthals are known by some circles to be a degenerate, I don't want to say species because they can't be a separate species. They have to be a separate race because we intermingle with them. That's why there's still Neanderthal DNA. The fact that there's archaic DNA in humans today shows that we're all the same species, just different races. You know what I'm saying? And the Sankoi, or the Khoisan, I should say, I keep saying Sankoi, the Bushmen of the Khoisan, they could be from an earlier race of Homo sapiens.
These people are, that's why some people say that's why that they can verify out of Africa, because it would be the Khoisan people that went up in Asia. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
And
yeah, but I think they do that through the mitochondrial, though. That's a problem. The mitochondrial is the issue. It's how you interpret the mitochondrial. So you have different circles. It all depends on how you put in the data.
The phenotypes come out of Africa, though. That's what I'm saying. All the phenotypes.
That's the problem. The issue is that the only issue with that is, so you have Homo erectus coming out of Africa first before Homo sapiens. How is it that Homo erectus is coming out and then providing all the phenotypes?
No, Homo erectus is not providing the phenotypes.
So it's the Homo sapiens. So 2 Negroes and come together and the Caucasoid.
The Khoisan, what I'm saying, are Homo sapien people, and they clearly hold the phenotype of Asians.
Not completely, to some degree.
No, that's what I'm saying, bro. Like Africa is the most diverse place on the planet with genetics. Every phenotype on Earth is in Africa.
Yeah, but that could be just because they mix the most. We know that Central Africa is a crazy mating ground. That's what I'm saying. Yeah. The data is there. It's just how you implement the data. Now, if you're trying to hold to out of Africa paradigm, of course you're going to use that same, because it's genetically diverse and we got all these skin colors.
But they trace it though. They
trace it to the mitochondrial DNA. I can't speak on the mitochondrial like that because I'm not too brushed up on it, but I know that there's issues with supposedly the mitochondria, how they interpret that data. So they will make you think that it's out of Africa, but it's not out of Africa. You know, so you can interpret that as them being mixed.
I'm y'all like a Hebrew Israelite right now. Y'all going off right now, bro. You're going off. That's crazy.
Because you're holding to the out of Africa paradigm, but for the out of Africa, you got the out of Asia.
Like, okay, I'm just saying, disprove. Okay, first of all, the thing is, what they haven't shown is that there isn't anybody correlating with as old as these other people in other areas. They haven't looked in Asia. They haven't looked in Asia.
Same thing.
They haven't looked in India. They haven't looked in America. You dig what I'm talking about? And when you do, you find things older than are in Africa, or just as old, running the same time concurrently.
You don't find
what they do though when they do that. But when they find that,
no genetic bones older than what's in Africa, nowhere.
What was that?
Where do you find bones or genetics of the humans older or than what's in Africa? It doesn't exist, bro.
They find older skeletons outside of Africa, but all they do is, once they find older skeletons, since they have to hold to the out of Africa paradigm, all they do is change the time of the dates, because they have to hold to the out of Africa. So basically what they're going to do, look, since they want to hold to the paradigm, right?
Where are you from?
They don't want. Huh?
Where are you from? Where am
I from? What do you mean by that? Like, as far as what? Ethnicity, nationality, city?
Origin.
What do you mean by origin?
Ethnic origin. Like, are you
Hispanic?
Back? Okay, what kind of Hispanic? Like Mexico,
Puerto Rican, Dominican, and Haitian.
All right. See what I'm talking about? Like, bruh.
No, we don't see it.
Call it a day.
What are you trying to say?
Anti-African rhetoric. Africans are your fathers, bro. That's what I'm talking about.
So what you're mistaking it for like an anti-African. I'm not anti-African, bro.
It is.
No, because what I'm trying to tell you is before it was out of, listen, bro. Before the out of Africa theory, it was the out of Asia theory. So it can't be that.
I know
the multi-regional theory.
They use the same rhetoric as scientific.
Just because they use the same rhetoric, it don't mean that I hate Africans or I hate Africa. I love Africa.
I didn't say you.
I'm trying to tell you, bro. When they find fossils outside of Africa, all they're going to do is change the dates of the migrations to fit the out of Africa theory. That's all they're going to do.
And the people.
And they found. I'm just saying, they found
scientific
data. Sapiens.
Why the out of Africa theory stands is not that there's not no holes in it. There's holes. but you don't have no more solid information to usurp that current theory. It's all
that just depends on authority, though, bro. That's depending on the people who hold the paradigm. That information is provided is not good enough for them. Look, when you talked about earlier, when you talking about when you were talking about Unc earlier, right? Unc is what you call a reductionist materialist. Unc is never going to look into myths of the origin of human beings. So he'll never see it the way you see it because he'll never give myths a chance. All right, you will be considered a heretic. I'm not coming at you, you know. You will be considered a heretic in the scientific community because of that. That's what I'm saying. So no matter what you do, you can keep going to Anunnaki, this, that, and the third, and talk about these holes in evolution. They're never going to accept it because that information is never going to be good enough for them. It's the same way with these people who hold the out of Africa paradigm. You can find fossils that are older, find somewhere else. All they're going to tell you is this, bro. All they're going to tell you is that, okay, well, Africans had to migrate out of Africa earlier then.
Where are your ancestors from?
Huh?
Where were your ancestors from?
All over, bro. What are you talking about? I'm mixed.
I mean, but where would you say the origin of your ancestors are from?
All over. I believe in multi-regional. I don't believe in out of Africa.
All to everywhere. No, brother, that's not how it works. The evidence shows that Africans breeded humanity, and a lot of people.
Paradigm shows that paradigm.
Let me tell you
alternative information, though, Lex.
Let me tell y'all something.
And the masses have always, the majority has always been wrong.
Let me say this.
Always the lesser light.
All right, hold on. Let me just say this to the people. I want y'all to know something. All of this goes back, and this is what I'm saying why I have a problem with books. It always goes back to anti-African bullshit. That's why these people call the Israelites. You notice this? The Moors, the Indians, and they always go back and try to discredit Africa for what
no one's discrediting Africa. Lex. You gotta stop saying that, but don't make that argument because no one's doing that here. You don't gotta make that argument. But Lex, you don't gotta make that argument because nobody's doing that here.
Yeah, Lex, he didn't discredit Africa. He was just coming with a different
I know, bro. Listen, I'm used to it. But I know the psychology. This dude thinks he's an Indian, he's a self-hating African. This dude is Hispanic. You see what I'm saying? And I'm just saying. But when we come down to China, all the scientists, it ain't even like Africans are saying it. The Chinese did an experiment. They were saying the out of Africa shit is bullshit. When their scientists did the genetic data, they had to come out and say, we come from Africans. The same thing happened with the Japanese. The same thing happened with the Indians. They all had to admit it. So it ain't like it's.
So how do you know they weren't bullied into saying that though, bro?
It ain't like it's a biased thing just coming from Africans. Everyone had to follow the scientific data, even people who did not want to be African. And this self-African, self-hate bullshit has got to stop, nigga. The world started in Africa. Humanity started in Africa.
Yeah, a European gave you that.
And
his started out of Africa.
This boy told you that mixed breed group of Africans that were colonized, and
Darwin gave you
goddamn European blood in you that hates Africa, bro. And that's why I'm saying. Even with
this is what I'm saying, but you're saying it again. You're saying that I hate Africa. You're making a wrong argument, and now you're being disrespectful when you do that. No one ain't talking about Africa in a negative manner, bro. You just mad because no one's going to pop it to Africa. You don't gotta sit there and disrespect me by implying that I gotta hate you for Africa. Yes, you are. You're gonna imply that I gotta hate you.
You ain't gotta take no shot because the brother he really didn't say nothing about.
He is taking shots. I did, but I'm not some cat you talk to though, bro. You don't gotta accuse me of that. I'm having a scientific conversation with you.
We could do though.
You're not having a scientific.
Yes, I am because I'm just asking you a conversation. I'm giving you a little pushback. You don't gotta sit there and say because I hate Africans, bro.
Show me the science.
Now we go out of having a respectful uniform dialogue into you accusing me of something. So now I gotta be accused of hatred for Africa to have a different point of view.
The science that says humanity doesn't originate from Africa.
Hold up, Vortex. What we could do is this: we can set up a discussion on this topic about, you know what I mean, the out of Africa theory in comparison to whatever other theories that rival the out of Africa theory. We can actually have a discussion on that. And then do it more systematic, you know, so nobody takes shots and nothing like that. Because, you know, the brother didn't say nothing against Africa. He would just basically combating the out of Africa theory. You know what I mean? He wasn't necessarily taking no shots.
Yeah, like I'm saying, all that shit about hatred about Africa and shit like that. That's what I'm not them cats.
So what?
Hey, listen, if you let a white boy tell you who you are, you crazy.
Down to a white boy. A white boy wrote the Osby Bible, bro.
A white boy, guess what? But he's not telling me who I am.
Don't bring up. That's what I'm saying.
Listen, Melville Herskovich. Look up Melville Herskovich. He created the Outer Africa theory. It is based on the racist scientific ideology born out of Darwinism.
Hey, yo, hold on a second. First of all, you've been listening to Dane Calloway too much. Melville,
it's true.
Hold on, brother. Listen, you want
Melville Herskovich,
$500 right now.
Boaz created the Outer Africa theory.
I'll bet you $500 that's false.
Okay, so Lex, if the science community drops the Outer Africa theory, what are you gonna do?
Crazy shit I'm talking about.
Just pull it up, bro. You ain't got to slander a brother. I'm just saying, pull it up.
Brother, Melville Herskovich started the study of Africans in the African diaspora. He did not even come up with an Outer Africa theory.
And his teacher was France Boaz.
And so,
who did?
This is some shit I know where you get it from, because they talk about this all day in the fake ass Aboriginal community.
Okay, I'm just saying, show the proof against it.
Finish. I just told you, I'll bet you $500 that Melville Herskovich did come up with the Outer Africa. He started the study of comparing African culture to the African stuff in the diaspora. He did not even deal with no Outer Africa theory. So you don't know what you're talking about, bro. And you've been listening to them dumbass Abbo. Now, like I told you, Melville Herskovich didn't deal with the Outer Africa theory. He dealt with what's called African studies. And so some people call
studies. What are those?
Listen.
You see what I'm saying? And listen, France Boaz, who is Melville Herskovich's literal.
I'm not even gonna deal with this self-hating African shit, bro. Like,
hey, let's do this.
Self-hating African shit, nigga. We don't need Africa to be brown.
Hold up, Cosmon. Hold up, Vortex. Let's do this, because you know we want to keep this show on the topic that it was, but this topic we could definitely do a follow-up on this topic.
You got a goddamn fake black Indian and Hispanic kid talking about Africa.
Hold up, Vortex.
He's taking shots.
It's the
bro,
same.
You gotta stop that shit, bro. You gotta stop that shit.
Yeah, man. You sounded real feminine with that, man. You did what I'm talking about like that.
This is the same mentality that comes from the goddamn Christian and European colonizers with this bullshit, man.
Bro, it's just questioning. It's just pushback, bro. It's constructive criticism, bro. That's all it is.
Yeah, and we don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Self-hating Africans over here, and I'm starting to see that's
not self-hating Africans, bro. I can love Africa and not believe they come out of Africa, bro. That's ridiculous.
What African tribe you from?
Why when y'all
what part of African culture you practice today?
Wow, here we go.
Let's do this. Hold up. Let's do this right.
Yeah, you don't like that.
You don't like
that shit.
Hold on.
African tribe you from? And what DNA company you paid to tell you what African tribe you from?
All right, I'll explain that to you, Dane Calloway. Let me explain it to you. My brother, first of all, I don't practice no straight up African culture because I'm American.
We know you don't.
Hold up, silly ass. Because I'm American, nigga. And I've been
you're African, nigga. This is what we telling you. We American. So who the fuck is you to try to tell me?
That's what I'm saying. If you guys would just talk respectful, this wouldn't happen.
Right, man. You did what I'm talking about. He turn up and then he don't like. When I turn up, I'm gonna turn up with you.
I'm not backing up Cosmon, bro. Just be respectful, bro. Don't let shit get under your skin.
But I wanted to keep information. Speak your native Indian language and show me the Indian culture and the Indian gods and the festivals that you celebrate. Go.
First of all, Goofy, we didn't praise gods. And if you want to hear the Indian, hold on. If you want to hear the Indian language, nigga, you speaking it right now.
What is that?
It's called English.
Get this dumb
You
nigga
didn't
out.
know that, did you?
Shalom. Let me
You
hear
didn't
this.
know that, did
Once
you?
he said
I
that,
didn't hear
bro,
what he
You
said.
didn't
What
know
was
that,
it?
did you? Listen,
What was
listen.
English?
He won't
This is the
listen.
Lex
He
Vortex
won't
show.
listen.
Coming through
English
before
is
we
an
get more in this.
indigenous American language.
This
It
said
is
English.
English is not
It's
only
an
spoken,
Indian
it's
language. I don't even
signed.
want to talk to him no more because I know where he got that dumb English is from England, nigga. Fuck
No,
out
it
of here.
ain't. The English didn't even speak English, nigga. No, they
Let's
didn't.
do this.
Yo, you's a clown, bro.
And,
For real.
and answer this.
Talk about
Answer
English
this.
is
Answer this,
English
bro.
American language.
Answer this. Answer
Why we
this, bro.
name calling though, bro? I'm trying to figure
English,
out what's up
English
with
does
Listen.
that.
not come from America, sir.
Listen. There are Choctaw. You dig what I'm talking about? Choctaw people.
Bro, I
Listen,
don't
bro.
want to hear it. I don't
Instead
want
of
to hear it.
hating, I
Bro.
know, because you a hater.
You just
But you
said
gonna take
English.
this or you gonna hang up.
He said English
Listen,
from
the
America.
Choctaw have
Conversation
iron. Listen,
over.
the Choctaw have iron and copper that was
I don't
found
give
in
a
their
fuck
graves
what
that
the
is from
Choctaw
Upper
side, bro.
Michigan.
You said
They don't
English
speak
comes
the
from
same
America.
language as the people that was up in Michigan, but
So-
they found. But listen,
So
but they
the
found
Europeans
those
learned
willows
English.
from
So
down,
the Europeans
south
learned
up
English
in
from
Michigan.
the Indians.
How did these people do business
Bro,
if they
slow
spoke
down. Are
different
you
languages?
saying that the Europeans learned English from the Indians?
So,
All right.
well, then tell me this. How did the French?
over here?
How did the French do deals? Listen,
how did the
French do deals with the Seneca?
How did the Europeans come over here speaking?
How did the Dutch do deals with the Tuscarora?
This is silly.
They didn't speak the same language. How did they talk to each other?
Selah, you know this is silly, but that's your man.
You want me to tell you why, nigga?
Hey, let's do this. Hold up.
No, bro, I don't even want to have bro.
Wait a second.
The show is getting.
Let me mute you niggas for a minute, man. Hold up for a minute, man. Check this out, man. This is some good shit. I'm loving this shit too, but I just want to get some clarity right quick. So the shit will stay good because y'all talking over each other and y'all bringing out some information that, you know what I mean? Yay or nay. So, all right. This is what I see right here, man. You got the Out of Africa theory that they're challenging you on with other theories that is trying to rival the Out of Africa theory. Now, this is what I would suggest to Lucy and Cosman. This is what I would suggest. If y'all want to approach him on that level, y'all gonna have to deal with the haplogroups because that's where the genetics, that's where they're gonna run it back to, like Ngozi from Chicago, whatever. They play the genetic game. So your argument is gonna have to be in the haplogroup realm. You're gonna have to find something from the haplogroup to disprove that A000, the E1B1. You're gonna have to rival that in the conversation debunking the Out of Africa theory, because the Out of Africa theory supports the haplogroup, and then the haplogroup is tied to the chromosome. So it's not like that part is not a theory. That's actually dealing with genetics and science. So let's take out the theory and just let's deal with the genetics and the Y chromosome. Now that's where y'all argument will have to die. The knuck and the buck would have to really be at, because if y'all could prove on the genetic level, then y'all argument to have more validation in comparison just dealing with geographical and landmass. But now I'm gonna open up the mic so y'all niggas could ravel again, but one at a time so the people could get clarity.
So
and then we're gonna close out because I don't want to.
That's why I said I didn't really want to have this conversation, because it's getting silly. Because like you said, when it comes to genetics, when it comes to the haplogroups, like there's no conversation. These dudes are just making up shit. I got a dude that look like Genghis Khan, and I know this dude. He's over here talking about Indian shit.
You still talking, taking shots, bro. Being disrespectful. That's why there is no hold up when you're being disrespectful like that. Now, if I come at you, on some racist shit, it's gonna be different, right?
No,
that's what I'm saying. It ain't cool. Stop that shit. You're coming off like a real clown right now. I have respect for you. I'm starting to lose respect for you.
I don't give.
I'm just giving you a little pushback. You being a complete bitch about it, dog.
You over here looking.
You don't gotta be a fuck nigga about it. If you want to be a fuck nigga, be a fuck nigga, bro. But don't come on here being a fuck nigga, bro. That's it. You being a straight bitch about it, bro. You got a bias for Africa. That's why you don't want to listen. You don't want to listen to alternative information. But then again, you want to argue with Unc and them, and you want to talk about the Anunnaki. You sound like a whole clown. You come with alternative information talking about the origins of humankind, but you don't want to look at alternative information when it talks about the origins of Africa.
Look like
so you a whole clown with that shit. But you want to talk about the Anunnaki and Eve and this, that, and the third, and this, that, and the third, and we're taking away from blacks and shit like that, bro. Come on, you sound like a fucking clown. You're picking and choosing, and you're yielding to authority. You're just yielding to authority. That's all it is. You might as well just be a reductionist materialist, bro. That's it. Just be a reductionist materialist. Be a reductionist materialist. That's what it is. It's alternative information. You're not a heretic. You're not cut out to be one.
I'm not going to listen.
You yield to the authority of men. You yield to the authority of white men, man.
Try to tell
what you yield to.
About Africa.
That's what you yield to.
I know you got the
I have respect for you. Now I got no respect for you. I'm going to smash your ass when it comes to out of Africa. Watch, you and
I know you will.
Let's do
this.
You're
going to look like a clown after I'm done with your ass. Watch. Because you want to talk shit. Because it's shit.
Hold up, Louis. Y'all calm down for a minute. You know what I mean? I'm loving the energy, too. I love this shit. You know, we hood niggas. We all from the hood.
No, hold on, Selah.
But hold up. No, what you about to say, Vortex? Hold up, Cosmo and Lucy.
Because that's why I was like, yo, this is becoming a silly conversation. And, you know, like these, you know, and I really don't want to go here and muddy up the shit like that. But I take
we're going to cut it short. We're about to cut it short. We've been on already for like going on 5 hours.
I take the African shit personal because I know where that psychology and mentality come from. You know what I'm saying? And a nigga talking about English came from America. Like, I'm not going to.
But let's do this, though.
But listen, though. Listen.
But hold on, Cosmo, for a minute.
Go ahead.
If they're making these claims, Lex, let's set up a discussion on the topic. Y'all come with y'all arguments and y'all cases and present it before the people.
Bro, see, like, you know, English don't come from America, so I'm not even gonna entertain that crazy
That's
shit.
That's not what he's talking about. It's almost out of Africa, bro.
He said,
no, not the English part, but mainly.
Yeah, but hold on. But that's part of. But what I'm trying to show you is this shit all comes together. I noticed the anti-African rhetoric shit now comes with the rest of the next thing we're gonna be talking about is flat Earth. I bet you these niggas is flat earthers. So this is what I'm saying. You got flat Earth
talking shit. I'm not flat earther. Look, Jay, he's assuming. That's how you know he an ass.
Hold on,
look, and now he's talking about the flat Earth. So people are not flat earthers.
Hold on.
We're not flat earthers, bro.
I noticed these dudes running the same. That's all I'm saying. I'm saying flat Earth, Indian, English comes from America. Shit didn't start at Africa. You know what I'm saying? I just noticed where this.
Oh, you're a part of that group. You believe we come from the Anunnaki. You're part of the same group. What are you talking about? I believe
we come from the Anunnaki. I'm talking.
Yeah, because you use their stories. You use their myth.
Science
don't do that shit.
I'm talking theoretically, bro. But if someone was
mainstream science don't do that though.
Exactly.
They don't use them as theories.
I don't. I'm not.
So you're trying to put it in. You're in the same box.
I am pseudo. That part of listen.
Okay.
Listen. You slow pokes. Listen to what I'm
saying. When this is what I'm saying. Listen. You keep talking about you take this. Hold on. You keep talking about you take this Africa shit seriously. I'm gonna tell you like this. I take disrespect seriously.
Well,
listen. You can just go home if you just gonna keep calling me my name out my name. I ain't called you out your name once.
Questions, bro.
Hold on? Did I call you a goofy ass, pseudo ass fuck boy?
Yeah, you did.
So no, I didn't. So what I'm saying is, stop calling me out my name, just because I'm coming with something different, and don't nobody agree with that pseudo bullshit you talking about.
But that's what mainstream academia does. They do what he does.
Bullshit.
We not bashing you out. We pushing against
it. That's what that shit is.
Hold up.
Let me tell y'all something. That part of
hold up. Let me ask y'all this. Wait a second. Are y'all willing to have a discussion on this topic respectfully? Because I know this came out of left field and it's emotional because we just freestyling. But if we have an actual topic discussion on it, y'all come with y'all presentation, y'all slide, then I think that'll cut down on, you know what I mean, the extra, you know what I mean? The extra gossiping and all that. Now, you know, we like I said, we hood niggas, so we gonna take shots. You know, if you know Zion, if you know Lex Vortex, he talking shit. Cosmo Cal talking shit. He stand on the square. And Louis, he don't talking shit, but if you get him worked up, he gonna come at your neck. You know, I know y'all characters, so. And we've been around around each other long enough to be like, all right, if you talk shit and take shots, all right, nigga, we can laugh it off. You know what I'm saying? it ain't that serious. You know what I'm saying? Niggas take shots at me. Oh, nigga, you reading that white man book? You a house nigga? I done heard it all, but I was feisty too. But you know what I mean? After a while, it's like, all right, nigga, we just on the knowledge with this shit. So respectfully, because y'all intellectual, all y'all niggas is smart. But y'all just opened up a can of worms that I think that we should put on the table, like the out of Africa theory, because you know that's something that they're challenging you on Lex. Now, to me personally, just my opinion, Lex, you in a stronger position because you have a theory with data that backs it. So you should be more like, nigga, bring it, compared to where they have to really prove the burden of proof is more on Lucy and Cosman to prove genetics out of Africa. But if they do bring out sources, we do got to look into those sources. Like when Cosman brought out the A000 and he said it was a nigga in South Carolina, but then you brought it back to Cameroon. You see what I'm saying? So we got to challenge the sources and really get to the detail. And then with that, it'll kill the argument. We can laugh about it, talk shit, but we don't want to get reckless to the point where we trying to draw guns because we is hood niggas. I'm sure each one of you niggas got to grab my grip right there. You feel me? My door right there, nigga, come through. Sometimes I'll be on my live like, nigga, I hope I don't be live and the motherfucker some shit going on. I got to pop off right in front of my live. You see what I'm saying? I'm in the hood. So let's just keep it on a scholarly level with the knowledge because y'all niggas is too intelligent to resort to the nigga shit. You know what I mean? I can see the nigga. We see the nigga shit from the JJs and the goddamn apostles. But y'all niggas is priests and gods and enlightened ones and shit. But we still hood niggas. So it's that shit gonna come out eventually. Especially
bro, that's the only reason Sinetta's channel is the toughest environment because they have no decorum over there. Them catches talk and they cut you off and this, that, and the third. That's why that's the toughest environment because it's hard to even get it. That there's been times I seen Cosman on there. I was gonna get on, bro, help him out or like talk with him. Bro, there's just times it's not even worth it. That's all I'm saying. Like, I don't got a personal problem with Lex Vortex. This is the first time I ever talked to this dude. But when you start coming at my neck, looking at my features and start talking all this dumb shit, like accusing me and assuming things about me, I'm not with that because I ain't come at him like that. I understand I'm coming with something that's opposite. That's probably not that's unheard of to you and shit like that. But there ain't no reason to sit there and claim, regardless if you're familiar with it from people that are racist or they have this hatred to Africa. That's not how I'm coming at it. Because there's humanists that have the same argument. Now, granted, they're in the minority, but they still deserve to be looked at. That's what heretics are for. They're going to push the agenda. They're going to ask questions. They're going to come with the arguments. And either you're going to listen to them or you're not. But what I'm trying to tell you, Lex, is you're doing the same thing the mainstream academia does. Somebody comes at you with something opposite to a paradigm you hold to, and you mock it and you throw it down. You can't do that, especially when you admit you can, but you are information. But bro, you are when you're sitting there saying they're silly, we're retarded, we're slow. Mainstream academia does shit like that. They do shit like that to people who come with alternative information. Yeah, and what I'm trying to tell you, if you would have came to Darwin and them saying that, listen, we need to look at these myths of like the Anunnaki. I'm not saying that I believe them, but we need to look at these myths to kind of decode our origins. They're gonna laugh at you too, because that's the type of shit they do, and they bully you. So don't sit there and do shit like that. Let's just be respectful and have a dialogue. If you disagree with me and you feel like I'm a quack, that's cool. Keep the quack shit to yourself and just let me know that you disagree. Just like if I feel like you a quack, I'm not going to tell you, bro. I'm just going to let you know I respectfully disagree. Now, I didn't come at you.
And Lex, you definitely, your intelligent level is way too far to even stoop down to be naming names because it's like.
Yeah, you're not stupid, bro. You're not a dumbass nigga, bro.
You really got the upper hand in the argument. It's just that.
Yeah, I'm not even willing to, honestly.
But no. It's just a dialogue. It's just a dialogue, though, okay?
No, we don't have to have a dialogue, bro. I just want to let you know that I don't got no issue with you. Just don't come at my neck. I'm not gonna come at your neck. That's it.
Sometimes shit get heated, man. I still love y'all the same. The bottom line is you're still fucking quacks when it comes to this shit right here. It's like, bro, like, all right, like it's not, you know. And I'm saying tomorrow, nigga, we can all have another conversation and be cool. But when it comes to this shit right here, bro, I done been dealing with this shit for years from this self-hating ass African bullshit and from people like I don't really play the anti-African bullshit no more because and the thing about it is it's not I'm intelligent enough to realize that there's a scientific priesthood and that you got to be able to expand your mind, but y'all ain't got no information with that bullshit. Just like like yeah, if this nigga talking about English.
How do you know that? We just freestyle. Yeah, how do you know?
I'll body you. Real talk.
We just freestyling, bro. You don't know that, dog.
You lightweight. You light work.
listen.
You light work. I'll body you.
Let me ask you a question real quick, Lex.
I know where this shit comes from.
Lex.
The
you
nigga
don't
said
know.
Melville,
That's
the
the
nigga said
thing.
Melville
You
Hurst
don't know, Lex.
out of Africa.
You assume.
This nigga
You
said
make an ass out of yourself because you assuming.
Brother,
here we go again. Y'all back to the same shit. Listen.
Said I asked him to speak a native Indian language, and the nigga said English. We're already speaking it. So this is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, I don't have time for shit like that. Like, how the fuck is English the Native American? We already know that.
First of all,
we have Lakota, we have motherfucking Wampanoag motherfuckers. We got over 500 Native American languages. This nigga talking about.
And I didn't say nothing about a Native American.
This nigga. Oh, now we're not gonna play this.
Don't listen and talk a lot.
They
talk a whole lot, but they don't
play
listen.
the Native American semantics with Aboriginal, Native American, copper colored, all that bullshit. Nigga, get out of here. You look like motherfucking Idi Amin, nigga. You don't look like no motherfucking Tonto.
I don't look nothing like Idi Amin. You a liar.
Nigga, pull up Idi Amin.
I don't look like Idi Amin. You a liar, bro.
Show the self-hating African what the fuck he look like. And the reason, brother, honestly,
what do you look like, Lex?
Looks, I don't have
what
no problem.
What do you look like?
I'm not a racist, bro.
You look like you got more white than you.
I never said you was a racist, bro.
But when I see a motherfucking light-skinned Hispanic motherfuckers making these arguments,
a nigga with green eyes can't tell.
Okay, bro, I hear you, but that gotta stop. That's not cool.
And I see
cool, bro. A lot of y'all running the same circles.
That hating ain't cool, bro.
And the only thing y'all ain't
bad on you, bro.
Shit is flat.
Hey, now you talking general. So you gotta stop generalizing, bro.
Bad on you. That hate look terrible on you, Lex.
I'm not.
Hold on. Let me ask you this. Let me ask Lex. Let me ask you this one question, and we're gonna settle it right here. Are you willing to have a discussion on the topic?
Well, did English come from America?
No, not that one. Are you willing to have a discussion on the topic?
Body him on that.
About the outer Africa theory.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't had it before. Like I'm saying, like this dude is like my baby with this shit. Like I didn't have it.
Like, if you want to do it, we can set it up to where you could let the people. If he's your baby, show the people that he's your baby by the presentation and the slides, and go ahead and because
nigga, the only thing he can bring up, I can tell.
With Cosmo and Lucy, let's see how it weigh up with them brothers.
We can have this.
I think Louis gonna bring a whole new dichotomy to the game.
What about Louis? What about Lucy? You want to have a discussion?
I'm gonna answer for myself. I'm not gonna have no dialogues about it. I'll just post about it on Facebook. I'm not gonna sit because listen, this is the reason why I'm not gonna have a dialogue. I don't got a personal issue with Lex Vortex, but I feel like if we have a dialogue on it, I'm gonna have a personal problem with him. So I'm not even gonna go that route with him because his attitude right now, I can tell he's flustered about some question that we asked. He's being disrespectful. He wants to call names. He wants to be on that nigga shit. I'm trying to keep everything cordial. I already know if I have a conversation with him, it's not going to be cordial. It's going to be the same type of tone. If I debated Zion Lex, it'd be the same thing. That's why I don't even talk to that cat. I'm going to keep it to where I'm at with him now, and I just do it on my own. If he sees me posted on Facebook, he sees me on a live stream, Sonetta on here, and I present information, he want to come and rebut it, he can do that, but we're not going to have a whole
we're not going. I'm not going to have a dialogue with the children and mutations of Africa about the greatness of Africa. And I'm not.
I can respect that. All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Let's just do this.
I can end this in 2 minutes. The oldest information they have, genetic information over here, is Naya and Lucia. Naya is and they're both 13 to 12,000 years old. That's the oldest they can go in terms of the remains found in the Americas. The other thing they're going to do is deny DNA altogether, start talking about the conspiracy of the DNA companies, 23andMe. They just want to take your DNA and use it to create the fucking mark of the beast or some shit, and DNA is not real. They go to that. Then they go to the pyramids in America, Corral Supe. They talk about the pyramids in we could talk about Poverty Point.
You got articles a lot of science down out of Africa theory. So let me ask you something, bro. When science leaves the out of Africa theory alone, and they don't accept it anymore, are you going to accept it?
So anyway,
are you going to accept it?
This is the stuff they talk about.
When the out of Africa theory gets debunked and the science community leaves it alone, are you going to be able to accept it, Lex Vortex?
Anyway, so let me finish saying.
Are you going to be able to accept it, bro? Because it's coming.
Well, if it
If
comes,
the science community, if they come together and they tell you that we were wrong, humanity did not start, their origins were not in Africa, and they come out with articles about it from prestigious, universities or what have you, what are you going to do? Are you going to accept what the mainstream says, or are you going to sit there and say that they're committing a conspiracy against Africans?
Will you be happy when you find out that black Africans is not your mama and daddy? Yes, but it's not going to happen. And if it does happen,
it's already happening.
Guess what?
There's already articles out
with information. No, there's
already articles out with the information. That's what I'm telling you. When they finally leave it alone,
bro, I can tell you.
Are you going to sit there and accept it?
All right, let me answer you, bro. I can tell you every alternate theory. You got the bottleneck theory.
No, you can't tell me every alternate theory.
Bro,
I'm not coming with none of them.
And all of them died, nigga. All of them. Okay.
No.
And I tell
all
you
that
one
shit died with. Let me tell you something. All the African theory died with Darwin. They're still keeping it alive, bro.
I tell you one thing we know.
You're just keeping Darwin's theory alive, bro.
No, out of
Darwin's theory is staying alive through you. The only thing you don't support when it comes to Darwin is the theory of evolution through natural selection. But you might as well, because you believe in the out of Africa theory.
Out of Africa doesn't just come from Darwin. Because that's what.
Let me ask you something. How did Homo erectus? How did Homo erectus migrate out of Africa?
Listen, let me tell you something.
How did Homo erectus migrate out of Africa? What kind of intelligence does Homo erectus have to be able to migrate out of Africa and to create all these races? Do two Negroes make a Caucasoid, bro?
The name of? Do you know the name of
Negroes? Do two Negroes make a Caucasoid?
Yo, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You mentioned
two Negroes make a Caucasoid.
So Darwin's for everyone who's
two Negroes make a Caucasoid.
Yes, two Negroes can make a Caucasoid.
Oh, they can? So two dudes of straight Negroid phenotype can produce a Caucasoid?
Yes.
Your pseudo is fucked now.
On record, bro.
No, it's never been on record.
What you think is like you see albinos born, you see light-skinned black people born from black people.
Albinos are not Caucasoids.
Every phenotype. First of all, Caucasoids, two Negroes do not produce a Caucasoid.
You just said they did.
Well, hold up. Let me
explain. Said they did.
If you listen, this is what I'm saying. You're cutting me off. I'm gonna show you how stupid you are. Two Negroes.
I'm gonna show you how stupid you sound.
Hold on, watch this, y'all. And this is why I said I won't have a conversation with no motherfucking Mongoloid.
And you look fucking stupid too. I didn't want to go there, but you look stupid. You sound fucking stupid.
Fuck out you. You fucking.
I was trying to say you can slap the fuck out of nowhere, nigga. We'll roll on your ass over here, nigga. That's what you keep talking that dumb ass shit over here. You can talk that shit all day. Not a devil coming out of your ass, nigga. You better watch that shit. You were doing good until you started being disrespectful.
No, I ain't gonna be no swing around here.
That's why Africa sold your ass to the Europeans. That's why you mad, nigga.
See how I pulled the devil out of them? See how I pulled
the devil Africa, but Africa spit your ass out and sold you to Europeans. You'll be rapping Africa.
See how I pulled the
Mama Africa to spit you the fuck out.
See what I'm talking about? How he started talking about Africa. See, I know the
Mama Africa spit you out and sold you to Europeans.
I just know he's
for spices and rum.
But your Mongoloid ass is
Mama Africa sold you for spices and rum.
Don't worry about what Mama Africa.
Mama Africa sold you for spices and rum, baby.
And that's funny to y'all?
That's funny as shit to me. Because you repping Africa hard as shit. They won't pay y'all reparations. They won't pay you reparations. No, that's because of them y'all leaving over here. The oil empire, Senegal, all of them. They say, fuck them niggas. Give them to Europeans. We don't want nothing to do with them. And here you like an idiot. Like a cocksucker sitting here fucking repping them and shit like that.
Crazy, bro. Like this nigga sitting over here and
repping these Africans, but they sold your ass. Look at you. Repping the Africans, but they sold your ass to the Europeans. Let me guess, you one of them dumbass niggas that thought the Europeans came and stole you from Africa? They sold your ancestors from Africa? They penetrated Central Africa and they came in and they stole them? Or did the African empire sell them over to the Europeans for spices and rum?
FYI,
how'd they get into Africa, Lex?
Yo, man, it's been a good show.
Yo, we're gonna close it out. This is an excellent. I'm loving the energy too, man. You know what I mean? Sometimes I like when niggas come out their comfort zone and let it out. We hood niggas and I love this shit.
And this is why I see y'all niggas is Israelites over here. That's why y'all got these Mongoloid niggas among you over here talking that bullshit about Africa. This is some self-hating shit. That's why I say like all that
documented, baby. All that shit's documented. You just don't want to accept it.
Now you got to talk about this.
You can take your reduction material ass back to mainstream academia, bro, because you don't belong here. I can tell you that now. Take your ass right back to Sonetta, bro.
I don't
take
fuck
your
with
ass right
Sark.
back to Shanetta where all them other cats are being denied about that shit. You went from the Anunnaki and shit like that to kissing Africans' ass.
You
Fuck
look
out
like
here, nigga.
Spawn.
That's why y'all can't get along as a community and shit like that. Can never rise up. You always telling each other to fuck out. Happens since then.
You see what he's talking? Y'all see the devil coming out? This
That's real shit, though. It's real shit.
These people hate you,
listen,
bro.
you won't accept it from me, but you'll accept it from Charleston White, right? You won't accept it from me, but you'll accept it from Charleston White, right?
Fucking giggling and laughing.
Charleston White can talk that shit, but I can't. Luke can't talk that shit, right? It don't matter how much Haitian DNA you got in you, nigga. You can't talk. You too light skinned to talk that shit, huh?
This is probably the problem.
Go ahead, Lex.
The problem with
I'm too light skinned to talk that shit, right, Lex?
You said, listen,
I'm too mongoloid for you.
In the Owaski Bible, that the Drooks were said to be dark skinned and stupid. Like, come on, that's the same shit as
they was, nigga. What you talking about? They're not.
That's how we, and that's
so
the that's that white.
You want to be the Drook
in that book, man, and then.
y'all
realize y'all get together with these motherfucking foreign mongoloid niggas that join your groups, and you don't realize that
you want to be a drug,
that you're still serving these motherfuckers, bro.
You want to be a drug, bro? Don't want to be the eye hand of the Ahawans. You want to be the drug?
This the goddamn serpent seed, dog.
He don't want to be the eye hand of the Ahawans. He want to be the drug.
This motherfucker. And you, Cosmo Cal, you's a self-hating African, bro. And you sitting there giggling with this fucking mongoloid nigga, bro.
Look, man, he got you, bro. You look bad, bro.
I can look. Do you want me to look bad? You can't make me look bad.
You look
bad now. What are you talking about? You was doing good until you started doing that shit.
Shoes on you niggas, bro. And y'all coming with pseudo shit because this mongoloid coming here talking shit about Mama Africa. You look bad, nigga.
No,
Mama Africa, that's so jazz, bro.
No, man, you just showing your racism, bro.
You sitting around looking like
showing your bias, your hatred.
No, because I
that
heard
man didn't call you out your name. He didn't disrespect Africa. He didn't say nothing bad about you or Africa.
I can read his spirit.
Dang.
And I read yours first. I came with the same energy. That's it, bro. You can't take it. It's that sensitive shit. You gotta stop crying, bro.
He gave you the same energy you gave him, Lex.
I thought you was the original black man. I thought y'all supposed to be like strong emotionally and shit like that. You the original black man, right? Why you crying over some?
Nigga,
why you crying over this little mongoloid talking shit to you?
Hey, let's do this, man.
You look like he drink blood, nigga. You look like one of them Shasu.
Hold up, man. Y'all wildin'. I'll let y'all get it out though, man. I'm loving this shit, man. You know what I mean? So just to show the people everything ain't always cookies and cream. We can agree.
Nigga, you look like an Amorite, nigga. Pull up that picture
of
fucking Amorites. You
greater than your people, bro. I can tell you that right now. When did Africa start? What was it? Agriculture in Africa?
Everything
when they start farming,
Africa, nigga.
When they start farming in Africa,
it wouldn't be no farming without the
when. Give me a date. Give me a date.
50,000 years ago.
50,000 years ago?
Yes.
Oh my god.
At least.
Like 5,000 years ago, bro.
No, not 5,000.
What are you talking about,
nigga?
Agriculture was in 10,000 BC, 11,000 BC. What are you talking about?
Let's close it out, man. Let's close it out. Hey, man, we had Zion. I'm about to say Zion Lex and shit again. Lex Vortex, he came and rocked the house, although it got a little heated. You know what I mean? We still got respect for you, nigga. Don't take it no kind of way, nigga. You still created gang over here. So y'all niggas go ahead and give your brother his love and his roses and shit. You know, we get ugly. We tribal niggas. We talk shit, nigga. The spick, the cracker, the nigga. We talk our shit. This is America, nigga. This is the melting pot. This is how we give it up. But we still love each other at the end. In the Eastern countries, niggas be chopping their heads. We can't even talk like this. So
we all good. I'll admit, man, when it comes to the African shit, I'm sensitive, man. I don't, so it ain't really personal with y'all. I deal with you self-hating.
No, let me tell you something, Lex. I feel you on that because listen here. I'm West Indian. I'm Trinidadian. It's the same type of energy in the Caribbeans. The Jamaicans talk shit like they the best in the Caribbeans. And we be like, nigga, fuck y'all, nigga. We run shit. Then you got the Guyanese and you got the Antiguans. So it's the same type of atmosphere in the Caribbean that we dealing with right here. That's why I don't even trip. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, we got our differences. But when Carnival come around, we all come under one banner and we rock the fuck out. You feel me?
Everyone be trying to deny the greatness of Mama Africa, and we know why, bro. That's what I'm saying. And like, and it really becomes a thing when there's other people that look far from African that be coming with that shit, and I see it all the time. Like that's why when you look in the Israelite movement, you got the same shit. Look at that. Look at the people like in ISUPK, like that motherfucker Chatazan shit. and the guerrilla Hebrew is a half white boy speaking against Africa. Like I notice in that Aboriginal Hebrew community, man, it's a lot of self-hating African ass niggas, or a lot of them mixed breeds be in these groups speaking against Africa. And I've been dealing with.
What do African mean?
I don't.
We ain't going there. We ain't going there because that's gonna take another. We gonna get another 5 hours. We've been on here 5 hours already. A half a work. We shit. This is a goddamn. A half a day of work right here. We done did this shit.
I'll put up the history of Africa against the history of Puerto Rico anytime. Anytime you want to see who's the greatest, you want to see who built civilizations, who built pyramids, who started civilization, art.
Oh, wasn't y'all Negroes? I can tell you that. You can stop that shit right now.
You motherfucker
right now.
500 years old niggas.
Y'all know why? Y'all was too busy. You know what that was? You was too busy in West Africa fucking with them Homo erectus and shit like that. That's where you got that ghost shit from. Ghost DNA? Yeah, you got to worry about that, bro.
What the hell?
Worry about the ghost DNA. Worry about the Homo erectus your ancestors are fucking on. Worry about that shit.
You see that shit, y'all? You see that shit, and you see how y'all see, but y'all are just ignoring
that shit, though. That's real shit.
And what I'm showing you is
it ain't nothing about racism, bro. Listen, I can find the ape in any man, bro. I see the monkey in every man, bro. Don't take it personally.
Did you just say my ancestors was fucking apes?
Homo erectus wasn't an ape.
So what was the Puerto Ricans doing at that time?
There was no Homo erectus on the island.
What was the Puerto Ricans doing at that time in Puerto Rico?
Puerto Ricans are mixed. That's the point I'm trying to make. You're mixed.
Spaniards, nigga.
We're mixed,
European, bro.
That's the point I'm trying to make it. We're mixed. You're also mixed.
What did you mix?
But you're mixed with a more primitive hominid. So I didn't take a DNA test, so I can't tell you
that the African mix is more primitive.
West Africans, West and Central
Africans.
I'm
telling y'all. You see what I'm, and y'all follow these books, man, that teach the same shit. He's saying the same
shit. That's the DNA showing, bro. What are you saying? The DNA shows that, and you see that.
That West Africans mixed with primitive hominids.
They did. Everybody did. What are you talking about?
Well, you just
mixed with different kinds.
West Africans mixed with a
Europeans mixed with Neanderthals.
No, you said
West mixed with Neanderthals. What are you talking about? Now you're trying to clang. Look at you.
Hold on.
I said more primitive. Yes, I said more primitive.
So the West African, which is where we come from, they mixed with the most primitive motherfuckers that was closest to the apes. You might as well call us apes, nigga.
No, Homo erectus is not an ape. It's a human.
But
it's a primitive human. It's a rough-hewn human.
But you're saying that most West Africans mix with the most primitive ones.
They have the ghost gene. And they, a lot of anthropologists believe that it's Homo erectus. So what is the ghost gene then, bro?
Bullshit, these drugs.
What is the ghost gene, bro? Lex, at the end of the day, look at your features, bro. It's in your features. Relax. It's there. It's in your features. It's in your features, bro.
What's in my features?
Huh? That's primitive shit. You can find it. I can find primitive features in any man.
And what's in your features?
Modern feature.
It's funny. Y'all niggas is coons, bro.
This is modern, bro. What are you talking about?
Well, y'all don't see.
You think I'm supposed to be mad because he going at you?
No, he's not going at me. He's going at Africans.
He going at your information.
And he's
going at your information.
He said that they slept with the most primitive people, the West Africans, which is where we come from. And then he's gonna say that explain that with the Ospie Bible, talking about these drooks. That were fucking.
Nigga, you told us we come from the beer room. And you told us we come from some other fucking planet, man. So if you trying to claim he's pseudo, you just a pseudo, nigga.
I didn't say nothing about pseudo.
Nigga, you said we was some reptilian swine.
Now, do you supposed to
became monkeys and shit, and we had some gods, and they fixed a goddamn chromosome, and they made some other bullshit.
Look what you're doing. You're stepping up to defend your Mongolian master.
No, this is what you said.
You know what he's doing?
I'm trying to tell you what this nigga's saying about our people. And
nigga, he not saying nothing about my people.
Okay. He said,
man, we got thick skin, man. It ain't that serious, man.
Nah,
listen. Bro, you already trying to put us in this box.
Look at it.
You trying to put us. Listen, you trying to put us in this little white man box that he trying to tell us that if you got this skin color, you from here. We not buying his shit no more, bro. Fuck what you talking about. Fuck Alex Haley and fuck Roots too, nigga. Did you know Kunta Kinte is a Choctaw word, motherfucker?
You stupid, bro. Alex Haley.
Did you know Kunta Kinte is a Choctaw name,
Why
nigga?
saying the white man said this?
Nigga, because he the one who
the
show me the nigga who made up the out of Africa theory then. Show me the nigga who made up the out of Africa theory. Hold on. Don't show me the nigga who tooted the out of Africa theory after he got taught it. I'm talking about the one who authored it. Show me that black man. Well, shut the fuck up then about white people touching shit because they didn't touch everything.
So now you got a problem with white people?
No, you got a problem with white people.
All right, so let me answer you, sir, please. Control yourself for 5 seconds.
Nigga, you the one been up here cussing. I just give energy like I get it.
No one person.
I give it like I get it. You came up here talking some retarded shit, talking about we some goddamn space monkeys from Jupiter, some fucking where, nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? Blow that shit out your ass, nigga. And listen, and white folks told us we was from Africa. White folks told you was from Africa, nigga. And what I'm telling you is we just not buying that shit no more.
So you didn't say that the OSPI said that the angels manipulated human genetics?
What you said. You said Anunnaki came down here, mixed up some DNA 250,000 years ago.
Hold on, did I say that was?
You can't prove man could exist on the planet 250,000 years ago.
Did I say that was a fact?
Nigga, because you come up here bullshitting, talking out your ass, ain't saying nothing, ain't show one piece of literature, nothing to back whatever the fuck you talking about.
I didn't show nothing. So all of a sudden, I didn't show nothing tonight. That's what you're saying. So I sat up here and wasted my time.
No, nigga, you brought the Bible. No.
What was we talking? I brought the Bible.
Yes, you bumped your guns all night, nigga. Talking about sky beings and all this crazy shit that you don't know nothing about.
We was talking about the gods. So when I use the Bibles, because we was referring to gods in the Bible. So what? We done with? We done with what the Bible telling us gods is, because the Bible don't tell us what a god is. See, Selah Shalom, this is why I tell you got a cult, brother. This dude is defending his religion.
Nigga, I don't have a religion.
We having a discussion. Why didn't me and Selah Shalom get into this?
I don't give a fuck about Owaski, nigga. I will burn this bitch.
Nigga, the Owaski.
Burn this bitch out. Wipe my ass with Owaski, nigga. It's about information.
Hey, yo, come to the dark side, y'all. Come to Dark Side TV too if you want to stop being in a fucking cult. The Owaski ain't nothing but another fucking book, nigga. And if you out here telling people,
not saying it ain't nothing.
You might as well tell people to follow the fucking Bible, you clown ass nigga.
Nigga, you don't. What is we supposed to follow then, Lex? If we not following the Creator, if we not following the Creator, what we supposed to follow?
Engineering and math, and tap into the divinity within yourself, nigga. You don't.
Where is that? Where is it? Point to it.
And you know what I found?
Point to it. Show us where wisdom sit at.
Let me show y'all another trick.
Show us where wisdom sit at.
That shit that
Listen, this is goofy. This has got goofy. This has got goofy,
sir. Could you step off
the channel goofy
so we can continue, bro? Because I don't want to.
You know what? Let's go ahead and close it out. Yo,
hold on. Listen, Lex. You are no longer the smartest man in the room.
Okay, I don't want to argue with you no more.
This is okay. Well, then shut the fuck up, bro.
Close out my show. You see the title?
Yeah. Let's go ahead and close it out. Let's go ahead and close it out.
Well, stop talking then.
We're gonna get some more in this motherfucker.
If you're not trying to talk over
me. Y'all shout them out. We're gonna close it out. It's been an exchange. We're gonna continue this build again. Y'all don't want to shout them out.
We can racist shit over here. We don't buy into the colorism.
I don't know, brother. Our argument is over.
You just exposed your inspiration. That's all that was. I tried to tell you. You looked it bad.
Can I close out? Can you step off the panel now?
Yeah, go ahead and close it out, Joe.
Yeah, can we
close it out?
Put them in the back?
I'm gonna just tell you like this. I'm gonna go ahead and get out. Look, breathe in, let the light in, man. It's Cosmo, man. When you watch these niggas, I'm out.
All right, y'all.
Yo, see you in the chat, son.
Let me tell y'all something, man. And Selah, bro, you know, I know you into this Owaspy shit, and that's all cool. And like I said, there's some good shit in it. But when the brother said that shit about the Drooks I seen the same trend. That shit was some racist shit written in there about that white dude still trying to point to dark people being some type of apes or inferior fucking beings, bro. I don't care how you cut it. You see what I'm saying? And like, you know what I'm saying? I respect it, you know what I'm saying, the information the brothers bring. But when this shit right here is fucking embarrassing because, you know, we got one dude or whatever. All right, he don't want to be African. That's fine. He's an Indian. Okay, that's fine. We know where that comes from. Then we got another dude on here that's just like, come on, bro. Like it's obvious what's going on. So that's where we fell
What's
out.
obvious is going
So
on?
that's where, bro.
What's obvious?
I'm closing out, bro.
Yeah, but what's obvious? If you're gonna close out, don't mention my name.
I didn't say your name.
Yeah, but you're implying me. You got one guy talking about Calvin.
Are you supposed to
talking about one guy? You know what it is. So what is it then?
So I already told the people what it is. I'm just closing out, letting them know
So
what it is.
Just your little stupid ass assumption.
Yeah, you got racist blood.
You're a little dumbass. You that little dumbass shit.
Wait,
Kiss Africa's ass. I got you. All right, bro. Kiss Africa's ass, bro.
All right, no doubt. I will kiss Africa's ass. I'll kiss my mama's ass. That's cool.
Your mama sold you. Yeah, there you go. Kiss your mama's ass.
So y'all sitting here, and that's what I'm saying. Y'all got to have more pride as black people, bro. You see what I'm saying? I know this is all fun and games, but this is really a psychology where your brother's sitting here trying to tell you about your own greatness, and you sitting here giggling and laughing with this dude that got some other shit in him, bro. So
Lex, you're not great, bro. You're far from great.
So when
your mama sold you.
You see what I'm saying? That's not funny to me, y'all. Y'all don't understand. See, I'm bringing
that's funny to me, though. I don't care if it's not funny to you, but it's funny to me. That's the whole thing. It's funny to me. Since it bothers you, it's funny to me. Because you want to keep being disrespectful. That shit is funny to me. Your mama fucking sold you, and you can't get around that shit. That's why you don't want to speak on that shit. Shut that bullshit the fuck up and close the fuck out, bro.
Why Go ahead. About how I close out, bro?
Close out, nigga. Shut the fuck up and close out. Close out the right way. Stop closing out like a bitch.
Right. I'm bringing that spirit out,
nigga. Close the fuck out. And stop being a bitch and stop crying.
That spirit of
stop crying, nigga. Stop crying, black man. Stop crying.
So what I'm trying to show y'all,
black man crying over here.
Yo, y'all gotta realize that, you know, that this same psychology runs deep in all these religions, man. Like the fact that you got some shit in the book, and I say, like, talking about these dark-skinned drooks who were stupid. You don't think that was racism coming out in that man, y'all? And I know y'all love the book, but that's the same shit with the Canaanites and the Hamites and shit. Why the hell they had to be dark-skinned? And what's the point of even bringing that up in the book? That, oh yeah, these people, well, they were stupid and they happened to be dark-skinned, and these were the hominids. That don't sound familiar, y'all? Selah, that don't sound familiar, brother. You know
when I first read that shit, I was like, oh, they were the bullshit.
And that's what I'm saying. And then, of course, maybe you studied and say, well, that's not what it. No, nigga. The first
but what changed it for me was that
it was
more spiritual. Like you got the carnal, you got the flesh side of it.
He don't get it.
I get it.
The flesh side of it. I know. That's why I said it's tribalism, because every nationality has the same racist prejudice tendencies against another. You got East Indians that don't like niggas. You got niggas that don't like Mexicans. I'm not talking about
people don't like. I'm talking about this is a earth paradigm that they put on our people and Africans, bro, with this religion and this whole, you know, inferiority thing. And the first time you read that was the right reaction, because you knew what it was.
That's what it was. But then at the end of the day, I had to read further to see, all right, what's going on at the end of the day? You know what I'm saying? Because them same people who was called dumb and stupid later on in the chapter got inheritance to eternal life. So it's like, oh, okay, that supersedes them being dumb and stupid, because now they have an inheritance.
Right. And that's called rational
life.
Lex Vortex wants to make the argument that Homo erectus was like advanced. So Homo erectus was advanced?
Brother.
Homo erectus, Homo habilis, they were all advanced. They were all like modern day Negroes and shit like that.
Engaging.
This motherfucker's retarded,
I'm engaging with you right now, bro.
But hold up, like even if we go, like I said, that's why I say this is tribalism. When we go back to the Narmer palette, ain't no Europeans there. Ain't none of the ain't no East Indian. It's niggas in the Nile Valley warring among each other long before the Europeans came. We see that in the old dynasty. I'm talking about, we see this in pre-dynastic Dominique from Narmer's time. You got Narmers with niggas' heads chopped off between their legs, and these is black people. Long before the European.
Listen, that ain't got nothing to do.
But no.
That has everything to do with it. He's talking about hate and greatness and shit like that.
Don't start the black on black crime.
No. But if the topic is gonna come up, we gotta address it on fair ground. See, I'm not gonna sugarcoat shit. I'm gonna tell it how it is. Yeah, the white man did what he did.
I'm not
talking fuck with the Europeans because of slavery. I understand that part.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the fact that you got a book talking about these people called the Drooks that were dark skinned.
But then you have an actual.
But you don't know what the fuck you talking about, Lex. That's the problem.
No. Let's give him that. Okay, you got a book.
You don't know what he's talking about, Selah, because it's not talking about modern day blacks.
He got a book that says that. Now we classify the book as pseudo, but we have an actual artifact called the number of palette that is documented, recorded history of black on black crime where no European is found. So when you want to,
what does that got to do? What does that got to do? No one said that black people never did any evil or anything. So
but that's my point. It's an irrelevant argument. If you're going to raise up the argument about the drunks being brown and black and stupid, niggas heads chopped off supersedes niggas calling niggas stupid in the book. When you got the number palette with niggas heads chopped off, beloved. There's no comparison to a book saying you got dark skinned people called drunks, but then you got a palette with niggas' heads chopped off.
No, that's two different. It's not what's worse. It's two different topics and subjects. When we're talking about Christendom and the Orient and the shit they said about fucking the curse of Ham and Hannon, that is a psychology. I'm trying to explain. I'm trying to explain to you the paradigm and the psychology that goes across the earth. This is a whole different level of understanding when it comes to social race relations and the way the earth is being ran now. Why people
we got it from us, the
brother, and why our people get treated why they do. And all I'm saying is that it's the same thing, the same theme, and you'll find these people that don't they during the time of scientific racism, they tried to say that it couldn't have been black people who built the pyramids. So they classify Africa and said this is Upper Africa. Hold on. I'm trying to show you.
That's literature, though. That's literature. We talking about.
No. I'm talking about the mentality, and that this mentality has been spread all around. So sub-Saharan Africans couldn't have built the pyramids. They cut up Africa in two places. Charles Darwin wrote that that the Eurasians were the last stage of evolution and tried to associate Africans with being related earlier to the stupid hominids. This is what I'm trying to tell you, bro. This is the mentality that's went around the world, and it shows up consciously and subconsciously, especially in non-black people and in black people that don't know the psychology that's been worked on them. That's why y'all consider. That's why
when you say black, are you talking about Negroes, bro? Or you just talking about the melanated people?
That's why you can sit around with certain people and tolerate this bullshit.
Are you talking about Negroes, or are you talking about people that are melanated?
Black. There ain't no, what I'm saying, a book talking about some dark-skinned drooks, man. That's the same shit, bro. That's the same.
You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. So why you keep going back to the drooks if you don't know what the drooks are?
But a book talking about dark-skinned people being dumb and stupid, does that supersede black on black crime 100 years with niggas with their heads chopped off? You got at least 8 niggas with their heads chopped off.
You sound like people argue against Black Lives Matter and they say
no.
I'm
not making this up. This is facts. The Owaspy could be made up. That's pseudo. That's pseudo information in the Owaspy. That's not real.
I know, but what you're
talking about is real. That's a difference.
But what you're doing is arguing two different things, and you're making an excuse for one thing. They're not.
I'm not making an excuse. I'm going to the root of the matter.
Brother, they're not correlated.
I'm going to the root of the source of the issue because we deal with tribalism.
Listen, our issues are our issues. They're inner issues that we have to deal with. No one can deny that. And they come from most of what has been done to us. So no one's denying that.
But that's my point, though.
That's bullshit. That's why Selah's bringing up the argument he's bringing up, bro. It's back in Africa. That's why when I brought up the slave trade shit, you see he shut up.
Bro,
See, when I brought up Africans selling other Africans, how he didn't
don't
comment
even
on
say
it.
Africa no more, please.
See, he don't want to comment on it because he knows he can't make the argument. Africans saw other Africans, and he don't know how to go around that shit.
To my brother.
He's under the impression that Europeans came in, penetrated Central Africa, and took West Africans and had their way with them. No, and the reality is, Europeans didn't penetrate Central Africa because they were scared of malaria, diseases. They were it was a foreign place to them. So they had middlemen, other Africans and Arabs come that were African and take Africans that already had slaves, empires, and the kings and the queens heard these Europeans on the boat. They had spices and rum, and they sold your ancestors. What were they going to do with your ancestors? They were either going to eat them, sacrifice them to the Yoruban gods that you want to go serve and shit like that. They just sold you over, bro. So you talking all this dumb shit, but you don't want to go back to the root. The root is Africans sold you. That's how you got over here. The Africans sold you. That's how you got over here. And now you want to talk about the greatness of Africa.
Y'all see this?
They don't even claim you, dog. They don't claim you over there.
All you black people
They don't rep you. You rep Africa, but Africans don't rep you, bro.
So let me address. You're lying, nigga.
I'm not lying. That's documented by Africans. What are you talking about?
Let me show you.
Tactically, how does that make sense? Europeans penetrating into Central Africa. How is that tactically sound?
All right, bro. I'm not talking to you.
How is that tactically sound, though?
Force me to talk to you. So
how is that tactically sound, though?
Hey, bro.
Europeans are not going to penetrate Central Africa to go and steal Africans.
I heard you.
Your ancestors sold you, bro. I understand it is a hard pill to swallow.
Hold on, bro. I heard
you want to feel great when you're not. This is not even saying the Africans are not great.
But damn, bro.
I heard, bro. All right, Louis, let him get it out, Louis. Let him get it out, Louis. Let him get it out. Go ahead.
Now, let me tell y'all, this man is disrespecting all you coon ass niggas out there. Because first of all, he's sitting here talking about Africans sold you as if that's the story. That's not the story. Like people just came over there and Africans was sold. He's trying to. This is what he's saying. He's saying your ancestors are so dumb that that Europeans came over there and they just sold you for some fucking rum. First of all, when they come into Africa, they come not first adverse. You know what I'm saying? They do a lot of evangelizing of Christianity and all that. They see tribal skirmishes. And so what they did is they used the tribal skirmishes against each other. So they came in and manipulated and did a lot of shit. So when you talk about the slave trade, it's a very complex thing that happened. Africans wasn't just selling Africans, and a lot of the Africans that was selling Africans, a lot of them had tribal wars going on that Europeans took advantage of. So it wasn't like he talking about your ancestors sold you for spice and rum. Which ancestors? No, because we had different tribes and different things going on.
Royal Empire, Senegal. I can go on,
bro.
That ain't bro. You're spitting bullshit.
So anyway,
you're making my point. They had tribalistic feuds.
So this is what I'm telling you.
The Europeans took advantage. Why were y'all having tribalistic feuds? If y'all so great and perfect, why y'all having tribal? Why y'all exposing tribalism, bro?
Did you just hear him?
Why you exposing tribalism?
Brother,
y'all supposed to be so great. You're being plagued by tribalism.
Did you hear what he said? Why would
you can't come together as a continent?
If y'all was so
you can't come together as a continent.
What is he trying to say?
And you sold your own to the Europeans, even if they did come in and manipulate tribalistic wars. Y'all were having tribal wars. Some of your ancestors were even hiring Europeans to take down other black Africans. So the shit you saying don't hold no weight.
The people were not from the same nations.
What are you talking about? They're from the same area.
Yeah,
different
but they
tribe, bro.
Yeah, and so tribal.
The bigger people, the bigger nations were picking on the little ones. The bigger, strong African empires were picking on the little ones. So they already had their slaves. They already had their tribal wars. Like you said, the Europeans came in, they seen what they was doing, and they wanted a piece of that pie. They offered, and the Africans gave them up. They weren't stupid ass people. They were making bank. Why these empires even fall after the fact? Because when the Europeans let slavery go, the Africans couldn't let it go. That's why they fell.
And let me tell you,
the shit you saying holds no weight.
All right, it holds no weight.
This shit would have never started, Lex, if you would have never been so disrespectful.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna address.
If you wasn't so disrespectful, this one never got brought up.
It's cool though. I don't mind it because you're exposing yourself, and let me address.
You're not exposing shit. You just lying to the people because you're not bringing up sources, bro.
All right, so let me
bring up Queen Nzinga, all that shit.
So let
they
me
knew what was going on.
Show your hair again. Let me see that hair.
You got Chief X will bust your ass.
So check this out.
Why don't you show me your kinky monkey ass hair, nigga? What you talking about?
Kinky monkey ass hair?
Yeah, kinky monkey ass hair, nigga. Homo erectus hair. You
Y'all
want to
hear
talk
that?
that shit? There we go. Let's talk. There we go. Bug the fuck out, nigga. I see
But
that
see,
homo
let
erectus
me,
in your face. You talking that shit.
hold on, Louis.
I want to address what he said because he's
But
talking
see,
about.
yo, Lex.
Hold on, Selah. No, bro.
Go ahead.
He
And
just
then,
said,
we got to close it out. I'm going to give y'all niggas 5
Homo
more minutes.
erectus all in his face.
Let me show your monkey ass.
Nigga look like homo habilis over here talking shit.
Now listen. Now what he's talking about,
Rhodesian man over here talking shit.
The goddamn Native Americans, the
Homo heidelbergensis talking shit.
The people the original people in Puerto Rico and the Native Americans, they actually did the same thing and worse. They were over the reason when the Europeans came, these dummies over here had so many wars going. Some of them joined the French.
Notice I said I was Puerto Rican, Dominican, and Haitian. He only wants to zero in on Puerto Ricans. Notice that too. Puerto Rican, Dominican, and Haitian. He only want to zero on the Puerto Ricans, though. Notice that.
So listen,
just want to zero in on the Puerto Ricans. Look at him. Look at this racist ass fuck ass nigga. Look at him. Look at this racist ass fuck ass nigga trying to talk.
He's cut.
Like, shut the fuck up, bro.
So you said, hold on. You said, yeah, you know, you did.
Shut the fuck up. Look at you.
You had Native
American nigga, smile. Smile one time for me, bro.
They was actually called
dumbass nigga. Fuck out of here with that shit.
They were called trackers.
And hold up, man. Hold up. Let's go ahead and close it out, man.
Selah, hold on, bro. You gotta let this information come on. He just tried to shit all over.
Nah, nigga, fuck you. Close the fuck out.
Hold up. We're gonna say that another time because we don't got too far off the main topic, which was who was the gods. Now we don't.
I know, but this is important info. This give me 1 minute, bro. Please.
I'm gonna give you know what, Lex. I'm gonna give you 5 minutes to close out your Louis. Just go ahead and salute him and close out Louis. Give him a shout out his flowers. Although we had a heated exchange, but just give him a shout out so we can go.
I'm not giving this nigga no flowers. Fuck him. He want to talk shit? He can go fuck himself.
Peace, brother.
Nah, he ain't enemy. Now I'm gonna expose his ass.
Peace.
You gonna see. When I expose out of Africa there, make that nigga look stupid, and then we're gonna talk about the Africans that sold the Africans over here to the Europeans, and he gonna look real stupid.
Hey, hit me on the gram, Louis. I mean on the
I'm gonna hit you on the gram. I'm gonna let this fuck nigga close out.
Yeah, hit me on the messenger. All right.
So the Native Americans were dumber than the Africans, and that's why they didn't survive. These motherfuckers, he talking about Africans, so Africans. The people in Puerto Rico, in North America, South America, they were actually joining the French. They fought. Some of them fought with the British. Some of them fought with the English. Do y'all know that? They were warring against each other, and they was getting their asses wiped out. So who's stupid? And they were acting as trackers. When the Europeans were going to war with the Native Americans, they couldn't keep up with them. Who did they hire to track? Geronimo. Geronimo fought the American government for over 20 years with 30 men. These were some bad mother effers, these Native American warriors. Mm-hmm. How did they catch up with them? How was they found trackers from their own tribe? Other than that, they couldn't track them. But the Native Americans could track you for 50, 100 miles. So they always knew when they was coming. And that's why they had the advantage. Mm-hmm. They had they called them what? Scouts. Okay. And then when you look at what happened with the Native Americans, they totally amalgamated those people in Puerto Rico. They married them. Why do you think they speak Spanish? So when you want to talk about like who's dumb and stupid and who sold their own people and all this stuff, why do you speak Spanish? Because of the Spanish that came into your countries and raped, robbed, and murdered you just like them Israelites in the Bible. And you ended up speaking their language. So this is what I'm saying, y'all. And honestly, Selah, like I know I really don't have I'm not really the racist shit and all that, but like the shit that's coming out of dude when he got angry, I don't know how y'all could take that. He's sitting there talking about your mama sold you. And did you like, you know what I'm saying? Like, yo, I don't understand y'all people, bro. That's crazy to me, bro. Like, and then he gonna like
it is what at the end of the day.
But hold on. Didn't we slept with the West Africans slept with the most primitive, like fucking hominids?
Hey, you got Unc saying we come from goddamn apes, so prime, you know what I mean?
No, but that's different. But Unc saying we come from apes is just dealing with, evolutionary things, saying that all humans developed from apes and all that. This man sitting here talking about your You can't get around it. You was fighting in this. Like, dude, he's telling you that he think you stupid, man. And that's why I go back to this Drook stuff and all these dudes, these dark-skinned people that was stupid than everyone. Why would he even need to put that in the book? And Cosmo Cal, let me tell y'all, bro, he's a coon. With all due respect, bro, because you sitting there going against me with this dude who's trying to attack our people. And this is why I have a problem, Selah Shalom, with the whole Indian Hebrew shit, because they all attack Africa, brother.
But this is what I'm saying. Like, this is why I'm saying, like, let's put it on the table and if you don't want to debate it, we could discuss the information, present your case, because you got a strong case. The burden of proof.
They have no case.
But still though, that's what I'm saying. If that's the case on your end, that's an easy victory. If I was in your shoes, I'd be like, niggas, set the date. I'm about to watch these niggas and I'm about to expose them. That's how I would look at it. That's how I look at them niggas, all them niggas who be Bible thumping. I look at them niggas like me. I don't give a fuck what they coming with.
What I'm saying is, when it comes to this subject, it becomes a little more than a sport for me, bro. You see
That's what I'm saying. It's real. It is real.
Like, bro, shit is deep.
I'm in the South. I'm in Atlanta. I'm in the Ku Klux Klan capital, Stone Mountain, right up the street.
Shit is deep in terms of.
No. Hold up. The shit Louis talking about is lightweight. Nigga, the Klan is right up the street. Like, hold up. No, I'm showing you something. We faced off with these crackers out here with the sheets. In the 90s, as teenagers, they used to be running up the strip. We used to square off with these niggas. Then when we got older to carry guns, we started busting at these niggas. That's when they stopped coming around and they moved to Loganville and Snellville. Real fucking street wars with the crackers, let alone the nigga wars. So what I'm saying to you is that the shit Louis talking, that's lightweight. That's play to a nigga like me. Because I got thick skin. And more real shit than to worry about a nigga saying, oh, you're a nigger. Nigga.
No, I'm not worried about it. It's all the same to me. All I'm saying is I'm not gonna lose no sleep, bro.
That's the case in point. You just said nigga ain't losing no sleep over none of this shit.
I'm not losing no sleep.
This just information and dialogue, and that's why I said this shit is tribalism. It's always gonna get to tribalism when we.
But I want our people to be awake, bro. We gotta be awake. We gotta be awake to this psychology and mentality, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, bro, I didn't know that was in the OSP, and I gotta read it, and I just gotta it's disturbing to me.
But you gotta further read to see what's going on. You just can't stop there. That's like if a nigga picked up the Bible and stopped when they took the rib out of Adam and said, "Oh, nigga, that's some bullshit. That don't coincide with nature. I'm gonna stop there." But then you gotta
I get it.
To see what the fuck really going on with the rest of the storyline. No, I feel like I said when I first read this, nigga, when I first seen white and yellow, my eyebrows rose and red.
Yeah, then I heard the dude say that he said that the highly enlightened ones were white and yellow.
But no, when you read the OSP, it talks about the irons being white and yellow. Then you got the drunks being brown and black.
Who's the irons?
Say it again.
Who's the irons?
Those are the crossbreed between the angels and men, primitive men.
So why? See what I'm saying, bro?
No, you asked me who the I'm telling you what's in the book.
I know.
But this is the same explanation you gave with the genetic explanation with the Anunnakis.
I know, but why were they white and yellow? And why were the dumb ones black?
But see, this is what I'm saying. This is where you got to further read the book. This is where you got to further read, because it says them same people who was considered. Now we can pull up the verse and all that. But at the end of the day, they received eternal salvation, eternal life. Everybody on the planet in the book got eternal salvation. That's the end of the game, because at the end of the book, people in this, you're thinking on a carnal level. You're not seeing the full spectrum. You're only seeing 180 of the spectrum. In the book, it says, the creator says, I created man to inherit my Etherian world. So let me put that in perspective. This is like school. Now, we in class arguing about nationality, but the objective is to graduate from high school. So you can stay on the carnal level, because when you in class, it's a lot of dumb niggas in class. It's a lot of smart niggas in class. But at the end of the day, the smart niggas may graduate before the dumb niggas, or vice versa. But the goal is to graduate. So we deal with graduation at the end of the day. So if you want to stick, if you want to stick to the carnal, you can stay there. If you want to stay stuck in third grade, you can stay stuck in third grade. But we're going to graduate. When you graduate from high school, it's all nationalities in the class. When you're going through school, it's all nationalities in the class.
But
So we're not distant. Now, if you want to hold
the special needs are the dark ones, though. That's what I'm saying, bro.
no,
That's
ain't no special need because the chosen people of the Owaspi is the copper
soul
color.
is the
Hold
dark.
up, listen. The
Come on,
chosen people of the book, the chosen people of the book are the copper colored race. That's why I said you got to continue to read to see what's going on.
That's
yes,
that.
the same people who they consider brown, dumb, and stupid is the same people who the Creator chose to raise up the people.
Who's that?
Zarathustra, Abraham, Capilia,
Abraham the Amorite.
All these people came from the same lineage of the brown and blacks, mixed with
but
the
they
iron.
Wasn't from the Drooks, the dumb Drooks, though, right?
It was all from. If you read it, you'll see it.
All right. So why mention that the Drooks were dumb? But why
because
do you
these
mention
are primitive times? These are times when man. These are times when man didn't have speech and language.
Why
this
mention?
This is like before you get comprehension.
Just woke. I can't believe you. You black women are sad. Why mention that they were dark skinned? What's the point? Yeah. Why?
What's wrong with not mentioning it?
Why? What do you mean? Why? What's the point? Why do you have to mention that the dumb people were dark skinned?
It's not saying dumb people like they stupid, like they ignorant. It's speaking from a state of infancy ignorance.
But why?
It's like when a baby comes into the world. Hold up. When a baby comes into the world, a baby doesn't have language. It has to be given language. A baby crawls before coming into the world. It's speaking of man in this primitive state.
Why does it matter if they were dark skinned or not? Then
it's giving you a complexion of the people.
Yeah, see, brother, you stuck right there.
I'm not stuck. You asked the question, and I'm saying it's giving you a complexion. So if somebody wants to, let me ask you this,
bruh, why?
Like they say, look, if they were to ask you, what's the color of Abraham? You're gonna give a complexion, aren't you?
Nah.
And when them niggas who read the Bible, sign in them boys, ask you what color was Abraham or what color was Moses?
We don't.
You're gonna give a
complexion. The Bible doesn't even say what complexion.
But the Owaspi tells you that Moses and Abraham were copper colored and brown skin with lofty black beards.
Okay.
And described that there was a cross between
copper colored, bro. Copper.
The drunks and the Ahuans.
Copper goes from
This is copper color, my skin complexion, basically, is what you're saying.
No,
that's what I'm saying.
No, that's not
what describe the people as black people. The prophets and the chosen people of God, or those who came to deliver the message from the Creator, were copper colored people all throughout the book.
A penny on you, sir?
Say it again.
Do you have a penny on you?
Yeah, it's right here. This is copper.
Pull a penny out and put it on your arm. I
ain't got a penny, but you know what copper look like.
Copper.
We're not gonna play that game.
Copper color goes. That's a funny game people play.
Brown skin. Let's say brown skin. We ain't gotta play copper.
All right, so that's what I'm saying. East Indians are brown skin. Cambodians are brown skin.
Okay,
even
and brown skin people could be classified.
Mariah Carey is brown skin. Chris Brown is brown skin, bro. The Rock is brown skin. That ain't saying nothing. What I'm asking,
light skin. This is
why mention why would you have to mention the color of anyone in a book if there wasn't some racial overtones to it? There's no need. If we're all the same from light to dark and it don't really matter, there's no need for me to tell you what color the dumb people were, bro. Y'all got to see that.
You still stuck on that one thing. That's like me being stuck on the fact that no, because you stuck. You haven't read it to see how it's playing out.
Pull it up, bro.
You just read on one.
Pull it up. Can you pull it up,
bro?
I'm gonna show.
Let me go ahead and put this to bed real quick. Now let me put this to bed real quick.
Yeah, let's see what it says about
this to bed real quick. So you want to stuck on a carnal level. And I'm gonna show you what the creative
I believe there's a lot of great things in the book, but
no. I'm gonna put it in perspective for you, so you don't be stuck. You don't be stuck on one thing, because I know where you're coming from, because I was there already.
The Owaspi is a great stepping stone. Y'all need to come all to the dark side and get free, and just let it all go.
I'm about to shut it down right now.
Dark Side Official TV 2 and get free.
I'll shut you down right now.
Yo, I can't the right one. Yo, I can't wait to I'm gonna do a whole show on these dark skinned drooks, these hominid dark.
Do it. Yeah, do it. We love to do it. This is what we do.
Yo, and the fact y'all had Genghis Khan up here talking about our African ancestors.
This is what we do.
Like, how do y'all fuck with that? How is Genghis Khan gonna come up here and tell you that your mama sold you and the slavery and all this shit, and like talk about Africans like they was stupid and shit. Like that shit didn't happen over in America.
He was talking to you. He was addressing you, partner.
Hold on.
He was talking to you, and the reason he was talking to you like that because you was insulting to him first. That's why he snapped on you. But he ain't coming at you disrespectful.
But I didn't.
You set the tone for this. You set the tone for what's going on right now. Just know that. Just know that. You came at that man.
You have the same ancestors, though.
Huh?
Me and you have the same ancestors.
It don't matter though. If we was face to face, if he would have smacked the shit out of you, that would have been on record. Like, damn, this nigga Lucy just smacked the shit out of the nigga. Regardless, it don't matter. White boys beat up black niggas all the time in the street fight. You don't see it on YouTube, so it's like it's really a stupid argument. But I'm gonna address your argument because, like I said, don't nothing supersedes. Oh man, don't nothing supersede this, beloved. Let me show you something, man. See that? I'm gonna read what you want, but I'm gonna let that sit right there. So as a reminder, the way you want to talk about dumb and stupid, this is some dumb and stupid shit that Norma is doing, chopping the heads of our people, nigga. You said you weren't about the white boy, but the white boy was able to infiltrate.
That's not our people. Right, hold on, bro. I'm familiar with this palette. I want you to know something. That dude, hold on, brother.
Your whole argument. That's what I'm saying.
Hold on, Selah. That dude right there is a Asiatic.
Nigga, that's a black man right there, right on the
ground.
It's
not. No, it's not. It's an Asiatic, bro.
Let me go to the real relief. All right, look at Narmer's face and look at you trying to tell me those are two different people?
They are, bro. I'm familiar with this relief, and I'll put money. These are
they white people? Ask me that. Are they white people?
No, hold on, brother. Hold on.
Are they white people?
People over there are Western.
Are they white people?
They're Western Asiatics. They're not people from that land.
Are they European?
You know what I'm saying? They're Eurasians. They're Asiatics.
That's a goddamn lie. This nigga got an afro. Stop lying. Look, this nigga
having an afro doesn't mean
niggas got afros. You're lying.
Bro, hold on.
These are copper-colored people. Black people killing black people long before the goddamn European. But I'm still
I can bring, bro. We've been people that broke down this palette a million times. The people that he's grabbing, just like in the one.
Look at this. Look at this. This is the second pharaoh of Egypt. What's his name?
Ha-Or.
This is Ha-Or, and look what he got going on. Captives.
Yeah, who's that? Captives from where?
These same people right here.
Exactly.
And these are the same black people. Black on black crown.
No, Selah Shalom, bro. You're making a mistake, brother.
No. I'm making your argument that before you want to talk about the drunks being stupid, you had niggas doing stupid shit like this right here.
I'm telling you, you're making a mistake. Our elders have already broke this palette down, the Nama palette and others people. When you
Me too.
You break those pictures, those people are Western, Asiatic invaders.
Are they Europeans though?
What does they got to do with being Europeans or not?
Nigga, you just brought up the point about drunks being stupid and black and these eyes or the white people being better based off what Louis was saying.
Yeah, but those are not. Just because they have color in the picture, it doesn't matter. In this picture, so you
do matter. This whole argument is based off of color.
You're making a false equivalency because, like I said, are you East Indian? They have color, but they're Asiatics, bro. They come from Asia, and they were invaders into Kemet in Africa.
That sounds good, but
we can, brother, I tell you what, we can do a whole show on the Norma palette and the people that
I already did the Norma palette. I don't even know nothing about that. Now, hold up.
But do you know the translation? That when you look,
we see black on black crime, and that's what we talk about. Now, hold up, let me stop. Let's kill that for a minute because I already proved my point with the Norma palette. That's we got niggas with their heads chopped off. Black on black crime, whether they be Asiatic, they're still black people. Ain't no Europeans there. And they know Europeans chopping no niggas.
You have Europeans in those same.
So now, hold up. Let me prove my point. You asked about the drunks. Now, the scope of man, the purpose of man is existence, regardless of his goddamn nationality, is this. Jehovah said, we're gonna give you textbook goddamn lessons now. Jehovah said, I created the earth and fashioned it and placed it in the firmament, and by my presence brought man forth a living being. Man forth the living being, regardless of what the fucking nationality of the man is, he brought man forth, right? I gave him a corporeal body, which is a terrestrial body. Your physical body is made up of minerals. So all this arguing about fucking nationality, you're arguing a goddamn mineral. Carbon is responsible for your skin complexion. So you're arguing carbon. So that he can learn corporeal things. And here's the key highlight of your existence right here. Death. I made death so that man could rise in my ethereal firmament. That's the key point of your existence, to rise into the Etherian firmament. Like I said, this shit is school. It's about graduation. Now let's come to these drunks that's stupid. Let's come to these dumb drunks, right? This is what the Iron said. The Iron's answer saying, as the voice of the Lord is unseen but potent, so is there a spirit in man unseen and potent, which shall never die, but ascend in heaven to inhabit habitations prepared by the Lord. Now, here go the drunks. And many of the drunks, the stupid people like you was referring to, pondered upon these things, and their thoughts quickened their souls within them, so that they brought forth hearers to what? Eternal salvation. Ain't no stupidity no more, nigga. Their thoughts quicken within themselves, and they receive eternal salvation. What is the purpose of man? I made death so that he could what? Rise in the firmament and inherit my Etherian worlds. What the fuck is the Etherian worlds? Nigga, let's read. Let's read what the Etherian worlds are. In the all highest places, I created the Etherian worlds, and I made them of all shapes and sizes, similar to my corporeal worlds. Now, I'm not going to read the whole verse, but I just want to let you know that your whole argument is irrelevant. Your whole argument is irrelevant. I just showed you that you're dealing on a fleshly, corporeal level.
All right. So
go back, go back
to the scripture. I want to see what it says about the drooks. Where is it? The part where he was talking about what he's. Go back. Where it starts talking about the drooks? Let's go back to that.
Well, we just read right here.
I heard.
I know that, but I just want to be clear that we're dealing with eternal salvation.
All right, everyone.
And this is what the drooks, the same drooks that you claim was blind and stupid.
I didn't even know, bro. I didn't even know about the drooks. So I just want to see what
I know, but see, this is at the end of the day, King. This is what you got to read, because if you read this, we can have a better read.
Let's read it right now.
If we get no, because nigga, we've been in 5 hours. I'm not about.
I know, but you just read that part. How long would it take for you to read the dumb part? See, you don't want to read that part.
No. We already addressed it. Everybody in the world know about the drunks being dumb and stupid. Everybody know that. But I wanted to address what you didn't know, that they received eternal salvation. That's what you need to know.
Hold on.
That's what's most important.
Hold on. Do you know that when Christians came to America, they said these savages, even though they're dumb, stupid, and savage, if they accept Jesus, they can still get eternal salvation? That's no different, bro.
But it's no different than this. Hold on, bro. It's no different than this.
Hold on.
It's no different than this.
No, that has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. Stop bringing that up, bro.
No,
I didn't say this is my
thorn on your side. This is my thorn on your side.
No, it's not, because you're talking about a problem, and first of all, there's more to that, because that at this time,
why these niggas heads chopped off?
Those are not the same people.
It don't matter.
Even though they're brown people,
it don't matter. Nigga, the pygmy and the twa is not the same as the Congolese.
I know. I can show you Europeans chopping the Europeans' head off, bro.
What's your argument then? You're making no argument. Your argument is relevant. If you want to sit here and look at a book that says stupid and dumb.
Well, hold on, brother. I'm gonna tell you what my argument is. You're making a straw man argument about what your boy brought up about these.
I'm not making it. You brought this issue up.
No, I didn't. The dude
you started calling him out his name, calling him stupid and shit. And he came on your ass, and then that's how we got here right now.
Right. So the drooks. Are you saying that?
This is what I'm gonna say to you. No. This is what because I'm
it was dark.
We've been on here going on 6 hours. I got shit to do. I'm not gonna be on here. This is what I'm gonna suggest to you. Read the first book of the First Lord and then come back and have a conversation with me. Because I'm not about to do your homework for you. We know the book. Just read it. You got comprehension and understanding. I already told you that when I first read the book, I got the same feeling you got with the ship. I'm right there with you, nigga. Don't get it twisted.
How did you get that feeling then? Because it was a real feeling you had, brother. And then you had to rationalize it away.
I ain't rationalize it, because that was the first time of me coming across it. The same way when I first came across the goddamn rib taken out from an atom and creating a whip, I was like, that's some bullshit. But I ain't stopped me from reading. I kept on reading. And then we just described how did man evolve, when we just spoke about genetic engineering. You showed the splicing of the gene that had to be done probably through the Anunnakis. So we're not speaking nothing that's
that was stupid, though. Then your man said that was
after the fact that you started clowning the nigga. That's why we had these discussions.
Happens, but hey, bro, it's all love. I'm just saying, y'all might want to, just reassess that. And it don't mean that the whole book is terrible, bro. Like
I said, we not worshippers of the book. We challenge the book, nigga. We got a whole group.
But y'all are ignoring this part. This part is like there's nothing to it. But you're acting like there's nothing to that, bro. That's what I'm saying.
But all right, so you read it being you read a verse where it says dark-skinned people being brown and stupid. And then, like I said, this is not modern man as how we see it. This is primitive. This is what you would consider your hominin era. The Owaski shows you this.
I understand that, but
so we talking about niggas who had hair all over their bodies, my nigga.
Right, but I'm trying to understand what was the point of saying they was dark-skinned then?
The same point. What's the point of saying, nigga, the Garden of Eden is in Africa? It's like that's irrelevant. That's an irrelevant question. It's just letting you know that the skin complexion of the people. That's it.
For what?
That's it.
What?
It's plenty other verses where like that dumb and stupid shit is just one part. There's plenty other sections of the book where talking about the drugs being brown and black, and they got shit to do with being dumb and stupid.
So God just wanted to mention their skin color, and then it just happens to be that the ones that were so-called mixed with angels were yellow and white. That's just a coincidence.
No, you have primitive man, the Asu, the primitive man who's already here. That the
Right.
angels mixed
That
with.
was
They
dark.
was black.
And the ones that are not primitive, they were yellow and white, right?
No, primitive man was already here. When the angels
They're
came,
the dark-skinned ones, right?
they interbred with primitive men. And they created the
And then they
Ains.
become yellow and white,
They created the offsprings, right?
and they were yellow and white. And you don't think there's nothing to that?
All right, so this is what I'll do. When you all right, you want to bring up the yellow and white, so you want to stay stuck on that. Let me just
No, bro.
No. It's all good. It's all good. I love this shit.
I'm just saying. I just think that's. Come on, bro.
This is
mine. There's got to be
this
something.
is my answer to that though. This is my answer to what. This is my answer to your argument. I deal with reality. I don't deal with spook. So in reality, this what makes sense to me. This what makes sense to me.
What?
Regardless of how you see it, this makes sense to me. This is evidence of a people with white and yellow complexion. Regardless of how you agree with it or not, this is genetic
I didn't say
evidence.
there wasn't people with white, and we know there's people.
And these are what I'm showing
Are
you.
those the advanced people mixed with angels?
I'm showing you the skin complexion, what the Owaski is describing as these white and yellow genetics. I'm
But
showing you
wasn't they
genetics.
mixed with angels?
Say it again.
Wasn't they the ones mixed with angels?
Correct, according to the book.
And you don't think that associating the color dark with the primitive people and the people that were mixed with angels?
There was no Europeans back then.
Yellow and white. Do you know that's the same argument?
There was no Europeans then.
All right, and hold
up. That's why I showed you the picture. Because there was no Europeans when that took place. There was no Europeans then.
Okay, whatever they were yellow in the fact that they
genetically,
were white.
if I had to make sense of what something is said in the book and I have to prove this in the genome, that's what I would go to. I just showed you the evidence, regardless if you accept it or not, of a white and yellow hair skin complexion.
Why were the ones mixed with the angels white and yellow?
Say it again.
So are the angels white and yellow? Why
it
did
it don't give a description of the angels?
All right, but so I'm asking you, why did the people that was offspring of the angels and the primitive?
Because if we're dealing with extraterrestrials,
why were they white and yellow?
Now that'll make sense for a recessive gene, wouldn't it? Because these are foreign beings coming from a planet mixed with indigenous. That'll create a recessive gene. So to me, that'll make plenty sense. Now just trying to make sense out of what the book is saying. Because our whole duty is, if we get information, we got to try to make the information make sense genetically, cosmology-wise, historically-wise. So this is the playing field that we got to play with. If niggas say the white people are yellow are fairy tales, then I have to
I'm not arguing whether they're true or false.
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying that there's obvious colorism in here. That the ones that mix with the angels are white and yellow. The primitive ones are dark skinned, and the need to bring up the color of the people, and obviously the ones that mix with the angels are obviously were a lot smarter than the dumb ones that were primitive and dark. So you don't see no colorism in that.
Colorism? What you mean? What you mean colorism?
Colorism. The dark ones were dumb. The yellow and white ones were mixed with angels.
You still not? I suggest you just read it, and then when you read it and understand the context, then we can have a better conversation.
I mean, Selah, I'm being real, bro, and I know you got to protect the book.
No, I'm not protecting the book. I'm not protecting the book.
The fact that it mentioned that. The ones that mixed with the angels were yellow and white. What's the need to tell me that? And the primitive ones were dark and stupid.
But see, you stuck on that one phrase, that one
No,
nigga.
bro.
You got this
I'm
thick ass
not.
book, this
I
page, and
know
you
that,
stuck
bro.
on those
I
two words.
already said there's so much more to the book, bro.
Right, but that's what I'm saying.
But I'm
That
saying
part,
that
it is
part,
what it is.
bro.
You can't change that. It is. It's
Exactly.
there.
So just
It's
accept
there.
it. It's racism, bro. That's what it is in the book. It's racism in the
And
old.
that's what I showed you. Normal palate niggas been dealing with racism. If
See,
that's the
then
case,
you
I'm not
want to go
defending nothing.
to what niggas did. We're talking about a divine book from God, not what some niggas did to each other.
Narma was supposed to be a divine nigga from the Nile Valley.
I don't give a fuck about what Narma was, bro. You saying that this book right here is better than the Bible, and it got some of the same racist shit the Bible got. That's all it is, bro. It's okay. It don't
I
mean
told you all this shit is tribalism. Everything got goddamn conflicts and prejudice on a carnal level.
All right, so okay, so just
nigga, the North don't like the South, and the South don't like the North back in the 90s.
You keep doing that, bro.
But this is the argument you're raising. This is the argument. I'm showing you your own argument.
I'm talking about in the book, your divine revelation book, though, from Jehovah. He's racist.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
You overlook the fact that I just read to you the destination for man.
All right.
To reach this area.
All right.
So
We
what the fuck
all
you
get
about niggas being called dumb and stupid when you're supposed to be focused on graduation? If you want to start, now I'm gonna put this in
why
common
aren't
sense.
you worried about it?
Say it again.
I'm not worried about it. I'm just saying why you ignoring it and want to
acknowledge. We're not ignoring it. I'm the first nigga to bring it out and address it, nigga.
All right. So, I'm
the nigga who brought this shit out and addressed it before anybody did.
All right.
And I was the one who addressed the issues about the eyes being white and yellow in the drug. I brought that shit out years before you even met me, nigga. I brought this shit out.
So
but I had to read the information, continue to see what the fuck the book is talking about. If I would have stopped there, I wouldn't have got and understood what the rest of the revelation is saying.
I get that. I understand.
So your argument is irrelevant because I've been there and done that. What you trying to talk to me about?
Nigga, there's colorism and racism in the book.
So what's your argument? What's your argument?
That again, y'all right now, y'all are acting like the Israelites the same way when we show them like, look at this, bro. This book is talking about this. This God did this.
We're not denying that.
Hold up. Now I'm showing you, bro. This is colorism and racism, and y'all are acting religious and don't want to just admit it and say, yeah, it is what it is. But
I just told you it wasn't what it is. What it is. I just told you that.
So is there racism and colorism in the Osby Bible?
Nigga, we just said that. I just said it's tribalism.
No.
Tribal warfare in the book,
that it has nothing to do with racism and colorism. That's the only thing I was saying the whole time, bro. That's the only.
I agreed with you. I agreed with you when you brought out. I told you, said when I first read this shit, I felt a certain way about it. Told you that.
You said
that
you felt
a certain way, but then you
said it more, and it was like you were still trying to dismiss it as if.
No, I was clearing up. I was just clearing up because I read it and felt I knew where you was coming from because I was there and still there. But then you got to investigate further to see what the fuck goes. Just like when we were discussing the Anunnakis and the gene splicing and getting to the genetics, we got to go a little further sometimes to see what the fuck really going on before we can I feel you.
I ask you this because you admitted it, so I'm cool with that. That's all I was saying. Someone saying I'm trolling. I'm not trolling, bro. I'm having a real conversation.
Having a good dialogue. Don't worry about that.
Wish we wouldn't even. I really wish the dude wouldn't even got on here and started talking about the other shit.
It's yo, Lex. Don't let that shit get to you, my nigga.
No, I'm
it is
cool.
What it is. It is what it is.
I wish we would even got into that conversation. But what I want to say is, someone asked the question: are the yellow and white people still here today?
Didn't I just show you a picture of them?
That was albino
genetics. Because none of these people from that time.
Let me ask the question different. Let me ask because I don't think you know what I'm asking.
Because the Owaspi let you know that these races.
That a group? Is that an ethnic group today? Not that do
no. If you read the Owaspi, let you know that those races are extinct. The majority of those primitive races are extinct, and we carry the genetic codes of these extinct races today. That's why I showed you the white and yellow people today, showing you the genetic from back then.
Okay, that's interesting, bro. Like I said, I have to go back and read it.
But see, let me tell you. This is why Cosmo Cal was trying to tell you. This is why Cosmo Cal trying to say, yo, read the book, because when you read the book, you could raise certain questions and we can have these dialogues. Because that's what we do. We got to chat. We investigate. We challenge each other. Just like how. Hold up. You see how we got heated with you, nigga? We had these discussions and they get heated like that among us. You feel me?
Yeah,
so this ain't nothing new. I don't hold the shit off.
Personal. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. But You know, and I'm gonna roast the hell out of y'all about this. Believe that. Y'all gonna get this work on this part of this book, bro. I'm about to give you that work. I'm sorry. I'm about to pull. I'm gonna have to, and like I said, we agree on a lot of shit, but y'all about to get this work
On what?
on the
On what
dark,
specifically?
on this
On
dark
what?
Brooks yellow white angel shit.
No, we ain't saying nothing about no white angels. What are you talking about? It don't give no
Well,
description
the
of the
ones
angels.
that was mixed with the angels just happened to be yellow and white, and the dumb, stupid primitives just happened to be
But when
dark.
we just looked at the
So all I'm
haplogroup,
saying is no need to even mention their color unless this dude,
but I'm
you know
just
what I'm
saying,
saying?
if that's gonna be your argument, you say you're gonna whoop that up.
Yeah.
It got to be on a theological level. Because
Yeah,
if you come
I
to
will.
genetics, we're going to show the albinoism and show the proof of the genetic evidence, regardless if you want to look at it as a recessive gene.
But they're not albinos. People that were born from primitive people and angels are not albinos, bro.
You can't
And
prove that.
obviously
How
they
you
turned
know? How
yellow
you
and
know
white
that?
because of their advanced
How you know
angel
that?
genes.
Albino is a recessive gene,
And that's
a
why they
lack
were
of.
smart. But yeah, you just assuming that. So
I'm not assuming that.
that's
I'm
what
going by
so,
what I could show today that could
yeah,
possibly be evidence genetically and
right.
through appearance of
Just
what
like
the book is
Noah.
saying.
Just and that
And
coincides.
another thing, and hold
Hold
up.
on. That
These people,
coincides with Noah, who was supposed to be perfect in his genes, and his father said thought he was the
but check
offspring.
this out. Hold up. These people were 3 feet tall. These were little people. These wasn't no 5, 6 feet people we talk about as far as these irons. They were considered the small little people, like the Twa and the Pygmy that you hear about. It's
Okay.
not talking about no 6-foot European coming with blonde hair looking like Palladians.
I mean, Noah could have been a pygmy for all we know.
But I'm just showing you what the book is classifying these people as. They're not classifying them as no goddamn Palladians with blue eyes and blonde hair.
Y'all was done on that subject. I hope, people listening, they about to get it. I'm telling you, y'all better clean. Listen, I'm gonna tell you what you need to do on the real, or you're gonna end up like the Hebrew Israelites. You're gonna end up defending. Because, matter of fact, I might have to. I don't even really talk to Sarnetta no more after we fell out, but I'm gonna personally call Sarnetta and give him this information.
This already been addressed on Sarnetta. Nepal and them addressed it. They addressed that was the first thing JJ 7000 and them brought out on there. And I did the exact same thing I did to you. I showed them pictures of them goddamn albinos. I showed them the white and yellow and made the comparison. And then I showed them how them same people who you call drunk and dumb and stupid got eternal salvation.
No, I didn't call
graduation.
I didn't call him that.
So, however, it's all good. It's good information. It's good dialogue at the end of the day. I'm with you. It's good dialogue.
Called him that, brother, but. Yeah, but peace and love to you, man. Because obviously, it's love.
Yeah, you know that, King.
In fact, you even brought me up. Most people are scared to even bring Lex on their panel, bro. You know what I'm saying? So,
nah, it's love over here, man.
And your man is cool. Like I fuck with Cosmo. I can't tell you. I'm not fucking with Luke's. And we cool, but like,
I ain't gonna lie. I'm gonna be 100 with you, my nigga. Like, you came off a little disrespectful to the gods. You know what I mean? It's like, if you would have kept it cordial, everything I'm talking about, because everything was good up until that point. Everything was good, and then you started calling shots. But at the end of the day, my nigga, just take some advice. You got to learn how to take some hits sometimes without going there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, you're right. And
we all got to work on that shit. But I'm just saying.
But when it comes to when I first seen the brother, I'm like, okay, you know what I'm saying. But then when I heard him speaking on Africa, obviously the fact that he looks like Genghis Khan kind of.
But I never have goddamn white boys on his channel talking shit.
I have no problem. I'm just saying that it could have been anybody. It wasn't personal. It could have you know how it's almost like I just seen him and his phenotype and talking about Africa, bro.
But that's everybody gonna look at everybody with some type of prejudice. That's just what it is, man. That's the life we live.
I'm just explaining to you why that happened. I'm not making excuses. I'm saying that when I seen his phenotype and he was speaking on Africa, it just rubbed me the wrong way. It could have been it could have been some other dude that wasn't him. That could have been some light skinned dude from Guatemala or something talking about Africa. And I love Africa, and I think Africa has been attacked for fucking the last 500 years. You know what I'm saying?
Africa undefeated. It's like they attacking it, but it's sweet.
I know, but look how much Africa has to take, bro. I'm not talking about not just from fucking Europeans, from our own self-hating people. You got Hebrews talking about those dirty, stinking Hamites
Because
You
them
got
niggas
Europeans.
indoctrinated.
Right. And I'm just saying that's the same way I feel. You got these so-called Indians talking about fuck them African booty scratchers. We ain't from Africa and all. We ain't got nothing to do with Africans.
That's fucked
Then
up.
you see what I'm saying? So you got all of this shit talking about well, and whether people realize the DNA don't lie, the history don't lie. We come from West Africa, bro. So so it's a little sensitive issue for me, and that's why I went off on your man. Like it wasn't personal with him. The dude's eyebrows just fuck with me. Like them shits are crazy, bro. Like what the what kind of vampiric mongoloid motherfucker is sitting here talking about Mama Africa? But shout out to Luxie, whatever.
But that's no different than all these other the Chris Harrises and the goddamn other niggas who come on. That's real. They come with the Q in the box. They come far left, and you got to deal with it. You can't call these niggas out their names because they you too intelligent to stoop down to that nigga shit, my nigga. I'm just being real. You know what I mean? Like that threw me off a little bit when you stoop down. Like you can't be doing that shit, my nigga. Because that's like on some real shit, like on some street face to face. Those are fighting words, my nigga. Like, come on, man.
I know, but I'm Mr. Africa, mom. I'm gonna tell you, anytime someone comes with that fucking Asiatic, Israelite, Indian, if I feel that shit, it's gonna come out. I'm just gonna let y'all know it's not. I love the people here. I love y'all. I love the the way y'all build. And like I said, if the Africa shit wouldn't have came up, we would have never went left. But when the Africa shit comes up, bro, it's always gonna get heated because I know y'all may not realize it, but I know there's a war on my people and the psychology of my people. And I know how deep rooted that war is epigenetically and psychologically, bro. So it's always, so it's always gonna bring up like, especially when I hear other people, but I'm apologize to the brother.
But no, it's all good because I'd rather niggas get that shit out than to hold it in. So now y'all got it out. You see what he's capable of, and vice versa. And y'all niggas just move the fuck on. Look how Sarnetta run his show. How many niggas got the beefing and going back and forth? Yeah, that's what niggas come back and tap it up. That's how, man. Hold up, man. Y'all niggas gotta have thicker skin than that, man. Because I'm like, come on, man. I'm gonna start taking y'all fucking street card away if y'all niggas getting sensitive over some fucking dialogue, my nigga. Like,
that's what I'm saying, though. That's why I'm apologizing. Listen, before all of that,
too much of a thorough nigga to stoop to that level.
I think we brought us some great information. It was a great build. It was one of the best builds I had in a long time. That's why I said I just want to apologize to the people because it kind of put a little bit of dirt on the show. You know what I'm saying? I love y'all, man, and how y'all build. And shout out to everybody. And I want to continue to build with y'all in the future. You know what I'm saying? So I apologize, man, that it had to go that way. But at the end of the day, we agree on more things than we disagree on.
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Except when it comes to Mama Africa. I already got a war going on with the Abos and the Israelites. You know what I'm saying? So some of that's already coming out.
But you know what, though? You I ain't going to lie. You did an excellent job when you did prove about was it Abraham being an Amorite? Armenian? We pulled up the evidence. We showed the evidence of that. So that's a good strong point because I ain't too much, the Israelites will say, Shem and all that, but you show something that them niggas need to address. And I think you need to bring that to Sarnetta right there because we showed the evidence of these people. We pulled up the Ebla tablets. We showed how the people from Ebla look, which is the exact same region that you said the people from. So, and then we showed Jahu looking like motherfucking
Papa Smurf. Yeah, Sarnetta, listen, he's trying to hide that information. Sarnetta don't like. Yeah, I've been telling Sarnetta, like me and Sarnetta, we fall out and shit. So we don't always, you know what I'm saying, see eye to eye. But I told him one day, like, yo, I don't really give a fuck about coming on your platform, but there's all this arguing going on about this Israelite shit. And I said, the people need to know who these people are. But Sarnetta really don't want to smash the Israelites like that because he won't.
He banging on them niggas hard.
I know, but he wants to keep it going. Like there's certain information that'll come out where it just shut motherfuckers down. I don't think.
But that shit been going on. That shit just resurface up. But you need to go on there and shut that shit down because he gave you your flowers just now. You heard when he came on, he shouted you out.
Yeah.
Had y'all differences. So
yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, yo, you an intelligent dude, man. You need to go on there.
Just Woke says circumnavigate the globe, not just Africa. Let me tell you, Just Woke, you come to the dark side, official TV too.
I didn't be corrected. All right, cool. Now go ahead.
Africans did circumnavigate the globe. So we don't, when you talk about the people who circumnavigated the globe, it was Africans, sister. Africans are the people who spread information, knowledge, and civilization across the entire earth, including the Americas. And you got your religions, even to be talking about the Abrahamic faiths and the Bible and all that. You get all of that is African in origin. All of that.
I ain't gonna argue that.
So
and see, that's what I'm saying. We disagree. Like we everybody in the Creator Gang just don't agree with each other. I'm shit. My lineage is Africa. I'm a Yoruba on both sides. My mother and my father. We know that now. My father, my ex, my uncle, and them, they still in the Caribbean. They let me know, oh, nigga, this is where you from. This is your direct lineage, nigga. See what I'm saying? I know where I come from.
You from the Yoruba people?
I'm from the Yoruba on both sides, mother and father. So I'm not sugarcoating shit, and I represent my shit. I'm just dealing with theology. I mean,
but your mama sold you for some rum.
Even so, that shit don't rub off on me by any. That shit don't affect me like that.
Yeah,
ain't no nigga touching my mother now. Ain't nobody touching my family. So it's like
it don't affect me either, bro.
There's nothing that could be done if it happened or not. It is what it is.
I just think that shit revealed some hidden deep shit.
We all got hidden deep shit.
I don't give a fuck, but I don't, bro. Like I said, I ain't gonna lose no sleep. I'm just telling you, like,
right.
You ever see like being some people that in an interracial relationship and they start arguing. And then like some shit come out their mouth, like, you know, like just say you dating a white girl. This is not me, but I've seen this dude arguing with this girl, and she gets so mad, she say, "Well, whatever, you fucking nigger."
Right.
That is what I'm talking about. That's what I seen. Like, where'd that come from? You see what I'm saying? Like,
no, but see, that's what I said.
You see what I'm saying? And I'm not saying
all innate in us. We all have that prejudice, my nigga. It's
we don't. No, we don't. We all don't have the same hate that people have for Africans, bro. That's why they kill us.
I could agree with that. I could agree with you on that.
See what I'm saying? Like the Hispanic world, they gotta, you know, there's a saying in I forgot, it's something something. It means further the race in Spanish, and it means mate with someone who's light skinned. Do you ever heard of that?
Let me tell you, my nigga.
They don't tell you about this shit. The Spanish, they have a thing that you're supposed to not marry another dark skin.
They do that in the Caribbean, bro. I'm telling you.
I know.
I'm with you. The mental slavery is deep. I don't even want to talk about that shit. About how the conditioning of grandma was. When I asked grandma certain questions about family, oh, grandma, how was my papa? And she said, I'm like, where that come from? That's on some plantation shit. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? So I know the mentality of the people, and I know what these goddamn Europeans
they do it to the Afro Mexicans. They do it to them. In Santo Domingo, they do it. In Puerto Rico, they do it. In the islands, they do it. All through the South Americas, they run a secret code class system against the Afro Latinas, bro. And they do it in the America. You see what I'm saying? Like, so that's all the reason why I'm saying that is not to make excuses, to explain why it's a sensitive issue for me.
No, I'm the same way. I'm the same way. I'm the same way.
Man, bro, like how much of this shit we gonna take from all angles? You know what I'm saying? Like, goddamn, we was cursed to him. And honestly, it was disappointing for me to hear that in the OWASP. It's like, no, don't even, please.
But like I'm saying, let me tell you something. Like, we don't worship the book. We don't worship the book. You hear Cosmo Cal tell you every time, nigga, fuck the book. So we're not stuck on that.
I know.
We're not like the Hebrew Israelites where they stuck on nationality. Nigga, once we die and shed this body, nigga, all that carnal thinking is out the window. You see what I'm saying? It's just this is a temporary state. And if you want to choose your temporary state to be prejudiced, that's on you. It's each individual choice. I'm not stuck on that. I don't give a fuck.
No, I feel you at the end of the day, but I'm just saying it's in there. And it's just like, God damn, bro. I know.
It's heart-wrenching.
Like, God damn. It's like,
and there's other shit in there that's gonna make you be like, well, God damn, but it's just part of the trial. You know what I mean? And then it's like, it's just information. You read it, you get it, and you keep it moving. You take what they say. You take the meat and spit out the bones. Shit like that. You see what I'm saying? We're not worshiping the motherfucking book. I like the book. I like the book because it has an overall concept of cosmogony and ascension. It describes the creator. It lets you know about deceptive gods. You see what I'm saying? The gods, the behavior of the gods is way more worse than a verse saying brown skin people being
right. No,
brown.
no,
You know what I'm saying? But I still feel where you're coming from, though. But at the end of the day, when you look at the bigger picture, it's bigger fish to fry.
Right. I got
you. You know what I mean?
And I agree with that. It's just, but whenever I go into, it's like I haven't escaped it yet.
But still challenge it, though. Bring it to us and challenge it because that helps us, quick and sharpen our swords. Because we, like I said, we just don't believe everything. I don't believe everything the book fucking tell me just because I'm the nigga who brought it out, but I still don't believe everything. I don't they got pictures of the motherfucking people. I don't believe them pictures in there. You know what I'm saying? When I see the white and yellow, I'm not thinking of no fucking Europeans and shit. I'm like, all right, if it ain't these, if it ain't lined up with genetic recessive nigga, that's some fairy tale shit. So if it don't make sense, I ain't fucking with it. If it makes sense and it's prejudice, I raise my eyebrow like, damn, okay, like you said, the same shit you said, I said. You know what I mean? But at the end of the day, it is what it is, man.
Yeah, we got to deal with it. I'm just saying we got a lot of psychologically though coming and historically, and what I'm saying is just be careful because, like, I think there's a deep underlining thing to this thing because, like I said, I get the same thing in the Vedas, in the Quran,
even in Kim. That's why I pulled up the normal palette because it's everywhere. And then,
but I never heard Kemet. I had no writings where black was divinity in Kemet.
But still though, nothing supersedes taking somebody's life.
Hold
up. I could call you dumb and stupid all day. I could call a cracker, you a cracker. I call a spick all day. But if I take their fucking life, I'm gonna be up in the goddamn court system facing the judge talking about some nigga manslaughter, your ass doing 25 to life. But if I can't sit in no courtroom doing 25 to life for manslaughter, if I say nigga, if I tell a judge,
but that was what I'm saying.
Okay,
so you can condemn Nama for what he did, but I'm saying their literature and philosophy did not condemn blackness. That's all I'm saying. Like what an individual, what he does or whatever, fine.
What about Akhenaten when they condemn him?
Was he condemned for being black?
Look how they made sculptures of him. They made him look like a fucking woman and shit.
I know, bro.
How you know they didn't do that to pick at him because of what he did? They try to erase some of the pharaohs out the king's list. That's disrespectful. Hold up. Just imagine a nigga trying to erase you from history. Which one is worse? Being called stupid and black or being erased from history?
You're convoluting these things in terms. You keep trying to point to.
I'm showing you which one is more effective and psychologically damaging. That's what I'm saying.
Trying to point. It's just like you're pointing to it's just like that's what they did when a nigga gets shot by the cops and black people complain. They say, well, look how many niggas are dying in Chicago. Nah, bro, that's two different issues. Like, we know black people are not perfect and right. What I'm saying, Akhenaten became an enemy of the state, bro. Like he was literally called a renegade. What I'm talking about is civil, like the philosophy and ideology that becomes embedded in society. Like I said, when I read the Vedas and it talked about Indra wanted to get rid of these dark black sutras, I'm like, damn. Then I go to the Bible and then the rabbis are talking about Ham is cursed and he cursed with black skin and big lips and long dicks and shit and red eyes. I'm like, damn. So now I'm just saying.
But then you got to bring it back home. So you got to bring it back home
when I go to the Quran, it says the word black and slave are synonymous words. That's why when the Arabs came into Africa, that's why they did what they did. Right. So I'm just saying. So when I see it rise up again. That's all. I'm with
you on that. I understand, but you can't negate the fact that it started in Africa.
Black on black crime in this situation, bro. Like that ain't. Don't bring up no black on black crime that has nothing to do with what we're talking about in terms of how these things become embedded in society. You see what I'm saying? Like, and so when you look at a people's cosmology, I'm talking about when they talking about God and the origins of divinity and color is a part of it. That is a deep psychologically embedded thing. In terms of what we're dealing with, in terms of what we're dealing in the world today, don't act like this is not unique to black people. That's the same argument that our enemies make. Like, yeah, you want to complain about this and that, but look what you're doing to each other. And that is it's valid to say that, but you're convoluting the argument in terms of this psychology being embedded in the world psychology.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Starting from, like you said, scientific racism, the Hermetic hypothesis, you know what I'm saying, white superiority, and even, this everybody on earth has been given a negative outlook and picture of black people in Africa. They call it the dark continent. They say that. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm saying. That is deep rooted into the psychology of the earth, and that's why we experience the racism we do. That's all I'm saying.
I agree. We've been definitely, you know what I mean, attacked for a long time, ever since.
You know about the pygmy that they brought to America and said he was the missing link between man and monkey? Look up, what was his name? Obenga or something, right? So during the time when they started talking about evolution, and they talked about the missing link, they got a pygmy and put him in a zoo and put him on display, and said he was the missing link between man and monkey. Did all type of crazy shit to him. It's a record. Look it up. The
twat. When you get a chance, send me that link over and shit in the messenger.
Yeah, and he ended up committing suicide. But they put him in a zoo, in a museum, as the missing link. That's what I'm trying to show you how deep this shit runs.
I feel you.
You talk about primitive people, and you know what I'm saying, all that type. That's what they actually took this man and put him in a zoo, man. They put him on display. He ended up committing suicide. His name was Kofi. What's that name? His name was Obenga. But Obenga or something like that.
Send me that link on the messenger when you get a chance.
Yeah, they got pictures.
You can touch on it.
But yeah, man, let me let you get out of here, man. Peace.
And this was an excellent build, the good, bad, and the ugly. I love it all. You know what I mean? Not everything is gonna be goddamn cookies and cream in this motherfucker.
I knew being Cosmo Cal was gonna.
I knew that shit. Once I seen Cosmo, I was like, yeah, it's about to get good now. And then when Louis came on, it would have been real good if we could have just had the dialogue, because he's an intelligent brother too. I give everybody they kudos. You know what I mean? But me and him had a fallout. We just gotten back cool. So it is what it is, my nigga. You know what I mean? You and Sinetta fell out. Y'all niggas. You see what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. This was an excellent build. You did an excellent job. Even with the good, bad, and the ugly, it was still an excellent build. It was fire. Something to look back and we can look at, tighten up on, or whatever the case may be. And I want to do this again, man. Come on. You come on, bring another topic, and you spew your knowledge. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. Yo, peace to everybody coming through, man. And I want y'all to come through the build with me on the Dark Side Official TV too sometime, bro. I actually wanted to interview you first to talk about.
You know what? You're right. You did reach out to me first. I forgot. Let's do it, and I'll bring all my people over there. They'll come over and they'll start following. And all that,
and have people that can ask y'all questions and stuff like that. So, man, thanks for having me on, man. It's been peace and love to everybody in the building, man. And shout out to y'all and Luke Sue. Yeah. I'm just fucking.
Hey, y'all have a good y'all two niggas that have a good debate, yo. Y'all have a good build.
Yeah, he gonna have to do something with them. He's gonna have to do something with them eyebrows though, because that shit was throwing me like, what is that nigga Dracula? What's he got some yo, that he might be one of them guys.
Hey, that nigga Kane had cuts in his eyebrows.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He might be one of them. What was they called? AIs? What was they called? No, Osby, the yellow and white people. What was they called?
The ions you talking about?
Yeah, he might be one of them. I never seen nobody's. Did he do that? Did he do that, or his eyebrows naturally?
Man, he creative in his own right, man. He do what he do.
Yeah, them shits look sinister like a motherfucker, bro. Like that nigga look like he done. Like he.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie. I be seeing how Europeans look at me with my locks when I go places. Them niggas will drop their head, turn their face. They be like, boy, I don't want to look at that man. Look fierce.
Oh, man.
But it's all love at the end of the day, man.
Peace, man. Let you close out this show, man.
I appreciate you for coming through, King. Salute to the God, yo. Nice bill. Yes, family. As we have it, oh, man, what a show. Give me a one in the chat if y'all enjoyed this with the good, bad, and the ugly. You know how we do. We keep it vibrant around these parts. We've been on for 6 hours, a whole goddamn part-time job. Ooh, we got it in. We got it in today. You know what I mean? Ooh, it's a vibe. We're going to bring the brother on again. Excellent build. You know what I mean? Most definitely. Go ahead and subscribe to his channel, Dark Side Official Subscribe to the God. We're gonna continue this vibe. I see them ones chiming in. What'd you say, Louis? We crack jokes, man. It's all humor and love over here, man. You gotta have tough skin, man, when you're dealing with creative gang. Shout out to the God Lex, man. You know what I mean? Powerful brother. Just focus on. Just don't let nobody get you out of your zone, my nigga. Just stay focused. You know what I mean? I only smoke 2, beloved. Just 2. Just 2. And I gotta work. You see how we do? Get you some rest, my nigga. This was an excellent bill. And we're gonna go ahead and sound it on out, family. Let's run the rhythm from the top. And we're gonna sound it out. The boy Selah Shalom. And we out of here till next time. Controversial, not commercial.